Chapter 1. In a holographic online game. In the early stages of the game, players would level up. In the later stages, players would compete against each other. 1v1 was sweet and satisfying. Jingyu checked the streaming equipment one last time. After making sure that there were no problems, he started the live stream the moment the second hand hit 6. So punctual. So punctual every day. Will we be able to see Jingyu's face today? Looks like we won't be able to. Similar comments flashed across the screen of another computer. Jingyu tilted his head and couldn't help but chuckle. Good evening, what do you want to see me play today? Devil Lord. It has to be Devil Lord. I want to see you use Heart of Ice to grind your opponent to the ground. Jingyu shrugged. He wasn't surprised by the comments at all. As a skilled game streamer, the game he had been playing the most in the past few months was Lord Devil, a popular MOBA online game. Its Chinese name was Devil Lord. He mainly played as a jungler in this game. Among them, the demon he played the most was Heart of Ice. Some comments even said that he was the #1 player on the Chinese server, Heart of Ice. Actually, they weren't wrong. That was because he was the only one who dared to play Heart of Ice in the Chinese server. Jingyu had already logged into the game before he started the live stream. He clicked on the list of demons and found Heart of Ice. Its image was that of a pale, young girl, floating in the air. Why was there a double quotation mark? Because the introduction clearly stated that Heart of Ice didn't have a gender. However, its slender human figure did make people think that it was a weak young girl at first glance. Heart of Ice had long snow-white hair. Its snow-white dress fluttered in the wind. A pair of slender legs were faintly discernible. From head to toe, this demon's entire body was light white except for a pair of seductive purple eyes. Its entire body exuded a faint chill. Scattered snowflakes fluttered and fell from its body. In order to pursue visual effects, Jingyu adjusted the game's graphics and the complexity of the special effects to the maximum. Therefore, seeing the Heart of Ice on his game interface, the little cuties who were watching the live stream were not only amazed by the awesome modeling of Devil Lord, but they were also chilled by the gorgeous and realistic special effects. It was as if they could really feel the chill emanating from the Heart of Ice. As the most beautiful demon in Devil Lord, the image of the Heart of Ice was undoubtedly sought after. This was also one of the reasons why Jingyu was keen on playing it. However, it was one thing to look good, and another to see if it was practical or not. Is the Heart of Ice practical? Different people have different opinions. In any case, there were very few people playing it on the local server. Jingyu clicked on the ranking and successfully entered ban and pick mode. After both sides banned 2 versions of powerful demons, Jingyu was lucky enough to be the first player to pick up a demon. Without a second thought, he locked his Heart of Ice. Then, his teammates exploded on the spot. Ally, XX, Heart of Ice. Ally, XX, is it poisonous? Jingyu, who had already expected this, shrugged helplessly. Looks like it's someone who doesn't know me. After he said this sentence, he immediately received a lot of support and ridicule on the bullet screen. Waiting for your teammates to slap you in the face. Jingyu's Heart of Ice is invincible. The above was supported. It's not strange that you don't know him. Don't you know how famous you are? You locked your Heart of Ice in ranking. You deserve to be ridiculed. The above was ridiculed. Whether it was support or ridicule, Jingyu was already used to it. After all, it was not the first time he used the Heart of Ice to rank, nor was it the first time he was ridiculed by his teammates. The same thing happened countless times in the past. It's all because your ID doesn't look like a skilled game streamer at all. Suddenly seeing this bullet screen, Jingyu was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously looked at his ID. It's Jingyu, not salted fish. How is that so? He defended himself. It's obviously very recognizable. However, the bullet screen didn't buy his words at all. It's really very ordinary. It's completely an ordinary player's ID. If I didn't watch your live stream, who would know that this ID is a streamer? Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Change your ID. Change ID +1, change ID plus ID number. Jingyu didn't care much about his ID, so seeing that the little cuties were so insistent, he said indifferently, "Okay, what do you think I should change my ID to?" JJ Livestream, Jingyu, JJ Jingyu, JJ Goldfish, Goldfish. You guys are really too much. Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt that his little cuties were really too cute. How about I simplify it and say GF? Okay, okay. Okay. He suddenly went from a passerby player to a professional player. Ha ha ha, yes, GF is more like a professional player, not a streamer. Jingyu looked at the game interface. Both sides had already chosen their demons and were entering the final adjustment stage. His teammates chose demons that were more commonly used. The player who had mocked him locked onto Lilith, who was a mana tank and a top laner. Their mid laner was Heijiao, their archer was Maha, and their support was Bloodcarp. Although they were all commonly used demons, when put together, his teammate with the ID XX exploded. Ally, XX, you guys are all poisonous. Ally, XX, the jungler is already a squishy one who can kill even the support, and you guys still chose this? He didn't even have time to finish typing before he pressed send, because the countdown had ended. The screen jumped, and both sides entered the battle preparation interface. We're so squishy. Jingyu said this, but his tone was extremely flirtatious. His voice wasn't deep enough to begin with, so his flirtatious tone made people feel uncomfortable. Flirtatious at the slightest disagreement, I'm going to call the police. Goosebumps all over my body, I'm calling the police. Call the police. There's a streamer flirting online. Jingyu ignored these bullet comments and continued flirting. It's over, it's over. We're going to lose this round. The opposing team's lineup is much more reasonable than ours, they can push us into the water and grind us. Those who didn't know Jingyu, even if they didn't hear what he said, would think that they were going to lose without a doubt. However, Jingyu's true love angels were already used to this kind of situation. Every time Jingyu says this, it means that they're definitely going to win this round. Jingyu starts flirting as soon as he looks down on the opposing team. It's okay to flirt, just don't flirt for real. Jingyu happily looked at the bullet comments for a while. When he heard the system notification announcing the start of the battle, he immediately turned his gaze back to the game interface in front of him and controlled his Heart of Ice to drift towards the jungler. Heart of Ice was an assassin-type jungler. The biggest similarity between these types of junglers was that they were fragile, which meant that they had low health. Heart of Ice's health was even lower. When XX said that this jungler could kill even the support in seconds, it wasn't an exaggeration. There had really been people who had ganked the bottom lane while playing Heart of Ice and had been killed by the opposing support. This was why Heart of Ice had been ridiculed in the ranking competition. Its survivability was too weak, and it couldn't hold its own in a team battle at all. Moreover, it was very easy for the opposing team to counter jungler. The so-called counter jungler was when one's own jungler was invaded by the opposing jungler. This was a very common thing on the battlefield where Heart of Ice was present. As Jingyu fought the jungler, he paid attention to the minimap and checked the situation of the top, middle, and bottom lanes. He also calculated the time in his mind, the time it would take for the opposing jungler to catch him. When he felt that it was about time, he used discipline and killed the jungler to restore his health to more than half. Then, he hid in the bushes nearby. Sure enough, not long after, the the opposing jungler's sword burial rushed over with a 40-meter-long sword. When he saw that the biggest jungler was dead, he immediately guessed that Jingyu was hiding nearby and began to slash the bushes without restraint. Heart of Ice, who only had one skill, was courting death if he went head-to-head with Sword Burial, who only had one skill. However, Jingyu liked to court death. "Do you think I can kill him single-handedly?" he asked his little angel, but he couldn't divert his attention to look at the bullet comments. He didn't know how the bullet comments would respond. But he didn't care, because he was sure he could kill him. He patiently crouched in the bushes for a while, waiting for discipline to refresh in a few seconds. He waited for Sword Burial, who was wielding a 40-meter-long sword, to close in on him. He waited for the perfect moment to make his move. Jingyu instantly put away the playful expression on his face and controlled Heart of Ice to rush toward Sword Burial. The lethality of the skill, Ice Blade, immediately took away 1/3 of Sword Burial's health. At the same time, the lifesteal effect raised his own health. Then, Jingyu's Heart of Ice directly rammed into Sword Burial's face. He rushed behind him and dodged his skill. Before he could turn around, he gave him a flat hit. Sword Burial turned around abruptly and chased after Heart of Ice, slashing wildly. Jingyu focused all his attention and calmly moved around. He tried his best to dodge as much as possible and counterattacked while dodging. Even so, his health still dropped to less than 1/3 before Sword Burial did. The title of number 1 brittle wasn't a joke. Heart of Ice was truly deserving of this title. However, Jingyu looked at the monsters that were getting closer and closer to him and couldn't help but raise the corner of his lips. Just as he only had 15 HP left and would be able to revive back to the Resurrection Spring after being hit by Zhang Jian's normal attack, he used punishment on the wild monster. Under the effect of lifesteal, his HP recovered to more than 1/3. Then, he rushed towards Zhang Jian and used another skill to push his HP to the critical point. Before he could release his skill, he gave him a normal attack. System Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System enemy Sword Burial has been killed. Chapter 2. It was not the first time the people who watched Jingyu's live stream had seen him play Snow Heart. However, the moment they saw him kill Zhang Jian with a sliver of HP, they were so excited that they sent out all kinds of comments. There were also all kinds of 666 mixed in. 1 second ago, Sword Burial's health was much higher than Heart of Ice's, and the next second, the two's health had swapped. Heart of Ice had killed Sword Burial with a sliver of health left. It was too exciting. Not only was the enemy camp shocked, but the friendly camp was also shocked. Enemy, falling flowers flowing water, Sword Burial, what the fuck? Friendly, XX, Lilith. Friendly, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, Heart of Ice, hey, after taking down the first kill, Jingyu's Heart of Ice successfully leveled up to level 2, and the necessary displacement skill for junglers was refreshed. He continued to kill monsters leisurely while happily interacting with the comments. I soloed Sword Burial. Did anyone win the bet? Yes, yes, yes. Mama, I've seen this episode before. History is always shockingly similar. Let's observe a moment of silence for the dumbfounded Sword Burial. Jingyu's little cutie dropped a shallow water bomb. Hearing the notification, Jingyu quickly said, "Wow, thank you for the shallow water bomb." As he spoke, he took the time to look at the comments. The opponent is too weak. He can't even beat Heart of Ice. Jingyu smiled indifferently. Don't say that. The opponent isn't weak at all. I'm the one who's too strong. He was starting to get cocky. However, no matter how cocky his words were, he was still very careful when it came to playing. After reaching level 6 and using his ultimate skill, Jingyu immediately opened the battle list and looked at the difference in level and economy between the two sides. Then, he quickly locked onto the first target he was going to gank, the enemy's archer. In fact, Jingyu was better at catching the mages in the middle lane. Those who watched his live streams often noticed that whenever he was on the battlefield, the mid laners and junglers would link up very frequently. However, this time, he calculated the difference in level and economy of both sides. If the friendly mage did not act according to his plan, there was a high chance that he would not be able to return. The enemy mage could kill him with a single spell. Then, combined with the battle situation shown on the minimap, he felt that it was time to grab the bottom lane. Soon, Heart of Ice, who was surrounded by cold air, drifted downwards under the expectant gaze of the live stream viewers. She explored the bushes and arrived behind the enemy's defense tower. This was a very dangerous position for Heart of Ice because Heart of Ice's second skill, Snow Traction, could not move freely like other junglers. It could only connect to the enemy and lure itself to the enemy. This skill was actually very useful, especially when it was used to kill enemies. The direction of movement was precise and the damage was high. However, the only one who could use this skill was Heart of Ice, the weakest player in Devil Lord. Therefore, a good skill to kill enemies was played by most players as a suicidal skill. Once you used it, you would die. Once you used it, you would die. This was also one of the reasons why Heart of Ice was mocked by the crowd in the ranking matches. But who was Jingyu? He had picked up Heart of Ice in the first month of playing Devil Lord. Now, it was his 7th month of playing the game. Heart of Ice's proficiency had reached the highest level, and his win rate was as high as 75%. The most dangerous time, when the top, middle, and bottom lanes were all destroyed, he single-handedly brought up the tempo and won the match with a kill score of 38-61. His kill score was 21, and his assist was 15. In other words, only the deaths of the two enemy monsters had nothing to do with him. Therefore, when others saw him pick up Heart of Ice, they felt that he was going to lose. However, the moment he picked up Heart of Ice, he only wanted to win. Jingyu waited patiently in the bushes. The moment the enemy archer was forced to retreat to the bottom of the defense tower by his own archer, he immediately moved over and used his ultimate. After using his ultimate, he rushed to the back of his own archer with a flash. The enemy archer's HP was originally above 2/3. However, after taking the damage from Heart of Ice's displacement and ultimate, he only had a little bit of HP left. His own archer shot over and successfully killed him. Only then did the enemy support activate his shield. Obviously, he did not expect Heart of Ice to appear from behind his own defense tower. This Heart of Ice was too daring. Indeed, with Heart of Ice's brittleness, he would not be able to resist a tower attack. He only took one tower attack and only had a little bit of HP left. If not, Jingyu would not have used his flash without hesitation and gave up the opportunity to kill enemies with this skill. However, it did not matter. Victory belonged to the team. System, Maha, 1 kill. System, the enemy's centaur has been killed. Enemy, E, centaur, enemy, E, centaur the jungler is too slow. Enemy, falling flowers flowing water. Sword burial I don't want to be the scapegoat. Heart of Ice is the one with the poison. Ally, it's Jingyu, not salted fish. Heart of Ice G. Hey, at this time, Jingyu had already teleported back to his own spring. When his HP was almost full, he quickly floated back to the top lane. Heart of Ice's weakness was obvious. It was brittleness and had 2 skills that were suicidal. However, it also had very obvious advantages. It had high damage and its ultimate had a crowd control effect. If Heart of Ice's ultimate had not controlled the centaur's low HP to the edge of the defense tower, Maha would not have been able to kill the centaur without taking damage from the tower. The players on the battlefield, regardless of friend or foe, all felt that Heart of Ice was too daring. After all, if he had been 1 second away from dying under the tower, the situation of the battle would have been reversed. However, to Jingyu, everything that happened just now was within his calculations without the slightest deviation. As a cautious brittleness jungler, he rarely forced himself into a situation where he could not determine the outcome of the battle. Every time before he made a move, he would decide on his target early on and would not do anything unnecessary. Therefore, as long as he made a move, the team would definitely take the kill. After floating to the top lane, Jingyu first let Heart of Ice crouch in the grass and then opened the minimap to check the current situation of the top lane. That XX had a bad temper, but his skills were good. He had been suppressing the enemy's solo. Now, the enemy's solo only had half of his HP left and was huddled under the tower. He sullenly cleared the troops while XX relied on his long reach to continuously use one skill to lick the enemy's HP. Noticing the existence of Heart of Ice, XX sent out 2 attack signals in a row. Jingyu ignored them. What attack? Have you forgotten that I'm Heart of Ice so quickly? The enemy's HP is so high. Wouldn't I be courting death if I rushed under the tower? Jingyu pursed his lips and continued to crouch in the grass. He patiently waited for the enemy's solo to finish clearing the last soldier before rushing out to help XX push the top lane's tower. System, Heart of Ice, destroy the enemy's defense tower. After pushing the tower, Jingyu immediately controlled Heart of Ice to slip away and continue farming his junglers. However, XX obviously had some ideas about him. Friendly, XX, Lilith, what do you mean? Why didn't you go up just now? Friendly, it's Jingyu, not a salted fish. Heart of Ice, I'm Heart of Ice. Friendly, XX, Lilith, there was no way to refute him. Friendly, it's Jingyu, not a salted fish. Heart of Ice, also, this is a tower pushing game. Can't you just push the tower? As long as you can push all the towers, you can win even if you don't get the kill. At this time, the bottom lane had successfully pushed the enemy's tower. Only the middle lane was still in a stalemate. The enemy jungler was obviously like Jingyu. He especially liked to attack the middle lane and had already gone to the middle lane several times. Every time, Jingyu would predict it in advance and send a signal to the middle lane. Therefore, the enemy jungler had not been able to gank even once. Now, it was time to show the enemy the correct way to gank the middle lane. I'll let you know what it means to be a jungler, Jingyu said confidently. After capturing Sword Burial on the minimap, he rushed to the middle lane without hesitation. After squatting in the bushes for a while, Jingyu waited for the enemy's mage to use his first and second skills. He immediately sent an attack signal and used his second skill, Snow Traction, to attack the enemy's mage. Almost at the same time that Heart of Ice approached the enemy's mage, the friendly mage used his ultimate. A water spout instantly engulfed the frightened enemy's mage. He then used his second skill with a crowd control effect, making it difficult for the enemy's mage to move. Then, Jingyu killed the enemy with a normal attack. This wave of cooperation could be said to be tacit. Jingyu looked at his mage in a new light. In fact, even if his mage did not cooperate with him just now, he was confident that he could kill the enemy. After all, he had calculated his damage. At his level, he could kill a half-health mage with just 2 skills. And now, he even saved a first skill. Then, the cooldown of his ultimate skill was almost up. He could do something again. Wow, this mage is really good. Should I add him as a friend? Jingyu said as he continued to kill monsters. You say it as if he really wants to add you, ha ha ha, the person above is right. Don't talk about friend spots. Jingyu, is your random spot full? Indeed, when Jingyu first started playing Devil's Lord, he often threw an olive branch to his teammates. But because he mainly played Heart of Ice, his teammates kept a respectful distance from him. Until now, his friend list only had a few friends from the same guild. Every day, he would team up to do quests and so on. After gaining an advantage in the early stages, there was basically no suspense in this round of ranked matches. After all, Jingyu's teammates chose demons with high damage. The opposing tank could not withstand it at all. In less than 10 minutes, they wiped out the opposing team and took down the magic dragon. Before the magic dragon even started to attack, the opposing team forfeited. The two golden words, "Victory," appeared on the screen. Not long after it disappeared, the Heart of Ice's close-up animation appeared. 12 kills, 0 deaths, and 8 assists. He was fully deserving of the title of MVP. Jingyu stretched and took off his headphones. After letting his ears relax for a while, he put them back on and looked at the bullet screen on the other screen. Heart of Ice is being attacked by too many people. Should I play something else? Or not play ranked matches and play matchmaking instead? He was not used to using the bullet screen assistant, so he always had two computers open. One of them showed his live broadcast room. Whatever makes you happy. Let's play matchmaking. I still want to see Jingyu play Heart of Ice, but I don't want to see him get attacked again. My heart hurts. There are haters everywhere. There are matchmaking matches too. But, it's okay, Jingyu smiled. My Heart of Ice is invincible. Those who are attacking me, get ready to be slapped in the face. You're too arrogant. This flag is raised, Jingyu, your arrogance is making me nervous. When these bullet screens flashed past, Jingyu had already clicked on the matchmaking button. After entering the menu to choose a demon, he chose Heart of Ice again. However, he did not expect that not long after he chose Heart of Ice, his 4 teammates would also choose Heart of Ice. Gulen, Fair, Sandy, and Wea. This was 4 of the 5 elemental spirits that the players jokingly called the newbie gift pack. Gulen was an earth elemental spirit, Fair was a fire elemental spirit, Sandy was a thunder elemental spirit, and Wea was a water elemental spirit. There was also Wendy, who was a wind elemental spirit. This was a set of 5 elemental spirits that every player could receive when they first entered the game, Devil Lord. Basically, only newbies who lacked demons would use it. It was worthy of being called the newbie gift pack. What the hell? This time, it was Jingyu's turn to attack his teammates. Ally, Jingyu not salted fish, a machine. Ally, ASDF, no. Ally, JKLL, a real person. Ally, add, lolala, ally, itich, do you want to change to a wind elemental? Let's have fun together. Ally, Jingyu not salted fish. Chapter 3. Obviously, this was a 4-person black car. And these 4 people's IDs were obviously made by face-rolling keyboard. Their intention to cause trouble was very obvious. Jingyu was terrified. It was fine if he lost the matchmaking, but it would be a problem if his win rate was lowered. Why don't I change to a wind elemental? Jingyu said hesitantly. The newbie gift pack was a set of 5 elemental spirits. A family should be neat and tidy. However, the bullet screen clearly had different thoughts. Frowny face Jingyu, don't be a coward. Use Heart of Ice to send them flying. Jingyu, you can do it. It's time for your Heart of Ice to show off your skills. It's rare to have a match where you don't use Heart of Ice. Seize the opportunity, Jingyu. You guys just want to see me fail when I use Heart of Ice, right? That's right. Jingyu felt that he had found the truth. He realized that every time he used Heart of Ice to slap his face, the little angels would become very happy. And every time he used Heart of Ice to slap his face, the little angels would not be depressed. Instead, they would become even happier. They would happily spam the words, "lose all reputation." Anyway, they just wanted to see him play Heart of Ice. As a streamer who took care of the audience's feelings, he naturally had to satisfy the needs of most of the audience. Jingyu did not change Heart of Ice until the start of the battle. Even though he was panicking, he was not in the mood to complain online. Ayaya, I'm really not used to not being able to hear Jingyu's coquettish voice. Jingyu, don't be afraid. I think you can get the loser's MVP. Who's afraid? Jingyu was stubborn. I'm at the master level. Even if I'm matched, my teammates and enemies are of similar levels. Even if I use the newbie gift pack, it won't be that bad, right? He hoped so. Perhaps the four of them were trying to stir up trouble in this round. After entering the battlefield, Jingyu did not look at the bullet screen anymore. He controlled his Heart of Ice to float toward the jungle. He decided to fight a few monsters in peace to increase Heart of Ice's level and economy. However, just as he finished fighting the first monster, System, Sandy, 1 kill. System, enemy mermaid has died. System, Centaur, 1 kill. System, Sandy has died. System, Wuya, 1 kill. System, the enemy's troops have been killed. In less than a minute after the start of the game, the bottom lane had already traded 1 for 2. Jingyu was stunned. Friend, goldfish not salted fish, Heart of Ice, is it that intense? Just as he finished typing this line, the system flooded his screen again. System, Far, 1 kill. System, enemy Scarlet Fury has been killed. System, Gulen, 1 kill. System, enemy Kwanggu has died. System, Kwanggu, 1 kill. System, Gulen has died. Fuck. 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 Jingyu was shocked by the fast pace of the battle. What kind of people are these? Just 1 minute into the game, the score had been pulled to 4-2. Except for the jungler, all the other monsters had died once. On the other hand, they had sacrificed their top and bottom lane archers. As for the reason, Jingyu, who had been observing the minimap, could guess. The top lane archer had been killed by the enemy's defense tower. However, the kill was counted as the enemy's top lane archer. The archer on the bottom lane was the same. He directly rushed into the tower and killed the enemy. Fuck, they were so fierce. However, this kind of fighting style reminded Jingyu of a professional team called PG. Everyone in the team was extremely fierce, and even the support had gotten a triple kill. Among them, the fiercest was their jungler, Qin Fei. No matter what kind of monster he chose, he could kill a group of monsters by himself. Qin Fei was also the pro player Jingyu admired the most in Devil Lord. There was no other pro player. Every time he watched a game, Jingyu's blood would boil. Could it be? No, it was impossible. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Moreover, as everyone knew, Team PG lacked a top laner all year round. The top laner was always changing. Even Qin Fei had left his jungler position empty and played top laner. In the last Devil Lord Pro League, Team PG had been unable to find a suitable fifth teammate. In the end, they had only made it to the top 8. Jingyu sighed inwardly. He was very optimistic about Team PG, especially Qin Fei. However, objectively speaking, he felt that if Team PG continued to maintain their fast-paced and fierce fighting style, it would be very difficult to find a fifth teammate. Because very few people could keep up with their pace. They died at the beginning of the game, but they revived very quickly. As soon as Jingyu finished killing the third monster, the monsters on both sides had rushed to their respective towers. Jingyu suddenly had a bad feeling. Even though he hadn't reached level 6 and could use his ultimate skill, he directly controlled his Heart of Ice to float to the bottom lane. Sure enough, as soon as Team PG's archer reached the bottom of the tower, he wildly attacked the opposing archer. With a displacement skill, he dodged the opposing support and directly attacked the archer. Not only that, but Team PG's support also directly used Flash and Shield to attack the opposing archer. Fuck. Jingyu cursed as he directly moved to the opposing archer and floated to the bottom of the tower. With one skill, he took the enemy's head. Then, he flashed out of the tower and scrolled on the keyboard while facing the support. He entered and exited the tower earlier than the archer. He took a tower damage for the archer and forcibly saved the archer, who was on the verge of death. At the same time, he took 2 heads. Then, he immediately gave the signal to retreat. When Team PG's archer and support heard the system notification, their footsteps clearly paused for a moment. Then, they followed Heart of Ice and retreated to the bottom of the tower. It was a beautiful exchange of 0 for 2. Before the opposing jungler arrived, all of them safely returned to the city. Friendly, Ad, Sandy, yo, that's amazing. Friendly, Jingyu is not a salted fish. Heart of Ice, we almost didn't make it. Friendly, Jingyu is not a salted fish. Heart of Ice, you guys are so fierce. As Jingyu typed, he controlled Heart of Ice to float to the middle lane. Although he did not see the opposing jungler, based on the situation just now, the opposing jungler would definitely rush to the bottom lane. If he did not make it in time, he would develop in the bottom jungle or go to the middle lane. Originally, he wanted to float to the middle lane and crouch in the bushes to observe the situation. He did not expect Team PG's sorcerer to be fighting under the tower with only a sliver of health left. Fuck. Do you have a death wish? Jingyu could not help but curse. In this situation, he did not dare to rush into the tower without knowing where the opposing jungler was. Just as he was about to send a message to Team PG's sorcerer to not stay too deep, he saw Sword Burial rushing over with a 40-meter-long sword before he could send it. At the same time, Team PG's sorcerer, who had reached level 6, immediately went all out. Fair followed up with Sword Burial and attacked like crazy. Almost instinctively, Jingyu had Heart of Ice connect with Sword Burial. With one stab, Sword Burial was immediately left with only a sliver of health left. His head was taken by Team PG's sorcerer. At this time, Team PG's sorcerer only had a sliver of health left. He probably did not even have 20 points left. However, instead of retreating, he continued to wander around the enemy's defense tower, causing Jingyu to break out in a cold sweat. Seeing that his health was so low, Team PG's sorcerer was naturally not willing to let go of this opportunity. He immediately flashed over and used his ultimate. Team PG's sorcerer, on the other hand, seemed to have predicted this. Instead of retreating, he advanced and used 2 skills one after another. With one combo, he killed Team PG's sorcerer. System, fair, double kill. System, Team PG's Scarlet Fury has been killed. Crouching in the bushes, Jingyu, who was still waiting for an opportunity to avenge his sorcerer, was shocked. At that moment, he thought that his mage was definitely going to die. Wouldn't anyone's first reaction be to retreat when they saw their opponent use their ultimate? However, the opponent had gone all out and used Flash, so there was no way to dodge this close-range big move. His own mage, on the other hand, had advanced instead of retreating. In the end, he had completely avoided this big move and completed the counterattack. This was a true counterattack from a sliver of HP. His sorcerer immediately returned to the city, while Jingyu steered the Heart of Snow towards the opposite side of the jungle. The shock in his heart had yet to subside. At this time, there were still people on the other side who hadn't reached level 6, but the score had already been pulled to 8-2. It had to be said that the speed of this four-wheeled vehicle was too fast. If he had not witnessed the amazing maneuvers of his mage, Jingyu would have thought that the other side was a machine. Being in such a speeding car, Jingyu had to speed up his pace. After clearing the jungle on top of the opposing team, Heart of Ice immediately floated to the back of the enemy's top lane and crouched there. While ensuring that their top laner had a good view of the enemy's top laner, they waited for an opportunity to ambush the enemy's top laner. Perhaps he was frightened by the ferocious style of their top laner, but the enemy's top laner kept hiding under the tower and refused to come out. Then, he really died. Just as the minions entered the tower, Gulen rushed under the tower and used a skill to restrict the movement speed of the enemy's Kwanggu. With a difference of 0.1 seconds, Heart of Ice connected to the Kwanggu and floated over to use a big move. The Kwanggu was frozen and couldn't move. In a short moment, Gulen and Heart of Ice used all kinds of skills and normal attacks to kill him. Heart of Ice was the first to leave the tower. Gulen came out of the tower with half of his HP left. The two of them tacitly returned to the tower and worked together with their minions to destroy the tower. Ally, ASDF, Gulen not bad. Ally, ASDF, Gulen alright, I'm going to sleep now. Good luck, you guys. Ally, JKLL, fair good night. Ally, Sandy good night. Ally, Wiya good night. Ally, Jingyu is not a salted fish, Heart of Ice. Chapter 4. Jingyu thought that ASDF was joking, but after ASDF sent that message, he actually teleported back to his own spring and didn't move again. He hung up. Jingyu couldn't believe it. For black cars meant that these four people had teamed up with each other. Even if they weren't in the same place, they were at least sharing a voice chat. He hung up, but his teammates didn't scold him. While he was still in shock, he saw his teammate casually say, Ally, since the top laner is sleeping, I'll change to an AD to be a jungler. Jungler, go to the top lane. Teammate, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, Heart of Ice. Are you kidding me? Not only did he not scold his teammate, but he also changed his strategy so calmly. It was fine if he changed his strategy, but what was he trying to do with such an unreasonable strategy? The support didn't bring any punishment. Even if he changed to an AD, how was he supposed to be a jungler? Not to mention, Wiya was a pure healer support. Even if he wanted to change his DPS, he should change his DPS, right? For a moment, Jingyu's mind was in a mess. He had just thought that he could win this game, but then he suddenly encountered such a change. It was really uncomfortable. But what else could he do? Even if the situation wasn't optimistic, since he used Heart of Ice, he didn't want to lose. After Jingyu controlled Heart of Ice to put away the troops on the top lane, he squatted in the bushes and clicked on the equipment information of both sides. He didn't expect that in such a short time, his support had already changed to an AD. He even threw away the support equipment that limited his economy. On the minimap, Wiya really floated to the bottom of the jungle. What the fuck? Were they really going to steal his jungle? Jingyu hurriedly typed a line of words in the chat box and sent it as fast as he could. Teammate, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, Heart of Ice, archer jungler, support to guard the bottom tower. Don't just use AD, use a few healing items. Even if Jingyu went to carry the line, it would be impossible for him to resist damage. After all, he was using Heart of Ice. Even 10 pieces of armor wouldn't be able to save him. Therefore, the difficult task of resisting damage could only be left to the support. Teammate, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, Heart of Ice, make it quick. After sending out these 4 words, Jingyu immediately controlled Heart of Ice to drift towards the bottom lane. He planned to wait and see if he could get his hands on the mana disc. Being so serious, of course, he didn't know that at this moment, in a small training room, there were 4 people sitting side by side in front of a row of computers, casually chatting. Yo, this person's mental fortitude is quite strong, a young man with dyed blonde hair, while tapping on the keyboard, laughed coolly. He still wants to win like this. In this situation, we can indeed win. The man beside him, who was 2 heads taller than him, said confidently, against normal players, the 4 of us are enough. GGG, who was the one who lost the last round with 4 against 5? A mature-looking person, whose tone was as brisk as the other 2 just now, asked. You. The blonde said. You. The tall one said. The mature-looking person didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 2 of you are fine, but I'm controlling 4 characters by myself, right? The blonde, 2 hands and 2 feet, just 4. The tall one, Yezi, you're amazing. You're a team by yourself. The person called Yezi by the 2 didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, before he could complain back, he was interrupted by the person on the far side, who said in a tone that didn't allow any resistance, so noisy, all of you shut up. The person on the far side, with his legs crossed, stared at the computer screen in front of him with half-closed eyes. On the screen was the battlefield of Devil Lord, but the devil he was controlling was standing motionless in the spring of resurrection. A young, handsome face appeared on the dark mini-map, with a hint of sleepiness. This person, whose appearance could beat the entire training room, was calmly moving the mouse over the mini-map, pressing the left button and dragging. The scenery on the screen changed continuously as his mouse moved forward, until he found a snow-white figure. It was Heart of Ice. The blonde controlled his archer to fight in the jungle, while taking the time to glance in the direction of the person on the side. As he retracted his gaze, he said casually, Brother Faye, what do you think? There aren't many people who can keep up with our pace. Shut up, we'll hit you. His tone was still indisputable. The person called Brother Faye said domineeringly. His camera kept following Heart of Ice on the screen, as if he was carefully observing something. At this time, Heart of Ice was wandering in the enemy's jungle, but he wasn't in a hurry to fight in the jungle. After wandering for a while, he suddenly used retribution on a wild monster, then circled around to the magic board in the middle of the bottom lane, not caring about the wild monsters chasing behind him. After he floated near the magic board, he didn't hesitate to fight, without giving any signal to his teammates. This seemingly unreasonable action made Qin Fei couldn't help but sneer. Yes, the person who was observing Heart of Ice was PG's jungler, Qin Fei. He was called the fiercest professional player in Devil Lord by the commentators. Not the fiercest jungler, but the fiercest professional player. It could be seen how fierce his personal style was. Heart of Ice's move just now, in his opinion, was the best manifestation of jungler awareness. Obviously, there was no enemy vision, but Heart of Ice actually sensed the approach of the enemy jungler and deliberately used wild monsters to mislead him. When the enemy jungler arrived and saw the wild monsters chasing after him, he naturally thought that Heart of Ice had fled in the direction of the wild monsters. Who would have thought that he would shamelessly circle around? The wild monsters would stop chasing after a certain distance and return to their original position. The enemy jungler didn't think too much and chased in the direction that the wild monsters had originally chased. At this moment, he was probably carefully exploring the bushes. He didn't know how much time he would waste in the bushes. And this time was enough for Heart of Ice to take down the magic board. Friendly, Jingyu is not a salted fish. Heart of Ice, your vision is exposed, don't move. Friendly, Jingyu is not a salted fish. Heart of Ice support with a big move. Seeing these words, the tall guy didn't hesitate. he directly controlled his Waya to heal all his teammates. On Qin Fei's screen, Heart of Ice's health instantly rose. At the same time, the cooldown of Retribution was over. Heart of Ice didn't hesitate to use it and add another level of damage. System, Heart of Ice, conquer the magic board. System, Heart of Ice, activate the magic board. Under Heart of Ice's command, the huge disc that was emitting a black aura was thrown toward the middle lane. Heart of Ice sent a signal to push the tower. However, he didn't go to the middle lane. Instead, he floated to the bottom lane to lead the line. Soon, the second tower in the middle lane was taken down by the mage and the archer. The second tower in the bottom lane was also about to be taken down by the minions led by Heart of Ice. In the absence of a top laner, their side was definitely in the lead, whether it was the number of kills or the progress of pushing the tower. Next is the team battle. Qin Fei smiled. Obviously, he was in a good mood. What's this guy like? The yellow-haired guy couldn't help but ask again. Brother Fei, what's this guy like? What's this guy like? Give me an evaluation. Qin Fei didn't hesitate and responded readily. As a top laner, I can't see anything wrong with him. However, as a jungler, he has good awareness and control. I haven't seen him make any mistakes. He can keep up with our rhythm. His coordination in the first two waves was also quite perfect. There was almost no fault to be found. The only thing that makes me unhappy, compared to the team battle, he prefers to lead the line and push the tower. After all, this is a tower-pushing game. The person who said this sentence was Yezi, who played the mid laner. But our way of playing, the yellow-haired guy who played the archer smiled sinisterly. First, wipe out the opponent's team, then leisurely push the tower under their desperate gaze. That's the best way to play. If we can kill them, we won't let them go. The tall guy who played the support ward. I'm still missing one piece of equipment. When I have all the equipment, I'll kill all of you. The yellow-haired guy, ha ha ha. I have all the equipment. I'll kill all of you now. Yezi, the magic dragon has respawned. Come, come, come. Wave after wave of attacks. I'll kill all of you. Qin Fei. Shut the fuck up. Qin Fei had a headache from these noisy guys, but his eyes were still fixed on Heart of Ice on the screen, afraid that he would miss the slightest detail. At this time, the yellow-haired archer was leading the line in the top lane. Halfway through, he ran towards the middle lane. Where was Heart of Ice? He was originally fighting the monsters when he suddenly seemed to have realized something. He decisively gave up on the monsters with half health and floated to a pile of grass in the middle of the map. Noticing his actions, the 4 people in the PG training room were all startled. Ha! He knows that we're going to team up. The yellow-haired guy was the first to speak. Yezi followed. Ha! Does he really think that we can team up? The tall guy was very confident. Of course we can team up. I'm here. He said it as if he was the archer. Qin Fei didn't say anything. He carefully observed Heart of Ice's every move. Not long after, minions appeared in the middle lane. Their support was one step ahead of them and pressed under the tower, attacking the mage under the tower without hesitation. The enemy mage threw a crowd control skill over, followed by a big shot. Almost at the same time, their support used his shield to resist the tower damage and the big shot. He cast a lesser heal to raise his health bar. At this time, the archer had already chased the support into the tower, pushing the tower at the speed of light. Almost at the same time, Heart of Ice decisively used his second skill, joining the mage and moving into the tower. He didn't care about the mage at all, helping the archer push the tower with a few basic attacks, and then decisively using his big shot. Heart of Ice's big shot didn't have a large range, but his positioning was very good. He actually froze all 5 of the enemy's monsters in one breath. Their archer naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity, and began to attack like crazy. The support with low health also attacked like crazy. The mage even used all his skills, crazily attacking. Needless to say, Heart of Ice's damage output was the highest in the game at the cost of his brittleness. In a short time, the 4 of them rolled their faces on the keyboard, fighting to be the first to attack, and wiped out the enemy team. Jingyu looked at the corpses on the ground in front of him, listened to the system prompts one after another, and looked at his Heart of Ice, which was almost full of health, and widened his eyes in disbelief. What he didn't know was that, not far from him, someone who was pretending to be asleep also had an expression of disbelief. This timing, this positioning. Qin Fei's voice was trembling, and he couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. This jungler, I want it. It's we who want it, Blondie corrected him very seriously. No, I want it, Yezi said seriously. I have 4 characters on both hands and feet, and only 1 jungler is left. Get lost. The tall guy roared domineeringly, then fell into deep thought. But will he accept our invitation? Qin Fei smiled. Pester him, harass him every minute, I don't believe that we can't take him down. You're crazy. Yezi was convinced. I'll leave such a difficult task to you, Yezi. Qin Fei patted Yezi's shoulder solemnly. Good luck, I have faith in you. Yezi. Fuck. Chapter 5. Maybe it was because someone on their side was AFK, or maybe it was because of the combination of Heart of Ice and the newbie gift pack, but the enemy saw hope that didn't actually exist. In short, the enemy didn't surrender until Jingyu cooperated with his teammates to take down the Magic Dragon and led the Magic Dragon army to destroy the enemy's defense tower. Soon, the word victory appeared on the screen. Jingyu, who was in front of the screen, let out a long sigh of relief. Sitting in this speeding black car, he really didn't dare to relax for a moment. If he was distracted for a moment, he might miss the opportunity to support his teammates and cause them to be wiped out. Such a fast-paced battle was indeed very satisfying. It was like bullying noobs, beating the enemy until they couldn't fight back. But Jingyu clearly knew that if he couldn't keep up with his teammates' rhythm, it would be a different story. He looked at the time on the bottom right corner of the screen. It was past 7 p.m., and only a little more than an hour had passed. Jingyu's daily broadcast was fixed for 5 hours, from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Under normal circumstances, he could play 8 to 9 rounds. After the broadcast ended, he would fall asleep and sleep until noon the next day. In the afternoon, he would organize the material for the broadcast and release some edited short videos. Jingyu had been living like this for almost a year after he graduated from high school. Maybe it was because he mainly played Heart of Ice, but his popularity was very stable. It didn't go up or down, and the money he earned was enough to maintain his life. Jingyu felt that it was very happy to be able to earn money and support himself in the way he liked, so he didn't regret not going to college, but he looked at the post-battle data on the screen, looked at the MVP on Heart of Ice's head, and pursed his lips. He really wanted more people to see this scene. Many times, the weak one wasn't the magical creature, but the person controlling the magical creature. If the person controlling the magical creature was strong enough, whether it was Heart of Ice or the newbie gift pack, they would have an absolute advantage. However, although he thought this in his heart, he said, "Hey, I actually won. Fortunately, I used Heart of Ice, or else I would have lost this game." He said it as if Heart of Ice was the strong one, and not him. On the other computer screen, the bullet comments were dazzling. Jingyu's Heart of Ice is invincible. Damn, I actually won. I shouldn't have gambled. Jingyu, you made me bankrupt. Looking at these comments, Jingyu couldn't help but laugh. If I continue using Heart of Ice in the next game, do you think I can get 20 kills? Arrogant. Streamer, Jingyu's arrogant. I'm serious, okay, Jingyu's flirtatious voice returned. However, just as he said that, he received 4 friend requests in a row, which gave him a fright. Not only was he shocked, but the bullet screen also went blank for a moment. Obviously, no one expected that someone would take the initiative to add Jingyu as a friend, and 4 at that. SSSSSSSSSSS. S's. He had never rejected any friend requests, so he accepted all of them. Then, he ignored all of them and continued to play solo. He was afraid that if he was late, he would be invited by those 4 players. He couldn't guarantee that he could keep up with the fast-paceds. On the other side, Qin Fei did invite Jingyu to join the team, but he was a step too late. He looked at the in-game on the right side of Jingyu's profile picture and frowned unhappily. Should we wait for him? The blonde had obviously seen Jingyu's in-game prompt. Wait my ass, we don't have that much time. Qin Fei replied, play one more game, then train. After training, Yezi, harass him. 1 message per minute, don't forget. Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Harass. I feel like he'll blacklist me any minute. And so, Qin Fei's also entered the game. It wasn't a secret that Team PG was looking for a top laner, but no one knew that they were looking for teammates by using alternate accounts. They had thought about whether or not they should change their style and slow down to cater to their new teammates. But, first of all, a personal style wasn't something that could be easily changed. Secondly, there's advantage. If they slowed down, they would lose this advantage. It wasn't a problem for them to play against normal players, but against a professional team, without their advantage, they would be full of openings. It was no different from digging their own grave. So, unless they had no other choice, they preferred to find a top laner who could keep up with them. Or a jungler. When training ended, it was almost 11 o'clock. Yihong logged into his alternate account and looked at the message he sent to Jingyu. He didn't reply, so he logged out and turned off the computer. His teammates left the computer one after another. Only Qin Fei was still sitting in front of the computer. PG was a brand new team that had been established 3 months ago. As soon as they were established, they signed up for the Devil Lord's 3rd Pro League and advanced to the top 8. However, in these 3 months, they changed their top laners one after another. None of them satisfied Qin Fei. Too slow. You can't keep up at all. What's the use of having you? This was how he roared his new teammates out of the PG game again and again. So, the top laners who left PG all had a strong grudge against Qin Fei. They said that he was the team's tyrant. They weren't wrong. Qin Fei was the team's tyrant. As long as it was a teammate that he didn't recognize, even the boss couldn't keep them, let alone the coach. However, such a domineering person was sincerely thinking for the team. He wanted a teammate who could help the team win the championship. He saw this hope in Heart of Ice, who was controlled by Jingyu. So, he desperately wanted to recruit this hope to his side. Although he pushed this matter to Yihong, he still wanted to give it a try. So, in the empty training room, Qin Fei logged into his Smurf account and couldn't wait to open the private chat interface with, "It's Jingyu, not salted fish. ASDF, are you there? ASDF, are you there? ASDF, are you there, are you there? It's Jingyu, not salted fish." Jingyu had just finished his live stream when he saw this string of messages. He was speechless. After sending a string of ellipses to ASDF, he looked at the message that JKLL had left for him. JKLL, you're playing well. Are you interested in playing professionally? It was just a line of words, but it made Jingyu fall into a daze. Playing professionally. Of course he wanted to. However, he had something that he insisted on. And what he insisted on was something that professional teams didn't recommend. About 2 months ago, he was encouraged by some bullet screen comments. He said, "I don't want to play professionally for now." Then, he turned around and contacted a few professional teams. However, some of his applications were like stones thrown into the sea. Some of his applications were replied that they didn't lack people. Finally, a team responded to him and asked him what kind of demon he was best at. He said Heart of Ice, and then, there was no more then. Jingyu wasn't depressed. He just didn't want to give up. Why couldn't Heart of Ice appear in the Pro League? Yes, this was what he insisted on. He wanted an unpopular demon like Heart of Ice to appear in the Pro League and win the competition. He wanted to prove that these demons weren't weak. The weak ones were the people controlling them. This kind of thinking was obviously not recommended by the professional teams. Most professional teams still hoped that the team members could adjust their card pools according to the team's requirements and send out suitable demons according to the coach's request to help the team win the competition and become the champion. Therefore, after Qin Fei sent out the line, "Want to play professionally?" Jingyu immediately replied with this line of words, "It's Jingyu, not salted fish, can I use Heart of Ice?" After Jingyu finished replying, he sneered to himself. It wasn't easy for such an opportunity to be placed in front of him. What was the difference between his reply and rejection? Actually, he didn't want to play professionally at all. Just as he was about to exit the game interface, he received a reply from the other party before he could do so. ASDF, why not? Why not? Jingyu stared at this line of words in a daze. He didn't react for a long time. ASDF, as long as you play well. Jingyu was in a daze. He felt that everything in front of him was a little unreal. Did the other party mean that as long as he played well, he could use any demon? Jingyu hesitated as he typed a line of words and deleted it. He typed another line of words and deleted it again. In the end, he still sent this sentence, "It's Jingyu, not salted fish. If that's the case, I'm a little interested. However, can you tell me what team you are from?" ASDF, PG. "It's Jingyu, not salted fish." ASDF, what's wrong? "It's Jingyu, not salted fish, Brother Fei is my husband." "It's Jingyu, not salted fish, no, it's my idol." "It's Jingyu, not salted fish, can you help me get his autograph?" ASDF, at this moment, in the empty training room, PG's jungler and captain, Qin Fei, looked at the computer screen in front of him and frowned slightly. Suddenly, he had an ominous feeling. Chapter 6. Jingyu regretted it as soon as he sent the words, "Brother Fei is my husband." He was thinking, Brother Fei is my idol. However, as a game streamer, he was brainwashed by all kinds of "Jingyu is my husband" comments every day. If he wasn't careful, although he added in time, he still felt a little uneasy. Therefore, after waiting for a while and not receiving a reply, he nervously added another message. "Jingyu is not a salted fish, sorry, I was too excited just now. Can you not tell Brother Fei? Jingyu is not a salted fish, but I still want his autograph." ASDF, Qin Fei covered his face with his hand, not knowing what to say. "Sorry, I'm your husband." "Bah, I'm Qin Fei." No, he couldn't reply like that. It was better not to expose his identity before he recruited this teammate without fail. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use this alternate account. An autograph was impossible, not in this lifetime. Also not possible. If he sent this message and agitated the other party, he wouldn't just lose a teammate, but also the future of PG. So how should he reply? Qin Fei thought for a moment. Got it. ASDF, when you come to PG, you can ask Brother Fei for an autograph. Jingyu is not a salted fish, okay? ASDF, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Jingyu hesitated for a moment. When he saw the other party reply to PG, he lost his mind. His mind was filled with Brother Fei's autograph. Now that he saw that it wasn't easy to get the autograph, he finally came back to his senses. He started to question whether the other party was really from PG. Could it be an imposter? Based on the style alone, the four of them were fast-paced. They did inherit PG's usual brutality, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that they were deliberately imitating them. Jingyu cherished this opportunity that came knocking on his door, but he wasn't stupid enough to be led by the nose. Therefore, he became very cautious with his next reply. Jingyu is not a salted fish, you're a member of PG. ASDF, yes. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, how do you prove it? Qin Fei thought for a moment, turned on another computer, logged into his main account, and casually kicked out a friend. He searched for the ID, Jingyu, not salted fish, and sent him a friend request. When Jingyu received the friend request, he looked at the ID, PG Sleep. His hand trembled as he clicked accept. It took him a long time to react. Until the ASDF sent another message, ASDF, I asked Brother Fei to add you. Look at your rank. You're a real person. After PG Sleep sent the friend request, he went offline. Jingyu maintained a look of disbelief as he clicked on the ID's career data. The Lord Rank Gold badge almost blinded his titanium dog eyes. Looking at the winning percentage again, it was 69%, a full 12% higher than his 57%. Needless to say, PG Sleep's number of matches was several times that of his, so his win rate was on a completely different level. My God! Alive! It's Jingyu, not salted fish, oh my God! ASDF, question mark. ASDF, so excited that you're incoherent. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, let me join the team, boss. I can play any position. I can use any demon. ASDF, bro, calm down. Reality had proven that no matter how persistent he was, he couldn't withstand a single blow from his god. However, Jingyu was just saying that to express his love for Qin Fei. In his heart, he still hoped that he could use his favorite demon to participate in the Pro League. Thus, he quickly calmed down. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, boss, what did you want to ask? Ask away. ASDF, okay. ASDF, first of all, what's your gender and age? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, male, 20 years old. I'm the same as Brother Fei. We're both from City S. Qin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Judging from the other party's tone, he thought it was a girl. It wasn't that female players couldn't play, but it wasn't convenient to live with a group of guys. ASDF, you only play as a jungler. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, something like that. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, if it's a top laner. I can practice. ASDF, no need. Jingyu was puzzled. Wasn't PG lacking a top laner? Could it be that they wanted him to be a second-team PG and wanted him to be their jungler? Before he could ask, he saw the other party's next question. ASDF, what do you usually use as a jungler? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, mainly Heart of Ice, Moonshade Spider, and Flower Petal of Datura. ASDF, did you choose demons based on their looks? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, hey, you found out. ASDF, and they're all so unpopular. Do you know the commonly used demons? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, sword burial or something. Yes. ASDF, what does this mean? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, I'm good at sword burial. ASDF, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, but my heart of ice is even better. Alright, Qin Fei roughly understood. This was a person who was very confident in his jungler skills. He wanted to see if this person was really that good. ASDF, one-on-one. ASDF, will both use sword burial. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, sure. Actually, at this moment, Jingyu was already a little sleepy. However, when he thought about how he would have the chance to fight side by side with Qin Fei in the future, he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. If it was a one-on-one battle, so be it. If they were both using sword burial, no one would be able to take advantage of the other. It was best to use it to test each other's skills. Thus, very quickly, Jingyu received a request to spar from ASDF and chose to accept. The two of them chose sword burial, adjusted their sprite commandeering and equipment, and clicked to enter the battlefield. Sword burial could be jungled or walked. Because it was a one-on-one battle, the two of them didn't bring retribution and planned to fight head-on in the middle lane. Jingyu controlled his sword burial to the first tower in the middle lane and soon saw ASDF's sword burial. The beginning of the battle was very stable. The two of them replenished their troops without interfering with each other. Whether it was their level or their economy, they were both steadily increasing. The gap between them was very small. After a while, both of them reached level 6 and had big moves. Then, ASDF's sword burial took the lead and rushed towards Jingyu with his 40-meter-long sword. Jingyu decisively used his displacement skill, but instead of going down the tower, he went in the direction of the ASDF. After he used his teleportation skill, he immediately used a damaging skill to catch the ASDF off guard. Unexpectedly, the ASDF also used his teleportation skill and instantly appeared behind Jingyu. While dodging Jingyu's skill, he also used his own skill. Jingyu hurriedly used his defensive skill to block the damage from the ASDF and then attacked. The ASDF didn't dodge, and the two of them attacked each other openly. At this time, the ASDF's sword burial's HP was obviously lower than Jingyu's sword burial. However, no matter if it was Qin Fei or Jingyu, they didn't dare to relax at all. Because they both knew, their opponent's flash and heal had not been used. He still had his big move. The same monster, the same level and economy, and even the equipment dropped so far were about the same. If they wanted to win this battle, it would depend on how both sides calculated their damage. Jingyu opened his eyes wide and stared at the computer screen, afraid to miss any details. He estimated the ASDF's HP and the damage from the minions, and decisively used his big move at the right time. Almost at the same time, the ASDF used his defensive skill. Fuck! Jingyu couldn't help but exclaim. Obviously, he didn't expect his opponent to use his defensive skill at this time. Although it could only block a portion of the damage from the big move, it was enough for him to survive. Sure enough, after Jingyu used his big move, the ASDF sword burial still had a sliver of HP left, and he didn't hesitate to use his big move. Jingyu took the full brunt of the big move and hurriedly used heal. Then, he stared at the gap between the ASDF's big move and used teleport. He wanted to use his newly refreshed teleportation skill to finish off the ASDF's low HP. But he didn't expect the ASDF to use Flash without hesitation after using his big move. Jingyu wanted to use Flash to chase after the ASDF, but he didn't expect the ASDF to teleport back in front of him and attack him. System, sword burial, 1 kill. System, sword burial has been killed. Jingyu was stunned for a moment before he realized what had just happened. Flash away and teleport back, what kind of trick was that? So the ASDF used Flash to dodge his teleportation skill. At the end, he should have used Flash to evade his displacement, however, who would want to go back and take the opponent's head after successfully escaping with only a sliver of HP left? Enemy, ASDF, Sword Burial. You're running away from Sword Burial. Ally, Jingyu is not a salted fish, Sword Burial. I'll give you a head first. I'm afraid you'll lose too badly later. Yo, you know how to trash talk. Qin Fei chuckled. Enemy, ASDF, Sword Burial. Come, let's see when you can make me take it seriously. Ally, Jingyu is not a salted fish, Sword Burial. I'm coming. Jingyu controlled the reborn Zhong's sword to rush toward Tower 1. As he rushed, he looked at the economy of both sides. Sure enough, the death just now had caused him to lose a lot of economy, and the gap between their levels had widened. Jingyu frowned and didn't dare to mess around anymore. He shrunk under the tower and wretchedly dealt damage. Enemy, ASDF, Sword Burial. If you have the ability to deal damage, then come out of the tower. Enemy, Jingyu is not a salted fish, Sword Burial. Hey, I don't want to. Come and hit me. Qin Fei's face darkened. Why did he suddenly feel like this was so annoying? Thus, Qin Fei really controlled his Sword Burial to rush into the tower and use his ultimate. Jingyu's heal had already been used, but it was still on cooldown. He wanted to press E to defend, but it was too late. He took the ultimate attack head-on. There was no point in pressing E after taking the ultimate attack, so he pressed Q instead. He wanted to cooperate with the tower to kill this bastard who didn't care about his own life. He didn't expect the opponent to use defense at this time, blocking both the skill damage and the tower damage. Once the defense shield broke, Jingyu and the ASDF pressed teleport at almost the same time. One ran and one chased, but the distance between them was still the same. Then, the ASDF used a damaging skill. Jingyu defended, but his health was still at low health. Too hard to deal with. Jingyu roared as he used Blink, but he hid behind the ASDF. In the next second, the ASDF's Sword Burial missed. Jingyu's Sword Burial used his ultimate, sacrificing one of his ultimate attacks to kill the ASDF. 1 draw. Chapter 7. This time, the economic gap between them was made up. Jingyu secretly sighed in relief. He controlled Sword Burial to return to the first tower and continue to kill his troops. However, just as all his skills were off cooldown and he was ready to receive the next attack from the ASDF, a message suddenly appeared in the chat. Enemy, ASDF, Sword Burial. GGGG was an abbreviation for good game, meaning that it was a beautiful match. When the winner typed GG, it was usually used to mock the loser. When the loser typed GG, it meant that they admitted defeat and indirectly praised the opponent for playing well. Now, the ASDF Sword Burial was at a disadvantage. When he typed GG, it was obvious that he had admitted defeat. Sure enough, not long after this message appeared, the ASDF admitted defeat and ended the match. Jingyu blinked his eyes in confusion, as if he hadn't had enough. It was Jingyu, not salted fish. You're done. ASDF, yes, that's enough. It was Jingyu, not salted fish. GG, I told you that Sword Burial is very good. ASDF, another round. I'll be serious this time. It was Jingyu, not salted fish. Jingyu was instantly terrified because he knew that regardless of whether the ASDF went easy on him or not, he had at least given it his all. He had fought to a draw with the ASDF when he had given it his all. He had played passively and uncomfortably. Another round probably wouldn't be any better. Therefore, he shamefully gave up. It was Jingyu, not salted fish. No, I'm so sleepy. ASDF, okay, go to sleep. When are you free to come to our club? It was Jingyu, not salted fish. I'm free during the day. You're free during the day. Qin Fei was stunned for a moment before he realized that he had forgotten to ask about the other party's occupation. If he was 20 years old, he should still be in university. Regardless of whether he was in school or working, he couldn't possibly be free during the day, right? ASDF, be more specific. It was Jingyu, not salted fish. I'm free before 6 every night. Qin Fei raised a hand and rubbed his chin. You're free before 6 every night. That means you're not free after 6 every night. What exactly did this person do? However, Qin Fei didn't really care about this. He just needed to know that the other party was free during the day. ASDF, then come over tomorrow at around 1 p.m. Bring your ID card. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, okay. Seeing the reply, Qin Fei sent an address to Jingyu. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, got it. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, well, ASDF, question mark. It's Jingyu, not salted fish. When I go over tomorrow, will Brother Fei be there? Qin Fei raised his hand to cover his face and blindly typed a word with one hand. ASDF, yes. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, okay. Thank you, boss. I will do my best. That night, Jingyu lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Thinking that he would be able to meet his favorite esports player tomorrow, he felt that everything was a bit unreal. Therefore, the first thing he did the next morning was to log into the game and check his chat history with ASDF carefully. After confirming that everything was real and that he wasn't dreaming, he was completely relieved. I want to leave a good impression on my idol. After taking a shower, Jingyu dawdled in front of the closet half-naked for a long time. Should I give him a gift? After finally putting on his clothes, Jingyu looked around his kennel and found that he didn't have anything to give, so he had to search online. Flowers. Girls usually give him more, and it's not practical at all. Tie. Scarf. It feels too personal. Lighter. Ashtray. I wonder if Brother Fei smokes. Underwear. What the hell am I thinking? After some hesitation, he realized that he wasn't going to meet Qin Fei alone, so he couldn't just bring him a gift. Finally, Jingyu bought a big cake to eat with the members of PG team. Since both PG Club and Jingyu were in S City, Jingyu left at 11:30 a.m. and arrived at the entrance of PG Club before 12:30 a.m. On the high-tech entrance of the club, there was the logo of PG team. In contrast to PG's ferocious style, PG's logo looked soft and cute. Even the color was light pink, and the shape of a pig could be vaguely seen. The full name of PG was listed in small red letters below, Play Gaily. Play Gaily. Jingyu was a bit surprised. He thought that PG's full name was related to pig. Speaking of which, was he too early? Could he go in? Jingyu hesitated for a while at the entrance, but he didn't dare to go in. He had to give up and find a place to rest for half an hour before coming back. However, just as he made up his mind to turn around, he bumped into someone, which gave him a fright. Sorry. After apologizing reflexively, Jingyu silently retreated to the side and made way. He then carefully looked up at the person he bumped into. It was a very handsome man, who was a whole head taller than him. The man was wearing a casual outfit with red and black interspersed. The wide collar revealed his sexy collarbone. Gulp. Jingyu couldn't help but swallow. It wasn't that he was obsessed with the man, but that he was intimidated by the man's aura. The man furrowed his eyebrows. He looked tired and impatient, as if he would punch him at any time. However, the punch he imagined didn't come. Instead, it was replaced by a cold voice. Take out. Ha! Jingyu didn't react in time. The man looked down at the cake in his hand and touched his chin thoughtfully. Is it someone's birthday today? Jingyu realized that the man had misunderstood. He explained awkwardly, no, that. I am here for an interview. Interview? A trace of confusion flashed across the man's face. Then, as if he thought of something, he suddenly said, salted fish. Ha! Jingyu froze for a moment before realizing that the man was calling him. He quickly nodded and responded, yes, I'm that salted fish. No, my game ID is Jingyu, not salted fish. Pfft. Qin Fei looked at the young man's bewildered expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He just came back from lunch and didn't expect to meet him at the door. It's only 12:30, right? Why are you here so early? Come in. Qin Fei hooked his arm around Jingyu's neck and led him into the door. Jingyu passively followed Qin Fei into PG's door. Before he could react, he was pushed onto the sofa in the living room. It's noon. We're all eating. Take a seat first. Qin Fei said as he went to the water dispenser to fill a disposable cup with water. Jingyu carried the cake to the coffee table in front of the sofa. He nervously looked at Qin Fei's back and guessed his identity. However, as he guessed, he became distracted. This person is so handsome. Is he a celebrity? So far, PG has only participated in online games, so Jingyu didn't know what Qin Fei looked like. But this didn't affect his love for Qin Fei. He could play such a beautiful game, even if he was an uncle, he would accept it. However, esports players weren't that old, so it shouldn't be possible for him to be an uncle. While he was still distracted, Qin Fei took 2 cups of water and sat down beside him. He handed one of the cups to him. Thank you. Jingyu carefully took the cup and took a sip. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. He was so confident in the game and had a strong desire to win. He even called him husband. He thought he would be a lively and outgoing person, but he didn't expect, what's your real name? Qin Fei asked tentatively. Jingyu. The other person almost didn't hesitate to answer. Jing as in Jingku, Yu as in the universe. Are you in college? No. Jingyu shook his head with both hands holding the paper cup. I didn't go to college after graduating from high school. I'm doing live streaming now. Oh, so he was busy after 6:00 every night because he was doing live streaming? Qin Fei suddenly understood. Live streaming of fighting the Devil Lord. Yes. Qin Fei wanted to ask more, but the voices outside the door suddenly became noisy. I bet 5 packs of spicy sticks that it's a girl. Then you must have lost. He said he's a man. A man called Brother Fei husband? I don't believe it. TSK, I say, can you two be more mature? You don't want to bet money, but you want to bet on spicy sticks. The 3 people chatted as they entered the PG room. Then they saw Qin Fei sitting on the sofa, and next to him. Ah-ha. It's a girl. I bet right, give me spicy sticks. A yellow-haired boy jumped on the spot and pulled the sleeve of the tall guy next to him. The tall guy and the other person raised their hands in tacit understanding and covered their eyes. The conversation just now couldn't have been overheard by this new friend, right? Awkward. Jingyu was at a loss on the sofa. He didn't know whether he should stand up or not. Before he could make a decision, the man next to him hooked his neck. Let me introduce you. Qin Fei said, crossing his legs and raising his head in the direction of the 3 people. The yellow-haired guy with no gender is Luo Yiming, our family's archer. 1. Yes, 1. Qin Fei nodded. And the one who's taller than the Tokyo Tower, Hanlang, support. Kish. Yes. And Yezi. Oh, Yezi my ass. Yihong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do I have to be so perfunctory? Then he walked to the coffee table in front of Jingyu and sat down. He smiled and reached out a hand to him. Hello, I'm Yihong, PG's mid laner. Jingyu blankly reached out and shook the other person's hand. He was flattered. Hello. I'm Jingyu, Jing as in Jingku, Yu as in the universe. After letting go, he suddenly realized something and showed an expression of disbelief. PG's mid laner, archer, and support were all here. Where was the jungler? He turned his head mechanically and looked at Qin Fei. He opened his mouth slightly but couldn't say a word. Until the other party spoke first, answering the question in his heart in a casual tone. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm PG's captain, Qin Fei. Chapter 8. Qin Fei. He was actually, so handsome. Jingyu was confused by his first reaction, from Sigma Pan Jihua and Gorilla Duan Luo Zhan vomit filth to suck. The third reaction was, I'm finished. I didn't do anything wrong just now, did I? She wouldn't leave a bad impression on him, would she? Fourth reaction, oh my god, I am so happy that I am about to faint. Fifth reaction, signature. Yes, she could faint, but she couldn't forget her signature. Qin Fei and Jingyu looked at each other. Seeing that he didn't move for a long time, Qin Fei couldn't help but raise a hand and wave in front of his eyes. Still alive. Jingyu immediately blinked and came back to his senses. Brother Fei. I've liked you for a long time. Qin Fei, wait for the autograph. Can you sign? Jingyu was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he did not expect Qin Fei to guess his thoughts. His idol said, wait. Of course, he had to wait obediently, so he remained silent. Qin Fei carefully looked at the young man beside him. He claimed to be 20 years old, but he looked like he was still underage. Perhaps because the curve of his jaw was too soft, it made his side profile somewhat androgynous. It was no wonder that Luo Yiming mistook him for a girl. Actually, he was quite good-looking, but rather than handsome, he was more beautiful. Especially his eyes, which had turned into a bright amber color under the light. The more one looked at him, the more attractive he was. It was completely different from what he had imagined. He was not a fat otaku who never left the house and was covered in fat, nor was he an arrogant brat who thought that he was invincible. He was dressed in white and looked very clean and pure, like a newborn cub. Facing such a person, even the usually fierce and domineering Qin Fei couldn't help but soften his tone. Today, we have a practice match at 2 p.m. Our opponent is the 7th place of the last season's Pro League, Ain. You'll be the jungler. Then you. I'll pay. Qin Fei said without hesitation. The original top laner couldn't keep up with our pace, so he left 2 days ago. The corner of Luo Yiming's mouth twitched as he whispered to Hanlang beside him. Brother Fei snatched them away. Hanlang shrugged. Is there a problem? Qin Fei asked Jingyu seriously. With such a serious tone, Jingyu was a little afraid to look him in the eye. No, all right then. Yezi, bring him to familiarize himself with the equipment. Okay. The person sitting on the coffee table stood up and walked to the training room at the side of the hall. That was the training room for PG's official members, and there were only 5 computers. Yihong's face gave off a mature and steady feeling, so walking beside him, Jingyu didn't feel as pressured as when facing Qin Fei. He became a lot more lively. I like you 2 other people play 1 round and then leave, but you always come back and slap them in the face. Of course, it feels the best to slap them in the face. Jingyu's fleet gathered the skeletons and soared to support Baiten. Actually, I'm okay, at least I know how to return to the city. Yihong laughed. When Yellow Hair fights, he doesn't even recognize his own family. Yellow Hair, Luo Yiming, 1, PG's archer. Oh, Jingyu finally found the right person, his positioning is super good, and he often gets MVP. After all, archers are in the center position. You can use this computer. Yihong pointed to the innermost computer and said to Jingyu, the one next to you is Brother Fei's, don't touch his things. Okay, I won't touch it. Jingyu walked to the innermost computer and sat down. The computer was turned on, but the desktop was very clean, as if no one had used it. Jingyu double-clicked the Devil Lord icon, opened the login screen, entered his account password, and entered. Are you used to the mouse and keyboard? Yihong sat down in front of the computer in the middle and logged into his account. He logged into a SMUF account, the one that sent the message to Jingyu, JKLL. Jingyu held the mouse and moved it around. It felt okay, but he still needed some time to get used to it. I'll try out matchmaking, you want to join? Sure, Nakano team up. Yihong agreed without hesitation and sent a team invitation to Jingyu. Jingyu clicked accept. At this time, Qin Fei, Luo Yiming, and Han Lang were still sitting on the sofa in the living room, resting. Luo Yiming sat in the seat that Jingyu had sat in and poked the cake on the coffee table. Whose birthday is it today? Nope. Jingyu brought it over as a greeting gift, probably. Qin Fei said, but he wasn't sure. He still hadn't decided whether to sign him or not. It was enough for him to come, why bring a cake? Of course, he didn't know that this cake was specially bought by Jingyu for him, and that the others were just basking in his glory. Luo Yiming didn't hold back. His hand had already taken the ribbon from the cake box, but it was slapped away by Qin Fei. Did you not eat enough for lunch? Luo Yiming's hand continued to rub against the cake box. It's a waste not to eat it. Do you know dessert? This time, Han Lang couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Luo Yiming's restless hand. Then we should wait for Jingyu and Yezi to come and eat together. As he spoke, he suddenly thought of a problem and looked at Qin Fei. By the way, Brother Fei, have you told the coach about Jingyu? Qin Fei was 20 years old, Luo Yiming was 19 years old, Yihong and Han Lang were both 21 years old, but they all called Qin Fei Brother Fei. Qin Fei was already used to it. He didn't feel any pressure being called brother by people older than him. He calmly replied, no, we'll talk about it when he comes. In the past few days, PG's coach, former professional player Fang Luofan, had been fretting over who to pick for PG's top laner. It wasn't hard to find a top laner, but there were very few top laners who could keep up with Qin Fei's pace. No, it was impossible to find one. However, if a top laner couldn't keep up with the team's pace, the team's survivability would decrease, and it would be easy for the team to be wiped out. I'm worried to death. The 30-year-old Fang Luofan was so worried that his hair was about to turn white. 3 years ago, he was in a car accident and suffered a comminuted fracture in his right hand. He regretfully left the esports scene. Later, his hand recovered, but he couldn't recover the hand speed he used to have. After returning from the injury, he could only be a commentator. Until 3 months ago, a team named PG appeared out of nowhere. They dominated the qualifiers and got the ticket to the group stage. Almost at the same time, they threw him an olive branch and hired him as PG's coach. Fang Luofan still couldn't forget the first time he met Qin Fei offline. This fierce-looking youth, with his chin slightly raised, said to him in an arrogant tone, I'll be the champion and you too. At that time, Qin Fei was a top laner. When Fang Luofan was still a pro player, he played top laner. Qin Fei never said who he liked as a pro player, but from his playstyle, Fang Luofan saw himself from back then. Perhaps, because of this, Fang Luofan's brain went haywire and accepted Qin Fei's invitation. At that time, Luo Yiming hadn't joined PG yet. PG's archer was Han Lang. That's right, the current support. At that time, the support and jungler was Qin Fei's high school classmate. After helping Qin Fei get into the group stage, he left PG and focused on his studies. Qin Fei couldn't find teammates and couldn't continue the game, so he found Fang Luofan. Rather than inviting him to be PG's coach, it was more accurate to say that he wanted to use his fame in the esports scene to recruit new members. Fang Luofan did not disappoint him. On the second day after he became the coach, he poached Luo Yiming, who was not valued, from another team. As an archer, Luo Yiming liked to attack close to the opponent's face. He didn't care about the long-range advantage, so he was disliked by his original team. However, Fang Luofan discovered his talent in positioning. Luo Yiming liked to attack close to the opponent's face, but he wasn't stupid enough to rush forward. His positioning was very flexible, and the opposing archer couldn't hit him very often. What about Han Lang? When he used archer, he was all kinds of dirty, but when he used support, he was fierce. He didn't lose to Qin Fei at all. Just like that, PG's initial style and direction of development was established. Then a serious problem was revealed: the jungler couldn't keep up. In fact, before changing countless top laners, PG had changed countless junglers. But at that time, PG hadn't gotten out of the group stage yet, so there wasn't much attention, so no one paid attention to it. In this way, PG changed his teammates and adjusted his tactics. Finally, under the leadership of Qin Fei, the warrior-type jungler, they got out of the group stage. The early stage of the top laner was relatively monotonous. Because the small team battles in the early stage were mainly between the mid and bottom laners, the top laner rarely participated. So, before finding a suitable new member, Fang Luofan decided to give up the top laner, and highlight the advantages of the mid and bottom laners. Qin Fei was stuffed into the jungler position. After all, PG's style was to fight in the early stage. As long as they could play in the early stage, there wasn't much pressure to win. Facts proved that Fang Luofan's choice was right. PG was like this. Under the circumstances of sacrificing the top laner, they won all the way in the knockout stage, and got the ticket to the point competition, becoming famous in one battle. At that time, PG's popularity was unmatched by any team in Devil Lord. As long as you played this game, there was no one who didn't know about PG. However, the reality was always full of drama. In the quarterfinals, PG was defeated. There was nothing to say, literally, they were defeated. In the round-robin format, they played a BO3 against 7 strong teams, and all of them ended up with a miserable 0-2. The -14 score was like a basin of cold water, drenching the hearts of the new fans that PG attracted in the knockout stage. But even so, Qin Fei's individual performance in the point competition was still outstanding, and he led the tempo well several times. Unfortunately, the top laner couldn't keep up. Fang Luofan was really worried to death. He clearly knew that if they didn't solve the problem of the top laner, they wouldn't be able to survive the 4th season of the Pro League, let alone the point competition. They wouldn't even be able to survive the Invitational Tournament before the qualifiers. The last 2 in the Invitational Tournament would be eliminated into the official tournament, and they would have to fight their way out of the official tournament to be able to enter the quarterfinals again, and qualify to compete against strong teams. Sorry, Fang Luofan Sr., I know myself, I know that I can't keep up with PG's tempo, so, well, since you've already made your decision, then, do your best. Fang Luofan hung up the phone and sighed. The last possibility was also eliminated. PG. was the only way to change the style of the game. He was unwilling, but he couldn't do anything about it. Fong Luofan sighed again, drank the coffee in his cup, got up and left the coffee shop, and walked towards PG's club. First, he needed to discuss with Qin Fei how to deal with the afternoon's mock competition. Chapter 9. Qin Fei sat on the sofa in the living room for a while. Suddenly, he got up and walked towards the practice room. I'm going to take a look. Luo Yiming knew what he wanted to see. He quickly got up and followed him. I'm going too. As a PG-ranked player, he was always full of curiosity and anticipation towards the arrival of a new teammate. Hanling didn't say anything, but his body followed the two's footsteps. After a while, the three of them squeezed into the practice room, which wasn't very spacious. Jingyu and Yi Hong were in a duo. The game had been going on for more than 10 minutes, and the second magic board had just refreshed. Yi Hong was using Nine-Tailed Fox, while Jingyu was using Heart of Ice. The two had just finished off the opposing mid lane and were rushing towards the bottom lane together. Qin Fei stood behind Jingyu and looked at the score, 12-2. He then looked at Jingyu's record, 8 kills, 0 deaths, 4 assists. He then glanced at Yi Hong's record, 4 kills, 0 deaths, 8 assists. How many times did you guys grab the mid lane? Luo Yiming asked. Obviously, he had also found clues from the two's records. They had a total of 12 kills, and all of them were in the hands of Jingyu and Yi Hong. One could only imagine how often the mid laners worked together. The opposing mid lane was probably doubting life right now. Sure enough, Yi Hong casually said, not many, only 10 times. The other 2 kills were from the opposing archer and support. Wow, you guys are too brutal. Han Lang mourned for the opposing mid lane for a second. I wonder if he'll still dare to play mid laner after this game. Yi Hong shrugged. He didn't comment. Qin Fei watched Jingyu's play with great interest. He didn't say anything, but the corners of his lips were raised in a playful arc. On the screen, after Heart of Ice rushed to the bottom lane, she first squatted in the bushes. Nine-Tailed Fox, on the other hand, fearlessly rushed between the archer and support, and used Fox's Wrath to send the two of them flying in different directions. Then, the Nine-Tailed Fox unleashed its ultimate attack, its 9 tails wildly attacking the archer. Heart of Ice also used a displacement skill to support him. She released an ice blade and took away almost a third of his HP immediately after. Nine-Tailed Fox, with the help of their archer, took out the enemy archer's head with a fireball. Then, she cast a crowd control spell on the support who was trying to escape. Heart of Ice seized the opportunity and killed the support with a barrage of attacks. System, Heart of Ice requests to assemble. Jingyu sent out a signal requesting for a rendezvous. At the same time, Qi and Yi Hong's Nine-Tailed Fox headed towards the magic wheel. Aside from the top laner, all the Hellions on their side were gathered around the magic wheel. Without any interference, they easily took down the magic wheel. This wave of play, whether it was the timing or the coordination between the players, was done extremely well. Especially Yi Hong, he was the best at catching the enemy off guard. The release of the 3 skills, Fox's Wrath, was unexpected but also perfect. It stunned Jingyu for a long time. Most players who played Nine-Tailed would first throw a fireball from afar to reduce the enemy's HP. Then, they would attack while retreating, slowly grinding the enemy to death. The Fox's Wrath could send the enemy flying, so it was usually reserved for when the enemy closed in on them to save their lives. As for Yi Hong, he directly rushed between the enemy archer and support and used this skill to separate the archer and support. Then, he isolated the archer and attacked him face to face. He had both strategy and courage. It was really too amazing. In comparison, Jing Yu's play wasn't outstanding, but he didn't make any mistakes either. It could be considered normal. However, the members of Team PG clearly had different opinions. Luo Yiming, Yezi, you actually used the Hellion that you're best at in a match. Don't you have any shame? Yi Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You have to use your natal Hellion in a match. Why can Jing Yu use it but I can't? Han Lang, you even use such a coquettish skin. Are you trying to use a honey trap to make the enemy let down their guard? You're so bad. Yi Hong snorted. Coquettish eyes. Coquettish. Qin Fei, last season's points competition, your nine-tailed was always in the ban position. If you didn't use it, why would you practice it? Do you have a lot of time? Yi Hong instantly cowered. Brother Fei, I was wrong. I won't use it in my next life. Pfft, there was no doubt that this burst of laughter came from Jing Yu. After he finished laughing, he felt the gazes of the four people fall on him. He suddenly lowered his head and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Pfft, this time, Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh again. He patted Jing Yu's shoulder. Good luck in the afternoon's mock competition. If you can beat Ain, you can sign with PG, okay? Jing Yu replied weakly. After a moment of silence, he asked hesitantly, directly as an official member. Yes. Is there a problem? No. Jing Yu replied. He felt that everything was a bit unreal. Before he came to PG, he thought that PG wanted to build a second team and make him their jungler. He felt that he was already very lucky to have the chance to meet Qin Fei. He didn't expect that Qin Fei would tell him that as long as he could beat Ain, he would directly sign him as an official member. In other words, as long as he signed the contract, he would be able to fight side by side with Qin Fei. It was really unreal. His heart was excited and uneasy, but his hands remained steady. In less than 20 minutes, they destroyed all of the enemy's towers and won the match without even using the magic dragon. The MVP of the match was given to Yi Hong's nine-tailed fox by the system. However, Jing Yu's Heart of Ice was not bad either. It was only 0.2 points lower than the nine-tailed fox. I also want to play duo with Jing Yu. Luo Yiming couldn't help but shout as soon as the match ended. Duo, 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 duo. Team up. Why don't we just have 3 rows? Han Lang said as he sat down in front of the computer closest to the door. No other support can protect a shooter like you. You make it sound like you've protected me before. Haven't you been dealing damage all this time? My equipment is still support equipment, so I don't need to specifically protect you. I just need to keep up with your pace. What's more, it's support equipment. This time, all 4 of their gazes were focused on Han Lang. Did he forget how he fought with the archer for damage last night? Han Lang coughed softly and sang with a strange melody. Yesterday's me is no longer me. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could log into his account, he heard familiar footsteps outside. In the training room, everyone except Jing Yu was stunned. Luo Yiming was the first to speak. Coach, you're back. I think so, Yi Hong replied. You guys enter the game later. I'll go out and take a look, Qin Fei said as he left the training room and walked toward the main hall. He didn't notice that Jing Yu secretly sighed in relief after he left. However, Luo Yiming, who had been sizing him up, seemed to have noticed something. He smiled mysteriously. You like Brother Fei? Jing Yu nodded without hesitation. Yes. What kind of like? Ah. Brother Fei is your husband. Luo Yiming smiled even more playfully. Hearing this, Jing Yu's face instantly turned red. He lowered his head in embarrassment and wished he could find a hole to hide in. Actually, when he saw that Yi Hong's Smurf ID was JKLL, he already guessed who was in the car last night. That ASDF couldn't be Qin Fei, right? He couldn't have said the words "Brother Fei is my husband" in front of Qin Fei, right? Jingyu wanted to explain, but he couldn't open his mouth for a long time. Fortunately, Luo Yiming only wanted to tease him and didn't take it to heart. "You scared me to death, you know? I saw the chat history on Brother Fei's smuff this morning and thought you were a girl. How inconvenient would it be to live here? Gee. I thought you really wanted Jingyu to be a girl." Han Lang was surprised. "You even bet me 5 packs of spicy sticks." "That's 2 different things, okay?" Luo Yiming looked at Han Lang with disdain. "I think he's a girl, and I hope he's not a girl. There's no conflict at all. So when are you going to give me the 5 packs of spicy sticks?" Hearing this, Jingyu couldn't help but want to laugh. The embarrassment just now disappeared. He felt that the atmosphere here was not bad. At this time, Qin Fei had already sat down on the sofa in the living room. Not long after, a person pushed open the door and walked in. It was Fang Luofan, PG's coach. He looked a little tired. He silently walked to Qin Fei and sat down next to him. He let out a long sigh. Then, he noticed the cake on the table. Fang Luofan froze for a moment and hesitated. "Is it someone's birthday today?" Chapter 10. Qin Fei was about to tell Fang Luofan about Jingyu, but when he heard Fang Luofan's words, he sneered. "What's wrong?" Fang Luofan looked at him in confusion. Qin Fei had already explained it to Luo Yiming, so he had to explain it to Fang Luofan again. "No, our new jungler brought it over. It should be a greeting gift." "New jungler?" Fang Luofan exclaimed. His first reaction was, "You quit." Qin Fei rolled his eyes. "Who's quitting? I don't really like jungling." This was the truth. His personality made him more inclined to fight head-on with the enemy. This was the top laner's playstyle. What about jungling? What they did was usually sneak attacks and chasing. Qin Fei's jungling was fierce because he couldn't get rid of his experience as a top laner and his innate personality. The more he played, the more he was like a top laner. And the monsters he used as jungling were mostly tank type or warrior type. They didn't have much of an advantage in sneak attacks and chasing. He was the exact opposite of Jingyu. The monsters that Jingyu was good at, whether it was Heart of Ice or Moonshade Spider, were all assassin-type monsters. Their common characteristics were high movement speed, high damage, and brittleness. They were very suitable for sneak attacks and chasing. But this also meant that the person who used these monsters had to have good awareness and be able to grasp the opportunity to flexibly use the monsters to chase and escape. Fang Luofan wasn't stupid. He quickly understood Qin Fei's meaning. "You want to be a top laner?" Qin Fei nodded. Fang Luofan's next sentence was, "I haven't played in a long time. Are you okay?" Qin Fei wanted to roll his eyes again. "You? Why didn't you ask me if I was okay when you asked me to jungling?" Fang Luofan smiled. "So what about the new barbarians?" Someone who could make Qin Fei give up his jungler position without worry was definitely not simple. This was probably the best news Fang Luofan had heard in the past 3 months. Even though he hadn't seen the new jungler in action, he was looking forward to the 4th season of the Pro League in a week. Inside. Qin Fei raised a hand and pointed to the training room behind him with his thumb. However, he was not in a hurry to get up and lead the way. Instead, he commented, "The jungler's awareness is not bad. He can keep up with our rhythm and rarely makes mistakes. I can see that he is a person with a strong desire to win. No matter what happens, he wants to win." The image of a hot-blooded youth appeared in Fang Luofan's mind. This guy chose his fiendish demons based on their looks. The fiendish demons he usually uses are all pretty good-looking. The image of the young man in Fong Luofan's mind suddenly became wretched. He seems to be quite persistent in wanting to use these demons as a profession. The hot-blooded and wretched youth in Fong Luofan's mind suddenly turned into a brat. Plus, the gift was a cake. How old was this young man? After listening to Qin Fei's evaluation, Fong Luofan's expectations for the new jungler dropped by several levels. He asked uneasily, "Are you satisfied?" Qin Fei smiled and shrugged. He didn't comment. "I'll go take a look myself," Fong Luofan said. He left the sofa and walked to the training room with a nervous expression. "Coach." "Good afternoon, coach." Luo Yiming, who was in the training room, had been staring at the door. The moment Fong Luofan stepped in, he immediately shouted. Immediately after, Yi Hong and Han Leng also greeted the coach. Fong Luofan nodded in response. His gaze swept across the faces of the three people in turn and landed on the unfamiliar face in the innermost part. It was completely different from what he imagined. There was no hot-blooded, no wretched, and no trace of a brat. It was a very clean and pure young man. He seemed to be a little nervous. He was looking at him timidly, wanting to say something but hesitating. Jing Yu was indeed very nervous. He didn't know what to call PG's coach. Should he also call him coach? But he hadn't signed a contract with PG yet. He didn't even know who PG's coach was. Fortunately, Fong Luofan didn't care. He smiled gently and said, "You guys are good. I'm so tired from poaching people everywhere. In the blink of an eye, you guys have quietly found a teammate. Aren't you going to introduce him? His name is Jing Yu," Yi Hong said as he got up and walked behind Jing Yu's chair. He put his hands on his shoulders, Jing as in Jing Ku, Yu as in the universe, right? Jing Yu nodded and seemed to relax a little. He said to Fong Luofan, "Hello, coach." "Whatever, I'll call him coach too. It's not wrong to call him that with everyone else." Fong Luofan nodded with satisfaction, "Hello." Then he asked straightforwardly, "You only play jungling. Have you played in other positions?" Jing Yu replied obediently, "At first, I played in all positions. Later, I played jungling whenever I could. Unless someone fought with me for a position, I would fill in the gaps." It was obvious that he hadn't received any professional training. Was he an ordinary player in Devil Lord? Fong Luofan pondered for a while and continued to ask, "Do you like jungling?" "Kind of." Jing Yu's answer was ambiguous. Rather than jungling, it was more accurate to say that he liked the appearance of most jungling monsters. However, after jungling for a while, he did enjoy the pleasure of killing people and the sense of accomplishment of nimbly escaping from the enemy's pursuit. So, he really did like jungling. Fong Luofan continued to ask, "Which monsters are you good at?" Hearing this question, Jing Yu became nervous again. Last night, when he answered Qin Fei, he didn't have much hope, so he directly answered with Heart of Ice. But now, he was in the PG club. Thinking that as long as he stayed, he could fight side by side with Qin Fei in the competition. He didn't want to give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he thought carefully for a long time and then replied hesitantly, "Most jungling monsters know how to use it. I know the powerful monster Azrael, the more commonly used monsters like Sword Burial and Quangu." After a pause, he added, "But I'm still best at Heart of Ice." After hearing the first half of the sentence, Fong Luofan was quite satisfied, but when he heard the last sentence, he didn't react for a long time. Heart of Ice. Best at. This monster didn't even appear in normal matchmaking, let alone in the professional league. He actually said he was best at. This time, Fong Luofan was silent for a long time. Jinyu looked at him nervously, as if he was waiting for the judgment of the end of the world. However, after a period of silence, Fong Luofan spoke again. He completely ignored his own opinion on this matter and said something else. Everyone, come to the conference room. I'll talk about the training match at 2:00. Jinyu blinked and didn't react until Yi Hong patted his shoulder. Come, follow us, little Jinyu. Jinyu was slightly stunned by the doting tone. He instinctively got up and followed Yi Hong's footsteps. After leaving the conference room, he saw Qin Fei standing up from the sofa. Qin Fei didn't need anyone to remind him. He took the initiative to follow the group and walked beside Jinyu. Jinyu wanted to look at him, but he didn't dare. He lowered his head in embarrassment. He didn't expect Qin Fei to take the initiative to put his arm around his neck and laugh in his ear. That was PG's coach, Fong Luofan. He used to be a professional player too. He has a good temper. You don't have to be so nervous when facing him. Relax. Okay. Jinyu nodded. He wouldn't say that he was nervous because Qin Fei was beside him. PG's conference room was much bigger than the training room. There were more chairs and it could hold 12 people. The 6 people found their seats and sat down. Fong Luofan sat at one end of the long table in the conference room. He skillfully turned on his laptop and turned on the projector. The projector showed some of Ain's information. Everyone here, except for Jinyu who just joined, has played against Ain before. Do you still remember Ain's style? When Fong Luofan became serious, his voice didn't have the gentleness from before. It became very rational and even a little cold. Luo Yiming raised his hand and answered, I know. 2 words, wretched. Fong Luofan coughed lightly. He ignored his answer and continued, they play very cautiously. If they can't win, they run. They rarely give us a chance to kill them. Although this team is only 1 place higher than us in the points competition, their play style is the one that counters us the most. Ain's starting lineup is about these 5 people. There's also a substitute. Because he rarely plays, let's not talk about him today. At this point, Fong Luofan flipped through the information and started to analyze Ain's members one by one. Let's first look at Ain's top laner. PL is a warrior-type demon. Their most commonly used demons are Sword Burial and Kwanggu. As everyone knows, Sword Burial is usually used as a jungler. However, PL likes to use this type of jungler as a top laner. They're not good in the early game, but they have an advantage in the late game. However, our current top laner is Qin Fei. It shouldn't be a problem to suppress him in the early game. In the late game, pay attention to protecting the backline. Next is Ain's jungler, Fly. He's an assassin-type demon. His jungler awareness is very strong. He runs wherever there's low HP. With him on the field, Yi Hong and Luo Yiming, the 2 of you should take it easy. Don't go too deep. Don't do things like fighting towers. Ong. Luo Yiming sprawled on the table. He was clearly dissatisfied with this request. Fong Luofan ignored his reaction and continued, Ain's mid laner, GY, is the opposite of the 2 of you. He couldn't help but sigh, you guys don't let go if you can kill. They don't stay if they can run. It's too difficult to kill them, especially in the early game. Be patient. Actually, the most troublesome part is their support. No matter if it's their control of the rhythm or their protection of the archer, they're all very good. Their mid laner and archer rarely die. They're always looking for the safest environment to deal damage. Therefore, Ain's strategy is roughly like this: support and protect the mage and archer to deal damage. Then, the top laner and jungler will harvest the low HP. We have to kill their backline as quickly as possible and then clean up the others. Only then will we be able to take the initiative. At this point, Fong Luofan raised his head and looked at everyone. After sweeping his gaze around, it fell on Jingyu's face. He probed, "Jingyu, what do you think?" Jingyu stared blankly for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he replied in a very serious tone, "I can win with Heart of Ice." Fong Luofan. Chapter 11. Qin Fei said that Fong Luofan had a good temper, and that was true. If it were any other coach, hearing a rookie say, "I can win with Heart of Ice," in the face of a top 8 team, they would have been kicked out of the game. Who knows where they would have been kicked out of the game. But Fong Luofan. He raised his arms and crossed his fingers to support his chin. He was silent for a long time. The entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke for a long time. This atmosphere made Jingyu feel even more pressured, but he swallowed hard and insisted on his idea. According to your analysis, the opposing support will always protect the archer and sorcerer. The 3 of them won't be standing too far apart. Heart of Ice has a crowd control ability. As long as we can control the opposing sorcerer and archer at the same time and seize the opportunity to attack, I feel like we should be able to win. This time, he was more tactful, but there was more confidence in his tone. No, rather than confidence, it was more accurate to say that he believed in PG's strength. He believed that as long as he could control the opposing team's damage output, his teammates would be able to grasp the rhythm of victory. Realizing this, Fong Luofan's face flashed with a hint of surprise. He asked Qin Fei, "Where did you find this person?" "In the game." Qin Fei's answer was very perfunctory, but it was the truth. Yi Hong helplessly added, "It's like this. Last night, the 4 of us created a team to play matchmaking. We matched up with Jingyu and realized that he could completely keep up with our rhythm, so we wanted him to try it out with us." This was clearly not the answer Fong Luofan wanted to hear. What he really wanted to know was, "Jingyu, do you know PG?" Jingyu was stunned. He didn't expect this question, but he still obediently answered, "I know. I watched the 3rd season of the Pro League." "Then what do you think of PG?" Fong Luofan was suddenly interested in Jingyu. This was his first time playing against a pro team. Even if it was just an online practice match, he could confidently say that he could win. This meant that he firmly believed in PG. Where did this confidence come from? Jingyu didn't think too much about it and honestly expressed his opinion. Other than the constantly changing top laners, every member of PG is actually very good. Their timing is good, and their positioning is good. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have been able to fight a fast-paced battle. However, no matter who is the top laner, they won't be able to keep up with the rhythm of the others. Demon Lord is a team game, and it's not something that can be won by one or a few outstanding players, especially when fighting against a strong team. That's right, what else? Actually, Fong Luofan was already very satisfied when he heard this. If he didn't have a certain level of skill, he wouldn't have been able to analyze it to this extent. The fact that Jingyu was able to analyze up to this point meant that he was very sensitive to things like rhythm. If it was him, he might really be able to fill the gap of PG. However, Fong Luofan just wanted to hear more. He wanted to hear a certain answer, so he asked another question. And this answer was given by Jingyu in the following answer: no matter which team they play against, PG can play very fiercely. This is largely due to Brother Fei. Brother Fei is really very strong. No matter what kind of monster he uses, he can play very fiercely. No matter who he meets, he can press forward with indomitable will. Even though he has always been a jungler, his style is very similar to that of a top laner. With him as a top laner, I don't think PG will lose again. I will work hard and try not to drag him down. After hearing this, Qin Fei immediately sneered. Luo Yiming directly laughed out loud. Han Lang originally wanted to hold it in, but after hearing Luo Yiming laugh so unscrupulously, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yi Hong laughed while raising his hand to cover his eyes. He didn't dare to look at Fang Luofan's expression. Fang Luofan's face was full of black lines. He didn't know what to say. No wonder Jing Yu believed in PG so much. So he was Qin Fei's brainless fan. How could he not believe in the esports player he idolized? The four of them were rocking back and forth with laughter. Only Jing Yu sat in his original position with a helpless expression. He blinked his eyes. Did he say something wrong? But he really thought that Brother Fei was very strong. No. It wasn't that he thought so, but Brother Fei was very strong to begin with. After giving the four of them enough time to laugh, Fang Luofan coughed twice. Quiet. The four of them gave him face and quieted down. Then Fang Luofan looked at Jing Yu and said with a serious face, Qin Fei is very strong, but he is not a god. There will always be times when he makes mistakes. He rarely makes mistakes. Jing Yu frowned slightly. He obviously didn't agree with Fang Luofan's words. Towards the end of the points competition, the top laner obviously gave up. The mid laner's awareness was lax and he was instantly killed by the opposing jungler several times. The archer also made all kinds of mistakes. Only Brother Fei never made a mistake and persisted until the end. Fang Luofan instinctively wanted to refute, but he couldn't say a single word. Because what Jing Yu said was the truth. This time, Luo Yiming and Yi Hong couldn't laugh. Luo Yiming lay on the table and pretended that the archer who made a mistake in positioning that Jing Yu said wasn't him. Yi Hong didn't even put down the hand that was covering his eyes. He pretended to be dead. Han Lang, who was ignored, quickly slapped the table and asked, "What about me? What about me? You didn't talk about me." Support. Jing Yu carefully tried to recall. He didn't have a clear memory of support. After all, his attention was focused on Qin Fei. However, since he didn't have any memory, it meant that the other party didn't make any big mistakes. So Jing Yu calmly said 4 words. Played as usual. Han Lang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He could only say that this new friend was so honest that it was cute. Fang Luofan couldn't help but cough again. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Let's focus on the match in the afternoon. Heart of Ice, this demon. He wanted to analyze the feasibility of Jing Yu's strategy, but suddenly he was stuck. In theory, this strategy could be tried. But Heart of Ice was so fragile. How could they control the archer and the mage while enduring their high damage? Wouldn't they be killed before they could get close? Without waiting for him to think about how to analyze it, Jing Yu opened his mouth again and asked tentatively, "Can I ask, who is our commander?" "Me." Without waiting for Fang Luofan to react, Qin Fei casually gave the answer. "Ah." Jing Yu sighed and didn't say anything else. Qin Fei looked at him with interest. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Jing Yu replied. "I'll listen to the command." "If I'm not the commander, what were you going to say?" Qin Fei asked playfully. He already knew the answer in his heart. So, without waiting for Jing Yu to answer, he said in a tone that didn't allow any rebuttal, "You'll be the commander in the afternoon." Gee. Jing Yu looked up in disbelief. Why? Qin Fei obviously didn't do it on a whim. First, you're a jungler. You don't have any pressure. It's easier for you to detect movements on the minimap and react to them. Second, I hope you haven't forgotten that the training match in the afternoon will directly determine whether you stay or leave. So, it's fairer for you to be the commander. It's up to you whether you stay or leave. How about that? With such an answer, Jingyu couldn't find any rebuttal. He nodded firmly. Okay, I'll be the commander in the afternoon match. I'll do my best. At this time, Yihong had already put down the hand that was covering his eyes. He looked at Qin Fei helplessly. He clearly wanted this teammate, but he still used the training match to pressure him. Seriously, Yihong didn't doubt that even if they lost to ANE in the afternoon, Qin Fei would still do everything he could to make Jingyu stay. After all, this was someone who could make him feel at ease handing over his jungler position. However, through this meeting, he had a better understanding of Jingyu. This person was very competitive, but he was also very honest and cute. He had all sorts of brainless praises for Qin Fei, but he was also good at analyzing and had strong observation skills. When this kind of person said that he could win, it wasn't necessarily blind confidence. They could really look forward to the future of PG, right? Chapter 12. After the meeting ended, PG's members left the meeting room one by one. Jingyu was dragged back to the practice room by Luo Yiming. It could be seen that Luo Yiming hadn't given up on playing duo or trio with Jingyu. Fong Luofan didn't leave the meeting room. Qin Fei also didn't leave. Seeing that Qin Fei didn't leave, Fong Luofan raised his eyebrows in surprise. What's wrong? What do you think of him? Qin Fei asked. I haven't seen him play, so it's hard to say. Fong Luofan spoke truthfully. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and revealed a melancholy expression. I originally wanted to say something to comfort him so that he wouldn't be too nervous in the practice match, but now I'm hoping that he'll be a bit more nervous. After all, our opponent is ANE. They're in the top 8. We're also in the top 8. Qin Fei didn't mind. Yeah, we lost 0-2 to ANE in the top 8. Fong Luofan glared at him. Don't think that you can easily win just because you switched players. You've only played a few matches together, one match. Qin Fei corrected, we only played a few matches together. I give up. Fong Luofan didn't know what to say to Qin Fei. Actually, I thought that you'd be angry. When Qin Fei said this, his entire body relaxed as he leaned back in his chair. He didn't look at Fong Luofan. Clearly, he didn't dare face him right now. I gave you the task of poaching people, but the people you worked so hard to poach were all chased away by me. Among them were players from strong teams like Mai and Kid. In the end, the one I took a fancy to was someone who hadn't even stepped into the pro scene yet. Oh, so you know that poaching people is tiring. On this matter, Fong Luofan didn't have much of a temper. I want to be angry, but what's the use of being angry? If it's not suitable, then it's not suitable. If there's really someone who can fill the PG vacancy, I'll even welcome beggars. He paused for a moment. Seeing that Qin Fei did not respond, he spoke again. Actually, my original plan was that no matter who the top laner was, we would try to get used to each other for a while. Who knows, maybe they can keep up. How could it be that easy? This time, Qin Fei responded. If the person you found is an unorthodox person, you can try breaking in. Professional player. If you can't keep up within 5 rounds, forget it. Fong Luofan understood what Qin Fei meant. Most of the players who had received professional training had already developed their own playstyle and awareness. It was very difficult for them to change. If they couldn't keep up within 5 rounds, they might have to spend a year, 2 years, or even longer to adjust. And the next season of the Pro League was imminent. The game, Devil Lord, came out late and coincided with the craze of MOBA games that swept the world. It was not easy to rely on the exquisite graphics and modeling, as well as the creative and all-encompassing original characters and skills to stand out from a large number of MOBA games and receive the attention of the world. Devil Lord competitions had been around for a long time. But 3 years ago, the first pro league was officially launched in China. Then, 1 year after another, professional teams gradually took shape and stabilized. Until 3 months ago, in order to give more players a chance to participate and show themselves, the officials changed the pro league from 1 year to 1 season. The chances of winning the championship seemed to have increased, and the trophy was no longer so unattainable. It even lost its appeal. No one thought so. Because all the professional teams knew that the official arrangement meant that the Devil Lord International Championship was not far away. And the teams that could participate in the International Championship were all the best of the best in China. I want to win. Qin Fei gave Fang Luofan 3 words, and then calmly added, not just the domestic championship. The domestic championship is the first step. Fang Luofan froze. Even if he was no longer a professional player, he could still feel Qin Fei's emotions. He was somewhat excited. After all, this was once his dream. And now, PG's dream was his dream. You'll be commentating in the next pro league? Suddenly, Qin Fei asked this question. Fang Luofan struggled to keep up with his rhythm and nodded. What? PG doesn't pay you enough. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Double your salary. Fuck off, do I look like someone who only cares about money? Fang Luofan didn't want to talk to the rich. You won't let me commentate even if you can't play. As he spoke, he got up and pushed Qin Fei out of the door. It's almost 2:00. While there's still time, go cultivate your relationship with your new teammate. Cultivate your sister. Qin Fei finally couldn't resist Fang Luofan's fierce push and left the meeting room. 2:00. Watch how we rub A&E on the ground. Just don't let it be you guys being rubbed on the ground. Oh, don't jinx it. Fang Luofan finally kicked Qin Fei out of the meeting room, but he didn't leave. Instead, he walked to the window, opened it, and lit a cigarette. Kid, hearing the name of this team from Qin Fei's mouth really made him sad for a while. Because this was the team he was originally in, but after he was hospitalized, they heartlessly abandoned him. They didn't even give him a word of comfort or sympathy. Maybe it was out of revenge, but when he reached PG and agreed to help Qin Fei poach people, the first person he targeted was Kid. Then, he easily poached Luo Yiming from Kid. Why was it so easy? Because Kid didn't like Luo Yiming at all. So, he was still unwilling. He didn't feel any joy from poaching someone. In the last pro league, Fang Luofan originally wanted to lead PG to rub Kid on the ground, but in the end, he was pushed to the ground by Kid. In the end, PG was last in the top 8, and Kid was the runner-up. Would PG have any hope in the next pro league? Maybe, the 2:00 training match would give him the answer. Because it was an online training match, when the time came, all they had to do was open Devil Lord and enter the room. The room was opened by A&E. She quickly handed over the room number and password. After the 4 PG players and Jingyu were all in the group, they entered the room under the leadership of their captain, Qin Fei. After the 2 teams finished their preparations, they entered the ban and pick phase. Ban and pick mode could only be used when the ranking reached a certain level. The Pro League was a ban and pick mode. However, in the ranking, each team banned 2 magical beasts, for a total of 4. In the Pro League, each team banned 3 magical beasts, for a total of 6. In other words, in the Pro League, the card pool must have a certain depth. Now, in the online training match with A&E, they were using the Pro League standard. Each team banned 3 magical beasts. It was Jingyu's first time playing this kind of ban. For a moment, he really felt like he was a pro player. However, before he could properly feel it, he saw a message from the other side. Enemy, aim high, your new top laner's ID is very outstanding. Jingyu was slightly surprised. He looked at his own ID. In the row of PGXXX, there was a "It's Jingyu, not salted fish." It was indeed outstanding. "Friend, it's Jingyu, not salted fish. Hey, thanks for the compliment." Seeing Jingyu's reply, Luo Yiming, who was about to send a message, couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, Jingyu, you're not modest at all." "Of course," Jingyu blurted out. Hearing these three words, Yi Hong and Han Lang looked at each other with Luo Yiming in astonishment. They felt that when Jingyu played the game, it was like he was a different person. His usual soft and squishy feeling was gone. He became confident and a bit flirtatious. Suddenly, he had the illusion that a little white rabbit had turned into a fox. What was going on? "Focus." Fong Luofan's cold voice came from behind them. The few of them, who had been distracted, hurriedly returned their attention to the screen. The first ban choice was randomly given to ANE by the system. ANE didn't hesitate to ban Yi Hong's nine-tailed fox. "I knew it." Yi Hong was unhappy and helpless. "Would it kill you to let me play with my own life?" "Ha ha ha." Luo Yiming laughed mercilessly. "If you play with your own life, the other party will be the one to die." As they spoke, Qin Fei had already banned Kamal. This was the opponent's archer's common demon, and Luo Yiming rarely used it. When it was time for ANE to ban demons, they once again banned Dark Cupid without hesitation. "Fuck." Luo Yiming cursed. "Would it kill you to let me play my best demon?" Yi Hong, who had said the same thing but had been ridiculed by him, naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to ridicule him back. "Accept your fate. Don't even think about using this demon in Season 4. But the opponent didn't ban junglers. Han Lang was a bit puzzled. Towards the end of last season, at least two of Qin Fei's commonly used demons had been banned, and the third was Yi Hong's Nine Tails. Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid had been banned, but not many times, so it was normal for him to be surprised today. At this time, Fong Luofan spoke. "Ban Flower in the Mirror." Flower in the Mirror was a control-type support. It had so many control skills that it was suffocating. It was the opponent's best support demon. The opponent's support was indeed troublesome. Yi Hong immediately banned Flower in the Mirror. Then, ANE unhesitatingly banned Qin Fei's commonly used demon, Satan. At this point, ANE's intentions were completely revealed. "You don't want us to go all out?" Qin Fei sneered. "You won't have it easy either. Ban Mermaid." Ah. Han Lang, who was selected by the system to ban demons, was stunned. "Another support. Ban the opponent's two supports. Didn't you say that supports are the most troublesome?" Qin Fei didn't change his mind. "Then why ban Mermaid? Why not ban Sarier?" They were both shield-type demons, but Mermaid only had a shield, while Sarier had a shield and a healer. No matter how he looked at it, Sarier was stronger. However, Qin Fei's next sentence was, "Ban Mermaid, you take Sarier." This was the rhythm of targeting supports. Han Lang didn't hesitate. Okay, he banned Mermaid. I say. At this time, Jingyu, who had been holding back, finally couldn't hold it in and said, "Supports don't matter at all. They were the ones who chose first, so shouldn't they ban more powerful demons?" Qin Fei didn't think much of it. "The opponent's support is very troublesome. Coach said so." Fong Luofan, who was standing behind the five of them, raised his hand to cover his eyes and didn't want to say anything. "I only asked you to ban Flower in the Mirror. Who asked you to ban the Mermaid and steal the Sarier? If the support was so good, why would they still need archers?" However, it was just a training match, so he didn't want to interfere too much with their decisions. Everything could wait until the post-match review. While they were arguing, Annie had already started picking up demons. Once again, without hesitation, he instantly locked onto the centaur, the version's strongest archer. What about PG? Without any hesitation, he instantly locked down the Saurier, support. Jingyu has nothing to live for. JPG. Chapter 13. Jingyu almost vomited blood when he saw Luo Yiming one-shot Saurier. What a messy team. The opposing team had already chosen their archer, so Jingyu skipped over Luo Yiming and asked Yi Hong, mid-laner, what do you want? Yi Hong, on the other hand, was very cooperative and replied with 2 words, whatever. Jingyu was speechless. After all, he was an esports big shot, so Jingyu didn't dare to complain. He could only turn his gaze to Qin Fei, hoping that he would give him some instructions. Qin Fei looked at his screen with a faint smile. He clearly wasn't looking at him, but he seemed to have noticed his gaze. He said calmly, give me Lilith. Finally, he heard a normal choice. Jingyu secretly sighed in relief and locked onto Lilith. It was Ane's turn again. This time, they were unusually hesitant and couldn't make a choice. Then, a message appeared in the chat. Frowny face enemy, Ane hi, hey, am I that scary? Do you have to target me like this? Hi was Ane's support. Jingyu deeply sympathized with what he had gone through. Friend, Jingyu, not salted fish, sorry, my teammate dreamed that you dug up his ancestral grave last night. Ha 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 ha. There was no doubt that only Luo Yiming could let out such an unrestrained laugh. That's too vivid. I'm dying of laughter. While he was laughing, Ane finally made his choice. He chose Heijiao and Sword Burial. Then, Yi Hong chose Scarlet Fury, and Han Lang helped Luo Yiming choose Maha. At this point, Ane still had 2 spots to choose, and Jingyu's Heart of Ice was the only PG left. Heart of Ice had never appeared in a professional match before, so no matter if it was a ban or a pick, the opponent wouldn't have any ideas about Heart of Ice. PG's lineup had been decided. Now, it was up to Ane's final choice. After another long wait, Ane finally locked onto Kwanggu and Ariel. Qin Fei immediately activated Heart of Ice. The ban and pick segment was over. The final lineups of both sides were as follows: PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Maha, Heart of Ice, Saurian, Kwanggu, Heijiao, Sagittarius, Sword Burial, Ariel. After Jingyu received the Heart of Ice, he immediately adjusted the order of its appearance. In the midst of the urgent countdown, Ane was still in the mood to send messages. However, this time, she sent 5 messages at once. Enemy, and fly, Sword Burial. Enemy, and high, Ariel. Heart of Ice. Enemy, and place, Kwanggu. Qin Fei, you're the top laner. Enemy, and wing, Heijiao. What's going on? Enemy, and GY, Sagittarius. Fuck. Of course, he had to reply to such messages. Ally, PG sleep. Lilith, are you surprised? Ally, PG1, Maha. Sagittarius is nothing. I have Saurier. Ally, PG Saurier. Ha ha ha, it feels so good to get Saurier. Ally, PG Leafs, Scarlet Fury. Are you scared? In the face of such a counterattack, Jingyu naturally couldn't fall behind, so he also replied, Ally, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, Heart of Ice. My Heart of Ice is sneaky. Without waiting for a reply, the countdown ended and both sides entered the battlefield. The way pro players played was very different from normal players. The most fundamental difference was that normal players cared more about individual results, while pro players cared more about the team's victory. Therefore, in a match between pro teams, the economy would usually be given to their own team's DPS, especially the archer, who was the ADC. As soon as the match began, whether it was PG or ANE, all 10 players and 10 characters charged into their respective jungles first. The top laner and mid laner would fight the blue devils in the jungles. The mid laner would deal the final blow to gain mana regeneration buffs. The archer, support, and jungler would fight the red devils in the jungles. The archer would deal the final blow to gain health regeneration buffs. Jingyu had watched pro matches before, so of course he knew about these unspoken rules. However, he still felt that it was a bit strange to actually do it. To be honest, he still couldn't believe that he was actually playing a practice match between pro teams with a group of pro players. Not to mention, his favorite pro player, Qin Fei, was among his teammates. Fortunately, Jingyu was always able to suppress all his emotions in a match. He calmly and steadily played to his true level. He calculated the health of the Red Devils, as well as the damage he and his teammates dealt. When he felt that it was enough, he decisively retreated at the perfect time and started fighting the surrounding jungles. After Luo Yiming got the Red Devils, he went straight to the bottom lane to finish off the jungles. Jingyu looked at his health bar rapidly decreasing under the attacks of the jungles and frowned. Because the one who finished off the Red Devils was the archer, he didn't get much experience and was still level 1. Just now, when he blocked the damage for the archer, he lost quite a bit of health from the Red Devils. He had already used retribution. If this continued, he would be bitten to death by the jungles and become the first player to die. Should he give up? But if he gave up halfway and teleported back to the spring, it would be too much of a waste of time. This would be enough time for the jungles to finish off the jungles. The entire team's economy would be lowered because of him returning to the city. No, he had to take them down. After making the decision, Heart of Ice began to move and dodge, circling around the jungles clockwise. After dodging the attack, he immediately followed up with another attack. A skill refreshed, finish. After a long struggle, he finally finished off the jungles with low health and leveled up to level 2. His displacement skill refreshed. Because Heart of Ice's damage was high, this struggle didn't waste too much time. He should have finished off the jungles around the same time as the jungles. But what about his health? Even without the enemy's vision, Jingyu could estimate that Sword Burial had at least 3/4 of his health left, while he only had a sliver of health left. Or should he return to the city? He couldn't accept it. At this time, Fang Luo Fan, who was standing behind the 5 players and watching the battle, also frowned with dissatisfaction. His expression was solemn. Heart of Ice's brittleness was worse than he had imagined. If this continued, wouldn't their early finances be left behind? Jingyu only hesitated for a moment before decisively returning to the city. He knew that now wasn't the time to be angry. If it was something that was 100% impossible to do, no matter how much he wanted to do it, there wouldn't be a miracle. He could only make up for his lagging finances as quickly as possible. On the way back to the city, he checked the finances of both sides. Sure enough, his finances were ranked 4th in the team, only higher than the support. The enemy jungle's finances were much higher than his. However, looking at the overall situation, they were actually on par. Especially the top laner. Their top laner's finances were obviously higher than the enemy's. From the minimap, it could be seen that Qin Fei's Lilith was very deep. The enemy's top laner couldn't get out of the tower at all. As expected of Brother Fei. As the top laner, he was even able to take care of the entire team's finances. The trace of worry in his heart instantly disappeared. Jingyu focused on controlling Heart of Ice, who had full health, to float towards the bottom lane's jungle. Probably noticing Jingyu's movements, Luo Yiming hurriedly shouted, "Jingyu, come quickly. Help me kill the enemy's archer." Jingyu continued to farm his jungle. The jungler's knife hasn't been used yet. The damage isn't enough. You hold on. After a pause, he said, "Mid laner, retreat. The enemy jungler is coming to catch you." Yi Hong, "Fuck, I'm still a bit short, retreat." Jing Yu repeated in an unquestionable tone. At that moment, Yi Hong suddenly had a strange illusion. He thought that the person who had just spoken was Qin Fei. He was all too familiar with this unquestionable tone. In the end, he obeyed the order and gave up on Hejiao, who still had 1/3 of his health left, and retreated into the tower. However, as a PG mid-laner, would he back down? Yi Hong used his actions to answer this question. Not long after he retreated into the tower, he suddenly blinked into the bushes on the right side of the middle lane. As expected, he saw Sword Burial hiding in the bushes, preparing to launch a sneak attack. He made a prompt decision and pressed QW. The first skill was Bloodlust, the second skill was Blood Coil. After the crowd control, he ran away, letting Scarlet Fury dive into the jungle where Heart of Ice was. At this time, his Scarlet Fury only had 1/3 of his health left. Sword Burial could kill him in one wave. After the crowd control was released, Sword Burial didn't hesitate to reposition and catch up. Still a bit short. Blink. What about Yi Hong? Seizing the moment he blinked over, he decisively changed direction and ran around a pillar on the side of the bushes to his tower. At this time, Hejiao was in the middle lane. When he saw Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury coming back, how could he let it go? He decisively cast a water spout. However, Yi Hong seemed to have predicted it in advance. With a flick of his mouse, Scarlet Fury tilted to the side and just happened to avoid it. Hejiao caught up and cast a roar. Sword Burial also quickly caught up, raising his 40-meter-long sword and slashing over. Seeing that the pitiful distance between them was about to reach 0, and that his health would also drop to 0 in the next wave of attacks, Yi Hong didn't retreat. Instead, he revealed a sly smile. Just in time. As soon as he finished speaking, the skill refreshed. Instead of running away, Scarlet Fury turned around and stuck close to him. The second skill was Blood Coil. Just like that, the enemies Hejiao and Sword Burial were crowd-controlled by Scarlet Fury. The first skill was Bloodlust. At the same time, it devoured the enemy's health and recovered its own. At the same time, a cold light connected to Sword Burial. Heart of Ice's figure followed the cold light and floated over with a whoosh. With a skill of Ice Blade, it directly pierced through the two low-health demons. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has died. System, Heart of Ice, 2 kill. System, enemy Hejiao has died. Hearing the system notifications one after another, Yi Hong couldn't help but whistle. I knew you could keep up. What about Jing Yu? He wanted to strangle Yi Hong to death. Are you poisonous? If he had not been observing the small map, if he had not crazily increased his hand speed after noticing the abnormality, forcefully endured the damage and killed the small monsters to make up for his economy to buy a jungling knife, if he had not made a prompt decision to rush straight to the middle lane with Flash and calculated the maximum distance of his displacement to hook Zhang Jian, if he had not taken a wrong step, he would not have been able to rush to Yi Hong's side at the last moment and cooperate with him to complete the double kill. If he hadn't made it in time, once the crowd control effect was broken, the one to die would have been Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury. Jing Yu was really frightened by the tense situation just now. And all of this was because Yi Hong didn't follow his orders. Didn't I tell you to retreat? He was angry, and his tone was a little harsh. Yi Hong didn't immediately respond. After he finished killing the minions, he leisurely returned to the city to recover while saying in a very serious tone, I retreated. I retreated back to the tower, and then I launched a sneak attack. He paused. Wasn't I super obedient? Jing Yu was speechless. Chapter 14. Yi Hong, that's what you get for sneaking up on me. Jingyu, please don't be reckless. I won't be able to catch up next time. Yi Hong, no, you'll definitely catch up. You have to believe in yourself, Jingyu. Jingyu, no, I don't believe in you. Yi Hong, as a member of PG, you should at least have this bit of confidence. Jingyu, didn't we agree that I'll be the commander? Qin Fei, Yezi, shut up and follow orders. Yi Hong, okay. The training room was noisy, but the coach, Fang Luofan, was silent. His gaze fell on Jingyu's screen for a long time, and his eyes were full of surprise. As a bystander, Fang Luofan had the most right to say whether or not Jingyu could catch up. Until Heart of Ice completed the double kill, Fang Luofan was certain that he wouldn't be able to catch up. He didn't even agree with his method of tanking the damage and killing the mobs. If he wanted to save Yi Hong, why didn't he rush up to save him from the beginning? Why did he have to kill the mobs before saving him? It wasn't until the moment Heart of Ice completed the double kill that Fang Luofan found the answer. It was because of the damage. There wasn't enough damage before, but now it was enough. But how did Jingyu know that he would be able to catch up if he tanked the damage and attacked like crazy? If he didn't, so what if he got a jungler? He still had to go back to the city to recover his health. This way, the financial gap between the two sides would only increase. Indeed, when Jingyu went jungler, Yi Hong's situation was very bad. If Yi Hong didn't get Sword Burial and Heijiao in one go, then even if Heart of Ice rushed over with a jungler, he would only die together with Scarlet Fury. Was it a coincidence? Or do you want to take a gamble? If it wasn't, Jingyu wouldn't have made that decision unless he could clearly calculate his own damage, Sword Burial, and Heijiao's HP, and believe that Yi Hong had the ability to deal with them. Could it be that he even calculated the cooldown of Scarlet Fury? Realizing this possibility, Fang Luofan had goosebumps all over his body. This was not just a jungler's awareness, but also a foresight. Clearly, Ain was also shocked by the sudden turn of events. Why would Heart of Ice appear here? Asked Wing, Ane's mid laner. Such high damage. Fly was also in disbelief. How is this possible? He shouldn't be able to make it. As the two of them spoke, they opened up their respective economic reports to take a look. In the end, Fly made a reasonable conjecture. Maybe I underestimated Heart of Ice's jungling speed. He came over after killing the small monsters. After a pause, he continued, he even used Flash. Fuck, as Wing exclaimed, Ane's captain and support, hi, coldly said, Heart of Ice returned to the city with low HP. He should be going to the jungle. The top lane can't be defended anymore. Pei Ling, you go to the mid lane. Little Fly, catch him, but be careful of Heart of Ice. Okay, PL replied. Roger that, Fly replied. At the same time, in the PG training room, Jingyu calmly said, leave 2 archers for me. Ah. Luo Yiming didn't react in time. However, Jingyu didn't give him a chance to react. He finished off the 2 archers right under his nose and then hid in the bushes at the side. Jungling to steal the archer's soldiers was almost impossible in a professional match. However, Luo Yiming didn't really care. After finishing off the remaining soldiers, he reached level 6 and had a big move. Almost at the same time, Heart of Ice, who was squatting in the bushes and doing nothing, reached level 6 and bought a critical hit sword. When Fang Luofan saw this, he was even more shocked. This person was really calculating the levels and finances of others. Just how sensitive would one have to be able to add 2 more soldiers to level up to level 6, and at the same time, have enough money to buy equipment? While he was still in shock, Jingyu's voice sounded again. The jungler is coming. Archer, back off. Luo Yiming followed the line of soldiers and advanced into the enemy's tower. Jingyu! Back off! Over here! Luo Yiming repositioned himself and squatted into the bush where Jingyu was. Jingyu, you! Do you know how to seduce? Seduce! Jingyu was about to collapse. However, before he collapsed, the enemy team charged over. Almost at the same time, Sword Burial moved, and two enemy demons rushed into the bushes where Maha was hiding under their guardian aura. Their support was separated. At this critical moment, Jingyu directly used his big move. He didn't expect Maha to use his big move too. After two big moves, the three enemy demons were controlled and couldn't move. However, because of the guardian aura, their HP didn't drop by much. Immediately after, Ariel activated his shield and blocked Maha and Heart of Ice's attacks. After the control effect disappeared, the centaur flashed back to his tower and slipped away faster than anyone else. Ariel used his big move and restored a lot of HP for Sword Burial. At this time, as long as Sword Burial used his big move and attacked with 1,000 swords, Heart of Ice and Maha would die. However, the moment he used his big move, their support Sarier rushed back and used his big move, Six-Winged Holy Light and Speed Lock. Maha and Heart of Ice rushed to Sword Burial's back at almost the same time and threw a bunch of skills and normal attacks at it. Sword Burial's HP dropped rapidly. Ariel's lesser heal couldn't save him at all. Ariel made a prompt decision and retreated back into the tower. He didn't expect Sarier to rush up directly. Maha also abandoned Sword Burial and rushed up as well. They didn't care about Ariel at all and attacked the centaur behind him like crazy. How could they retreat in front of their own tower? The centaur rushed forward, wanting to take Maha's head. However, when he shot a skill, Maha circled around the tower and dodged it with a single step and continued attacking. At this time, the centaur only had a quarter of his HP left. Maha only had a sliver of HP left. Sarier's HP was also dropping rapidly due to the damage to the tower. Only Ariel's HP was still high. No matter how you looked at it, the situation was very unfavorable for PG, Charge. Ariel's controller, Hai, ordered his own archer. The centaur rushed forward, wanting to take Maha's head in one shot. However, Maha sidestepped again and dodged it perfectly. At the same time, a cold light connected with the centaur. Realizing what it was, the centaur instinctively retreated. Hai hurriedly shouted, "Don't retreat. Shoot!" So what if Heart of Ice was here? After killing Sword Burial, he only had a sliver of HP left. As long as he could hit him, he would be dead in one shot. However, just as Snow Guidance activated and the centaur was about to shoot, Charlie activated his shield and used Heart of Ice to block the centaur's arrow. The shield broke, and he used Ice Blade to pierce through the centaur's arrow. After that, he retreated without even looking back. It was as if he was certain that this attack would take the centaur's head. Indeed, the system announced the deaths of Sword Burial and the centaur one after another. System, Heart of Ice, 1 kill. System, enemy Sword Burial has been killed. System, Heart of Ice, 2 kills. System, enemy centaur has been killed. However, the following battle wasn't as good as it seemed. System, Ariel, 1 kill. System, Maha has been killed. System, Ariel, 2 kills. System, Sarier has been killed. Yo, a support double kill. Luo Yiming couldn't help but exclaim, "Sure enough, we were right to target the support." What could Jingyu say? He didn't want to say anything. System, Scarlet Fury, 1 kill. System, enemy Ariel has been killed. 2 for 3. That's not a loss, right? Yi Hong laughed as he controlled his scarlet fury to leave. With a wave of his hand, he took a life. Jing Yu still didn't want to say anything. Only a PG would do something as weird as fighting against a tower when he was at a disadvantage. In fact, he didn't really understand why Luo Yiming and Han Lang would do such a thing. If it wasn't for his heart of ice, the final result would be a 2-for-1 trade. It wasn't worth it at all. In order to prevent this from happening, he took the risk and took the life of the centaur despite his low HP. This was also a judgment made when he realized that the support still had a shield. If the support's shield hadn't been activated in time, it would have been a 3-for-1 trade. Taking a risk, Jing Yu would never do such a thing in the past. However, in this training match, he did it, twice. After successfully taking the life of the centaur and returning to the city with low HP, Jing Yu's heart was beating wildly. He was still a little scared. However, he had to admit that it was a little satisfying. Jing Yu. Suddenly, Qin Fei calmly called out Jing Yu's name. He had already taken down the first tower on the top lane and was rushing to the middle lane. As he rushed, he said, Yiming lost his mind when he saw that he was low HP. You're making it too difficult for someone with a negative IQ to seduce him. Jing Yu was stunned. For a moment, he wasn't sure if he was joking or just stating a fact. Because his tone was too serious. Then he heard Luo Yiming laugh. Brother Fei knows me best. Jing Yu, how can you be so good at grasping the important points? Alright, Jing Yu understood. Qin Fei was seriously reminding him not to let his teammates do something that he couldn't do. They couldn't even seduce him. Jing Yu sighed. Brother Fei, why don't you take command? He felt that he couldn't command this group of people at all. He told Yi Hong to retreat. Yi Hong retreated, but after retreating, he rushed out. He told Luo Yiming to seduce him, but Luo Yiming directly exposed his position and threw away the support, causing the situation to become a mess. If the person in command was Qin Fei, would the result be different? Qin Fei didn't say much about Jing Yu's self-abandonment. He calmly took over the command. Okay, then let's charge. Jing Yu didn't react. Charge. Who should charge? Qin Fei's next sentence was, Yezi, charge. Yiming, charge. Kill them all. Yi Hong, okay. After I take down the first tower, I'll kill all of you. Luo Yiming, after I take out my split bow, I'll kill all of you. Han Lang, after I change my AD equipment, I'll kill all of you. Jing Yu. What the hell? It must be because I gave the command in the wrong way. Chapter 15. Qin Fei's commands obviously wouldn't be so simple and crude. But this time, he really was simple and crude. As for the reason, PG's members, including Coach Fang Luo Fan, were all well aware, because this was a training match. The purpose of training matches was to improve the team's overall strength. The simplest and most direct way was to find a problem and solve it. So the process was far more important than the result. Perhaps Qin Fei's commands could really lead PG to victory. However, whether it was Jing Yu's teammates or Fang Luo Fan, who had been watching from behind the five of them, they all saw a possibility in Jing Yu. It was a possibility to make the entire battle team stronger. Jing Yu's jungler awareness was far better than Qin Fei's. It was only because he hadn't completely adapted to PG's rhythm that he couldn't command them properly. Actually, his commands weren't wrong, but they weren't suitable for PG. As a fast-paced assault team, how could they retreat? Seduce. These tactics didn't exist. So Jing Yu's biggest problem was, his teamwork with his teammates wasn't good enough. Qin Fei used this simple and crude method to give his teammates free play in order to help Jingyu feel PG's rhythm and adjust his own rhythm to cooperate. He believed that Jingyu would be able to do this in a short amount of time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked at him in a new light just because of a random match. As expected, after relieving himself of the burden of command, Jingyu didn't ask his teammates to cooperate with him anymore. Instead, he took the initiative to cooperate with them. Sword Burial wants to catch Scarlet Fury. Heart of Ice teleported over and used a big move to freeze Sword Burial and Heijiao. Together with Scarlet Fury, they took down 2 people. Ali wants to lead his troops to kill Maha. Heart of Ice ambushed him from behind and killed his troops with a critical hit. He blinked away and didn't even look at Ali, who was instantly killed by Maha. Sword Burial wants to help Kwanggu kill Lilith. Sorry, that's impossible. Lilith pressed forward, and Kwanggu retreated back into the tower. Sword Burial fled with only a sliver of health left, but Heart of Ice, who had been lying in ambush nearby, rushed out and killed him. 13-7 The first Magic Dragon hadn't even been played yet, and the score was already like this. Ain, who had only gotten 7 kills, could no longer remain calm. Even Hai, who was the commander, lost control of his emotions and cursed, "Fuck, this jungler's awareness is so strong. This is a bit troublesome." However, at the same time, he also noticed many problems. Pay attention, the rhythm of the opponent's archer is a little strange. When the jungler rushed out to help, the archer had no intention of cooperating at all. It's as if he didn't know that the jungler would rush out. They were all pro players with many years of experience, so they immediately understood what he meant. Wildfly, let's act it out. Ah, ye seduced and set a trap to kill the Heart of Ice. Archer GY, no problem. On the screen, Maha's troops, who had been in a stalemate, suddenly retreated. Of course, Maha wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Under Sarier's protection, he chased after them. When they passed by a bush, Heart of Ice used a displacement skill and directly used his ultimate. However, the centaur seemed to have predicted this. He used his equipment's ability to dispel crowd control, and then used Tackle to send Heart of Ice in the opposite direction of Maha. "Archer, help!" Jingyu cried out in alarm. He wanted to escape with a flash, but he saw a figure moving over at an even faster speed than him. 1,000 swords shot out at the same time. It was Zhang Jian. The fragile Heart of Ice was instantly killed just like that. "Retreat, retreat, retreat!" Jingyu immediately changed his order. "Archer, don't go!" However, Luo Yiming, who didn't like to retreat, instinctively rushed forward when he heard Jingyu's previous order. It was too late to retreat now. Hanleng used shield and heal, but in the end, he still couldn't save Luo Yiming from the centaur and Sword Burial. Luo Yiming's Maha quickly fell to the ground. Hanling ordered his Sarier to turn and run, but Sword Burial, who had refreshed with a displacement skill, easily caught up to him. Sarier, whose skills were all on cooldown, had no ability to protect himself. Sword Burial killed him in 2 hits. At this point, Annie had made a beautiful trade of 3 for 0. Nice! Fly, who had gotten 3 kills, was obviously the happiest. Hai was also very satisfied. Good teamwork. Continue. In contrast, the atmosphere on PG's side was very tense. Jingyu looked at the system notifications and frowned. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. Luo Yiming didn't have any misgivings. He said whatever came to his mind. One moment, "You want me to go," the next moment, "You want me to retreat." Why? Jingyu wanted to say that if the archer and support had followed him when he was sent flying, even if he was instantly killed, he could have at least taken down the centaur. After all, the centaur had a crowd control debuff, but Ali didn't. A centaur without support protection was very easy to kill. If it had been a normal match, even if it had been a live broadcast, Jingyu would have cursed out loud. But now, he was playing a mock match with PG's pro players, and Qin Fei was sitting next to him. He could only endure. Sorry, I didn't lead the team well. Luo Yiming, of course, didn't hear the grievance in his voice. It's fine, it's fine. Be careful next time. Qin Fei frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Hanling beat him to it. Jingyu, next time, before you attack, shout so that we can be prepared. Okay. Jingyu obediently agreed. However, in the next small team battle, Jingyu, I'm going to go big. You guys go. As soon as he finished speaking, Heart of Ice and the centaur moved over. Almost at the same time, Maha and Sarier pressed forward. However, Heart of Ice slowed down for a moment before going big. As a result, Maha couldn't avoid the arrows and took a few hits from the centaur. Her health was low. Then, Heart of Ice went big and controlled the centaur and Ali. Centaur, who had used the dispel skill in advance, was firmly controlled. At the same time, Sword Burial moved over and finished off Maha, who only had a sliver of health left. Then, he turned around and went big, insta-killing Heart of Ice. After the freezing effect disappeared, the centaur cooperated with Sword Burial and attacked Sarier like crazy. They easily took her down. It was another round of 0 for 3. Fuck. Luo Yiming couldn't stay calm. Jingyu, didn't you use your ultimate too late? Jingyu pursed his lips. In order to not be dispelled, Hanling, you should have told us before you changed your strategy. Luo Yiming, that's right, that's right. I wasn't prepared at all and didn't even think of dodging. Yi Hong, who was in a deadlock with Heijiao, couldn't take it anymore. You two are the noobs, why do you keep pushing the blame to Jingyu? Jingyu, don't listen to their nonsense. You set the pace well, they were the ones who couldn't keep up. Luo Yiming, Yezi, this is your fault. You can't speak up for Jingyu just because he's a newbie. You can only correct the problem when you discover it. Shut up. Suddenly, an irrefutable voice rang out. The training room instantly fell silent. The person who spoke was Qin Fei. He stared straight at his computer screen, his expressionless face devoid of emotion. Don't say anything from now on. You can push the blame to others when the game is replayed. No one responded, because they didn't dare to. Then, until the end of the game, no one said a word. Obviously, they all treated Qin Fei's words as an imperial edict. However, after a while, Qin Fei spoke again, his tone slightly gentler. Jingyu, follow your own pace for now. Jingyu nodded. Although he was scared into silence by Qin Fei's domineering tone, he didn't know why, but when he heard these words, he only felt warmth in his heart. As expected of my favorite pro player. Follow your own pace for now. Then, I'll just ignore those who can't cooperate. And so, Luo Yiming and Hanlang were completely ignored by Jingyu. Heart of Ice didn't go to the bottom lane anymore, causing the archers to be successfully ambushed by Sword Burial. They died over and over again, unable to develop at all. Luo Yiming was annoyed to death, but he didn't dare to make a sound. More and more positioning errors made his record miserable. Finally, the magic dragon respawned, and the first team battle began. Qin Fei, the commander, finally gave a more serious order. Hanlang, go up. Jingyu, go up. Jingyu, of course, knew what he had to do. He found a good position and stared at the screen. The moment Sarier went up, he precisely connected Heart of Ice's snow traction to the opposing support alley. He teleported over and went up, freezing alley, Heijiao, and Centaur in one go. At the same time, Qin Fei's Lilith led the team towards the frozen trio. With the help of Charlie's ultimate skill, Lock on Health, PG, and the others were unstoppable as they ran over Wild Bone and headed straight for the frozen trio. Even though the centaurs had dispelled the crowd control in time, they still couldn't dodge Crimson Wrath's ultimate skill. The well-developed mage's ultimate was shockingly powerful. Bloodpool Purgatory took away 2/3 of Heijiao's and Centaur's health. Heart of Ice killed Centaur with a single skill, then turned around and ran. Maha teleported forward and killed Heijiao, then attacked Ali. In the end, Ali's head was taken by Lilith. After killing Ali, Qin Fei swung his mouse and pressed towards the Quangu. Yihang's Scarlet Fury immediately blinked over and used Blood Coil to slow down the Quangu. Lilith followed up with a combo, knocking the Quangu dizzy. Maha followed up and took the Quangu's head. Sword Burial, who was hiding in the bushes and planning a sneak attack, had no choice but to retreat. He searched a few bushes along the way, but didn't find any traces of Heart of Ice. After circling around a few times, he hid in a bush near the magic dragon, planning to steal it. But how could Jingyu give him such an opportunity? While the PG team focused on the magic dragon, Jingyu controlled Heart of Ice to search the bushes around and easily found Sword Burial. Heart of Ice was in the light, while Sword Burial was in the dark, so Sword Burial took the initiative to attack a second before he was discovered. He teleported behind Heart of Ice and slashed his sword at his back. With 2 skills in a row, Heart of Ice was left with only a sliver of health. Jingyu had already used his blink, so he could only dodge and try his best to stall Sword Burial. However, Sword Burial wasn't tempted by his low health at all. He teleported to the magic dragon's side and used his ultimate. And then, Retribution. Oh no! Even if all the members of PG reacted to the situation immediately and threw all sorts of ultimate skills at the demonic dragon, who had only a sliver of HP left, they could not win against the punishment brought by the jungler. Hence, not long after PG vented his anger and killed Zhang Jian, 4 system notifications popped up on the screen. System, Sword Burial has conquered the magic dragon. System, the magic dragon army is about to attack. System, Maha, 1 kill. System, Sword Burial has been killed. We lost. A voice broke the silence, its tone full of helplessness. No, not yet. Another voice said. Chapter 16. Yihang was very clear about his strengths: fast reflexes, good at offense, and good at calculation. No matter how unfavorable the situation was, he could always find a way to take the initiative in his own hands and make the enemy run in circles. But at the same time, he was also very clear about his weakness: he gave up too easily. Once he felt that he couldn't win, even the motivation to struggle would disappear. I lost. He spat out these 2 words weakly. His hands loosened, and Scarlet Fury crashed into the stone wall, making a positioning error that a professional player should never make. However, just as he said these 2 words, before he could imagine how Qin Fei would scold him later, a firm voice suddenly sounded: no, not yet. Calm, absolute, and unquestionable. This was how Yihang felt about this voice. And the owner of this voice was Jingyu. Hold on, we can win, he said firmly, letting his Heart of Ice float towards the bottom lane. Clear the troops, don't let the troops enter the tower. At this time, Jingyu didn't care who had the command anymore. There was only one thought left in his mind: can't lose. Absolutely can't lose. It wasn't because he couldn't stay as a professional player if he lost, but because he didn't want to lose, that was all. Mages, don't just stand there, go back to the city and heal. Archers, clear the troops in the middle lane. Support, don't come over, follow the archers. Mages, come to the bottom lane. In PG's training room, only Jingyu's calm voice could be heard for a long time. His commands were as concise as ever, but at this moment, there was an irresistible courage, as well as a determination to win. Gather, defend the top lane. Middle lane, archers, follow. Bottom lane. The second wave of troops in the top lane is coming, archers, clear them. Come on, support, come on, go. Bottom lane, bottom lane. Just like this, under Jingyu's command, PG resisted the invasion of the Magic Dragon army, only losing 2 defense towers. They're going to fight the Phoenix, don't let them succeed. Jingyu rushed to the middle lane after saying that. After the 3 magic plates were conquered, an underworld Phoenix would spawn in the center of the map. Once the underworld Phoenix was taken down, the entire party would be buffed by the Nirvana Flame effect, blocking 1 critical hit. Support, go first. Jingyu ordered as he looked at the mini-map. Hanling Sarier flew closer to the spawn point and found traces of the enemies. The 5 of them were all fighting the underworld Phoenix, and they were about to take it down. Jingyu didn't wait for his teammates and decisively rushed over. His second skill, Snow Traction, connected with Kwanggu, who was closest to Phoenix. After teleporting over, he immediately activated his big move, freezing all 3 of them in one breath. After that, he ignored them and stabbed Phoenix once, following up with Judgment. System, Heart of Ice, Phoenix conquering the underworld. System, obtained Nirvana Flame. The freezing effect has been removed. All enemy demons focused their fire on the Heart of Ice. Sarier's ultimate skill was still on cooldown, so she had no choice but to activate her shield. However, Heart of Ice was too fragile. Even with the shield protecting her, she still couldn't escape from the encirclement. System, Centaur, 1 kill. System, Heart of Ice has been killed. Hurry up and wipe us out. Jingyu shouted as he looked at the corpses and the countdown timer on his screen. He was very anxious. He couldn't do anything but trash talk. Ally, Jingyu not salted fish, Heart of Ice isn't it just stealing? I know how to do it too. Ally, Jingyu not salted fish, Heart of Ice if you have the guts, then wipe us out in 1 wave, enemy, Ainhai. Ariel okay, you said it. Pei Ling, block them. Yuan and Yi, follow me, Hai said coldly. The whole team was not afraid of the PG's attacks at all. They faced the enemy head-on. Qin Fei's Lilith pushed forward forcefully. He didn't even look at the Kwanggu and decisively switched to the back row. Yi Hong followed and activated his ultimate. Unexpectedly, his mouse slipped and he missed. Qin Fei couldn't help but click his tongue. He could only place his hopes on Luo Yiming. Unexpectedly, Luo Yiming also made a mistake and was hit by the Kwanggu's skill. Their formation was broken. Retreat. This was Jingyu's first reaction. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fei shouted even louder, attack. Kill the centaur. Qin Fei, Yezi, why are you panicking? Where's your combo? Yi Hong pressed a few keys almost reflexively and a combo accurately hit the centaur. Qin Fei, Yiming, can you do it? Get over here. Luo Yiming quivered. He continuously moved and dodged all of the Kwanggu's attacks. Miraculously, he was able to keep up with the team. Qin Fei, Hanlang, you can't even block a Kwanggu. Hanlang Sarier suddenly went berserk. Even though he was a support, he was still able to solo the Kwanggu. The centaur is mine. Kill Heijiao. Qin Fei roared as he took the centaur's head. The 4 of them frantically attacked Heijiao and quickly took down the fragile Heijiao. At this time, the 4 of them had used up all of their Nirvana flames. Whether it was Scarlet Fury or Maha, they only had a sliver of health left. However, the PG team had no intention of retreating. At this critical moment, Sarius' ultimate skill came off cooldown and activated lockdown. Go! Qin Fei shouted. He took the lead and rushed into the tower to kill Ariel, who was trying to escape. Kill the Quangu. Soon, the Quangu was also eliminated. However, before he died, he managed to take down Scarlet Fury and Maha. Push the towers. Qin Fei continued to give orders. With Sarius' help, they pushed down the second tower in the middle lane and headed for the third tower. Jingyu, who had witnessed the entire battle, was dumbfounded. Sure enough, only the PG team could do this. Just by looking at the performance of the demons on the screen, he already felt that they were fierce. He didn't expect Qin Fei's commands to be even fiercer. After recovering from his shock, Jingyu couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. In the previous battles, he no longer believed in Yi Hong and Luo Yiming. He felt that without him, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. However, from the beginning to the end, he had wholeheartedly believed in Qin Fei. And Qin Fei didn't disappoint him. With Qin Fei here, they could win this battle. They could definitely win. However, having confidence was one thing, and whether or not he could win was another matter. Under the obstruction of sword burial, the PG team couldn't take down the third tower. Not long after, the two teams in the top 8 had another battle. And 3 swapped 5 and defeated the PG team. They've changed their strategy. Jingyu looked at the corpses on the screen and couldn't help but frown. Perhaps they had seen through the PG team's strategy, but Ane's mage and archer didn't move together anymore. Heart of Ice couldn't find a chance to freeze both Ane's mage and archer. Every time, she could only freeze one of them, and the other would immediately rush out and kill him. Ane even started to take the initiative to sell the mage to the PG team, and then let the archer come out and counterattack. In the previous battle, Heart of Ice only managed to freeze Heijiao, and then the PG team rushed out and killed him. Then, she supported the archer, and under the Quangu's charge, the PG team's backline was completely wiped out. Then, sword burial took away all the remaining HP. A 3 for 5 without any mistakes, leaving behind the low HP Quangu and half HP Centaur. The combination of the tank and archer was enough to take down the magic dragon. System Centaur, conquer the magic dragon. System The magic dragon army is about to attack. This time, they really lost. Even Jingyu couldn't bring himself to say things like, can win. Qin Fei laughed and typed 2 letters in the chat box. Ally PG sleep, Lilith GG soon, Ane replied enemy Ane high, Ariel not bad. Enemy Ane high, Ariel if you were the jungler, we really wouldn't have won. Seeing this sentence, Jingyu stopped breathing and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. However, the next sentence quickly appeared in the chat box. Ally PG sleep, Lilith there's no need to sow discord. Our jungler is very good. Enemy Ane high, Ariel oh, sorry, that sentence just now was ambiguous. Enemy Ane high, Ariel what I really wanted to say was that if the jungler wasn't Heart of Ice, we really wouldn't have won. Before Qin Fei could reply again, their territory was destroyed, and the word failure appeared on the screen. It was very eye-catching. Jingyu lowered his head expressionlessly, and the hand holding the mouse trembled uncontrollably. Then, he fiercely bit his lower lip. He wanted to use Heart of Ice to win the game and clear the name of this demon. But now, he lost because of Heart of Ice. He couldn't accept it. There was a dead silence in the training room, and then there was the sound of people taking off their headphones one after another. Jingyu was the last to take off his headphones. As soon as he took it off, he heard Fang Luofan's calm voice, "The late game is still too weak, you have to practice." Rest for half an hour, I'll organize the data for this training game and review it in half an hour. Sigh, I'm so tired. Luo Yiming was the first to get up and walk towards the hall, stretching as he walked. 40 minutes, that was scary. Han Lang quickly got up and caught up with him. Yi Hong sneaked a glance at Qin Fei, who was beside him, and saw that he was still looking at the post-battle data, so he quickly slipped away. This training game lasted 43 minutes, and the final score was 36-29. PG took the lead in the number of kills, but he was unable to defend his territory. The loser's MVP award was given to Qin Fei's Lilith by the system. It had the highest damage resistance, and its damage was not inferior to Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury. Other than him, the player with the best record was Sarier, who had the least number of deaths, and then Heart of Ice. Qin Fei patiently looked at everyone's data, and subconsciously turned to look at Jingyu, who was staring at the screen in a daze. At first, Qin Fei thought that Jingyu was too focused on the screen, until he realized that he had been in the same position for a long time without blinking. Qin Fei sneered, put his arm around Jingyu's neck, and patted his shoulder. Stop looking, get up and walk. Jingyu suddenly came back to his senses, nodded, and left his seat with Qin Fei. It's just a training game, if you lose, you lose. Qin Fei let go of him and walked towards the hall. He said without looking back, his tone full of carelessness, listen carefully during the review. Win the official game. Okay. Jingyu obediently replied, but his eyes were still dim. It's just a training game, that's right. If you lose, and win it back next time, that's also right. But, if the jungler wasn't Heart of Ice, we wouldn't have won. Jingyu couldn't let go of what he said at the end of the game. Oh yeah. Suddenly, Qin Fei, who was walking in front of him, stopped and turned his head to look at him. Jingyu looked up in confusion. When are you moving in? Huh? Jingyu didn't react. Qin Fei continued, didn't you want to become a professional player? Sign the contract today, and move in tomorrow. Jingyu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Qin Fei in disbelief. Really? But I lost. It's not your fault that you lost the game. Qin Fei laughed. No matter what other people think, I want you. Jingyu felt dizzy, and he felt like he was dreaming. What's your answer? Qin Fei asked. Chapter 17. The pro player that he liked was asking him if he wanted to sign a contract with his team. Was there a second answer? I'm willing. Jingyu's answer was firm, which surprised Qin Fei. It was as if what he had just asked was a major life event. Oh, signing a contract to become a pro player was indeed a major life event, right? Okay, I'll contact the manager tonight and have him bring the contract over. Qin Fei's tone was as if he was the boss of the team. Jingyu didn't think too much and nodded. Then he remembered something and said, tonight. Oh, you're not free tonight, right? Qin Fei immediately reacted, it's fine. Go back early and bring your luggage with you tomorrow. Jingyu let out a sigh of relief and obediently said, okay. When facing Qin Fei, he always had a feeling that he couldn't let go. He wanted to be noticed by Qin Fei, but he also didn't want to make Qin Fei unhappy by being too deliberate. His conflicting thoughts made him feel at a loss, so he could only show his most obedient side. He didn't want to do anything, just not make any mistakes. Qin Fei saw his cautiousness, but other than telling him to relax, he didn't say anything and just let him be. The two walked into the living room and sat down on the sofa. Then Qin Fei said loudly, Yezi, get me a glass of water. Yi Hong, who had just returned from the bathroom, couldn't avoid the fate of being ordered around. He helplessly went to the water dispenser to get 2 glasses of water and brought them to Qin Fei. Then he looked at Jing Yu and said, "Little Jing Yu, drink some water, thank you." Jing Yu was flattered. He clearly didn't expect Yi Hong to bring him a glass of water. "You're welcome." Yi Hong smiled and picked up the cake on the coffee table. "If you guys don't want to eat the cake, I'll put it in the fridge for breakfast tomorrow." "Sure." Qin Fei replied lazily. Jing Yu naturally had no objections. With Yi Hong in the hall, Jing Yu immediately relaxed a lot. Whether it was Yi Hong's appearance or voice, it made Jing Yu feel very comfortable. As a PG mid-laner, he messed around in the game, but in reality, Jing Yu felt that he was a very easy person to get along with. Yi Hong stuffed the cake into the freezer, then sat down opposite the two of them and asked Jing Yu, "Little Jing Yu, how long will it take you to get home from here?" "About an hour. It's pretty close." Yi Hong was surprised. "Did your parents agree to you becoming a pro player?" "I don't have parents." Jing Yu said these words calmly and smiled. "So it doesn't matter. I can decide for myself." "I'm sorry." Even though Jing Yu didn't seem to mind, Yi Hong still apologized politely. Jing Yu quickly replied, "It doesn't matter." Qin Fei glanced at Jing Yu and calmly looked away. He pretended to say casually, "I feel that this review will take a long time. I hope Coach won't drag it until after dinner." "Gee!" Jing Yu exclaimed. He obviously didn't expect the review to take so long. As a very punctual game streamer, he wanted to ask, could he leave in the middle of the review? Could he? Just like that, Jing Yu felt uneasy for half an hour and went to the washroom halfway through. Half an hour later, Fong Luofan called everyone into the conference room and turned on the projector to start the review. Before he had time to speak, Qin Fei spoke first. "Jing Yu has something to do in the afternoon. Let him go back first. You can tell me his part, and I'll relay it to him tomorrow." Jing Yu stared blankly at Qin Fei. Rather than gratitude, he was more surprised. How did he know what I was thinking? After he came back to his senses, he turned his gaze to Fong Luofan. The anticipation in his eyes was almost tangible. Fong Luofan looked back at him with some amusement. "That's fine. It just so happens that I'm not familiar with the Heart of Ice skill yet. Give me more time to prepare. Jing Yu, you go back first. Be careful on the road. Come back early tomorrow. 9:00, okay?" "Okay." Jing Yu nodded and stood up. "Then I'll go first." Fong Luofan, "Yes, go ahead." Luo Yiming, "Go, Pikachu." Yi Hong, "Be careful on the road. See you tomorrow." Han Lang, 9:00. Don't be late. Qin Fei, "See you tomorrow." Jing Yu lowered his head and looked at Qin Fei. He smiled slightly. "Yes, see you tomorrow." After he finished speaking, he left the conference room and walked towards the door. Not long after he left, Luo Yiming rested his chin on his hands. He puffed up his face and complained, he only told Brother Fei to see him tomorrow. Qin Fei glanced at him indifferently. Luo Yiming instantly sat up straight. Coach. Let's start." Fong Luofan hummed and said, "Yes, it's time to start. There are too many problems in this round, and I can't finish explaining them all in one night." He paused for a moment and said, "Especially you, Luo Yiming." Luo Yiming broke his technique in a second and fell on the table. "First, summarize the main problems one by one." As Fong Luofan spoke, he looked past the laptop and looked at Luo Yiming. "Yiming, your awareness is still too poor. As long as no one reminds you, you won't know when and where the enemy will catch you." He spoke expressionlessly. He didn't give Luo Yiming a chance to respond. He pointed his mouse at Maha on the screen and continued, "Look here. Heart of Ice came out at the right time, but you didn't follow at all. And here. Heart of Ice slowed down a bit before going big, knowing that the opponent had a dispel. But you rushed up just like that." On the screen, Jingyu's Heart of Ice appeared twice to try to catch the opponent's bottom lane, but was easily killed instead. It happened to be the two times when Luo Yiming threw the blame to Jingyu, saying that there was a problem with his command. The person involved couldn't see clearly. But when it was time to review the game and the coach explained, everything became clear. Luo Yiming suddenly felt so ashamed that he didn't know what to do. On the side, Yi Hong supported his head with one hand and coldly added, "I told you. You're the one who's weak. Why do you keep throwing the blame to Jingyu?" Luo Yiming was born with poor awareness. "Hanlang, what about you?" Fong Luofan spoke again, looking at Hanlang. Hanlang coughed awkwardly. "I thought my shield could protect Heart of Ice. Indeed, Heart of Ice's HP is lower than I thought. It's hard to save him with a shield. The training match ended up like this because we're not familiar with the creatures." But Fong Luofan's expression became serious. "Since we've decided to accept Jingyu as a member of PG, we have to be familiar with the creatures he usually uses. In my opinion, Jingyu's Heart of Ice is quite good. He can definitely appear in the Pro League as PG's secret weapon." He paused. "Did you hear me?" PG's members all agreed. Jingyu's Heart of Ice was very strong. His opponents might not think so, but as Jingyu's teammates, they didn't have any objections. After watching the replay, they all knew that if they could cooperate better with Heart of Ice to complete the sneak attack, the training match would have ended differently. In this aspect, Yezi did a good job. Fong Luofan didn't mince his words. He would still give praise where it was needed. So far, the one who cooperated best with Heart of Ice is Yezi. However, your playstyle is too active. Jingyu had a hard time cooperating with you. Next time, you can remind him so he can be prepared. It's okay. I believe in Jingyu. Yi Hong smiled. But he doesn't believe in you. Fong Luofan hit the nail on the head. Also, what the hell were you doing in the late game? The smile on Yi Hong's face froze. Wall Air, are you a newbie? Fong Luofan glared at him. In the late game, you weren't even as good as Luo Yiming. Yi Hong shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't refute. Then, Fong Luofan pointed the spearhead at Hanlang and Qin Fei. Hanlang, your mistakes were considered few. In fact, the later game, your performance was more stable. You also completed Jingyu's commands very well. The main thing was that you overestimated your shield and Heart of Ice's HP. Be careful next time. Okay, coach. Hanlang nodded frantically. Qin Fei. Let's not talk about the few times you gave orders as you pleased. As a top laner, you did a good job. Damage resistance, team initiation, you did everything you needed to do. However, if it was you, you should be able to do a better job. Yeah. Qin Fei didn't object. I haven't used a top laner for a long time. I underestimated his strength. Let the manager arrange a few more training matches. Okay. Fong Luofan nodded. In short, after signing Jingyu, we will make some adjustments to our training. First, in the future matches, Jingyu and Qin Fei will take turns to command. Second, you guys are too weak in the late game. In the future, no matter if it's ranked or matchmaking, you have to drag the time to more than half an hour and practice the late game. Third, you have to familiarize yourself with Jingyu's usual magical beasts. Currently, the only one you know is Heart of Ice. There's also the Moonshade Spider and the Flower Petal of Datura. Qin Fei added. Okay, we'll familiarize ourselves with these three first. Fong Luofan said. He flipped to the last page of the document. Okay, let's review. We'll start with Luo Yiming. While PG was busy, on the other side, Annie was seriously reviewing the match. At the end of the review, Annie's coach squinted his eyes and said, before the tournament starts, familiarize yourselves with the magical beast Heart of Ice. The next time you fight PG, it won't be so easy to win. When Jingyu returned home, it was 4:30 p.m. He opened the fridge and took out a bottle of Coke. He unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp. Then, he walked to the edge of his bed and sat in a daze. A few minutes later, he got up and put the half-drunk bottle of Coke on the desk. Then, he silently packed his luggage. He should be happy to sign a contract with PG. But he was really happy. He could fight alongside Qin Fei in the tournament. But why was there a haze in his heart that he couldn't get rid of? Jingyu didn't have a lot of things. He quickly finished packing. After eating something, he started the live broadcast when the second hand reached 6. He's really punctual. Does Jingyu have OCD? Good evening, Jingyu. Good evening. Jingyu replied to the bullet screen. His tone wasn't as relaxed as before. He wasn't even in the mood to ask the bullet screen what they wanted to see him play. Instead, he said bluntly, I'm starting. As soon as he finished speaking, he clicked on the rankings. When it was his turn to pick the magical beast, he didn't even think about it. He instantly picked the Moonshade Spider. Gee. You're not playing Heart of Ice today. What's wrong with you, Jingyu? Are you in a bad mood today? Who made you angry? Jingyu didn't even look at the bullet screen. He silently entered the game and controlled his Moonshade Spider. He used 23 minutes to win the match. 21 kills, 6 deaths, and 8 assists. So violent, so savage. Jingyu, are you on your period? Drink more warm water, Jingyu. After looking at the post-match statistics, Jingyu turned to look at the bullet screen. He almost vomited blood. I'm a guy. Chapter 18. It was impossible for him to have his period, not in this lifetime. However, it was true that he was in a bad mood. After the game, Jingyu realized that he was acting strangely. He quickly comforted his little angel, thank you for your concern, I'm fine. My body is fine, don't worry. I'm not in a good mood. Why? I'm not telling you, then will we see Heart of Ice again today? Use Heart of Ice in the next game. Jingyu's Heart of Ice is more violent than the Moonshade Spider. Jingyu was silent for a moment, but in the end, he fulfilled the request of the bullet screen. Okay, I'll use Heart of Ice for the next match. Jingyu clicked on the match and instantly locked on to the Heart of Frost. When he saw his teammates comment, poison, he immediately blocked the chat. He actually blocked it. Why did he block it? Why didn't he block it? Waiting to be scolded. Some people are really poisonous, right? What do they take our Jingyu for? Yeah, are you happy to see Jingyu get scolded? Jingyu had even blocked the chat. Naturally, he wouldn't look at the bullet screen. The game began. After 32 minutes, Jingyu's team won because one of his teammates was offline. Heart of Ice had 12 kills, 8 deaths, and 3 assists. He was still the MVP, but compared to the previous game where he dominated with the Moonshade Spider, it was obviously not enough. I really want to know how the other team will react. I also want to see how his teammates will react. GGG. Why did he start another game? I can see that Jingyu is in a bad mood today. Could it be that his girlfriend dumped him? Hey, don't go. Jingyu is my husband. Jingyu looked at the post-match data and clicked on another game. He didn't even look at the bullet screen, let alone interact with it. Once again, he instantly locked Heart of Ice and blocked the chat. He silently and violently finished the match. 38 minutes later, he won by a narrow margin. 16 kills, 9 deaths, and 10 assists. It was slightly better than the previous match, but it still couldn't compare to the match where he had dominated with the Moonshade Spider. Just as he was about to start another round, he suddenly remembered that he was in the middle of a live stream. Jingyu was slightly taken aback and subconsciously turned to look at the bullet screen. It would have been better if he hadn't seen it. Now that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Jingyu, don't be angry. Be good. Smoothing Jingyu's hair, no, it should be his scales. Look at us, Jingyu. Even if your girlfriend dumped you, you still have us. That's right, that's right. A bunch of wives for you to tease. Ever since he lost the training session with Heart of Ice, Jingyu didn't dare to use Heart of Ice anymore. Whenever he used it, he always had a premonition that he was going to lose, but he stubbornly didn't want to lose. Once he got serious, he forgot that he was still live streaming. He looked at the fancy comforting words on the bullet screen and couldn't help but laugh. Wow, did Jingyu just laugh? Tell me I'm not hallucinating. What a beautiful laugh. As expected of my husband. How could your girlfriend dump someone like this? Jingyu laughed a little helplessly. I don't have a girlfriend. So there's no such thing as being dumped. Then why don't you consider me? Jingyu, what kind of women do you like? Jingyu, do you like men or women? Me. I can be both offensive and defensive. That's enough, you guys. Jingyu was once again amused. His coquettish voice finally returned. I have so many wives. What do I need a girlfriend for? Jingyu, you don't only have wives. You also have a husband. Husband? No, I don't. Jingyu flatly denied. I'm the offensive one. Do you think the police will believe your nonsense? Please use your coquettish voice to say those 3 words again. Usually, people who say they're the offensive one are the defensive one. Don't run away. You know the truth. Gee, I'm not going to mess around with you guys. Jingyu couldn't win against the bullet screen and decided to shamelessly change the topic. By the way, do you guys want to see me play other positions? For example, top landing or something. Heart of Ice. Top landing. Heart of Ice is impossible to top landing, Jingyu said as he clicked on the match button. I suddenly want to try top landing. I don't know if I can do it. Real men never say they can't do it. Jingyu was speechless. After the match was successful, Jingyu chose Sword Burial. After hesitating for a moment, he changed to Kwanggu. In the end, he changed back to Sword Burial and locked in. After 29 minutes, they lost. They lost miserably. Jingyu's Sword Burial had 8 kills, 12 deaths, and 5 assists. He didn't even get the MVP award for the loser. His reputation is ruined. Ruined. Ha ha ha. Jingyu, how can you be so good as a top laner? Jingyu, you don't have enough damage resistance. Jingyu pursed his lips. No, let's do it again. Don't. Jingyu, you should be a jungler. Listen to me. Top laning and jungler. One tanked damage openly, while the other hid in the dark to ambush. They were 2 completely different playstyles. Jingyu had the awareness to resist damage, but he didn't have the ability to resist damage. The teammates he was randomly matched with didn't have the slightest awareness to cooperate. They could only watch as he died in front of them. It was so difficult. How did Qin Fei manage to switch between top laning and jungler so easily? After this, Jingyu played a few more matches. He played as a jungler. There were wins and losses. At 11 o'clock, after interacting with the bullet screen for a while, he said goodnight and exited the live stream. Just as he was about to exit the game and go to the bathroom to take a shower, he suddenly received a private message. ASDF, I'll send you a professional account. Give me a name. ASDF, it's best if it's in English. Jingyu was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he replied with 2 letters, it's Jingyu, not salted fish, GFASDF, oh? Why? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, goldfish. ASDF, okay, you win. ASDF, PG, GF, welcome to the PG family. When Jingyu saw this sentence, he pursed his lips and felt his blood boil. Just as he was about to reply with a, I'll do my best, and send a few more exclamation marks, he received another message before he could do so. ASDF, give me your phone number. It's easier to contact you. Jingyu sent his phone number without hesitation. ASDF, do you have a QQ account? Jingyu sent his QQ account number over. ASDF, what's your Weibo name? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, look at my ID. ASDF, do you want another selfie? Jingyu picked up the phone beside him and began to pose for himself. After a lot of trouble, he finally took a satisfactory selfie. Then, he looked down at the message, ASDF, I'm completely naked. Jingyu. ASDF, are you really taking a selfie? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, I'm not. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. ASDF, haha, I'm just kidding. I just feel that you're too obedient to give me whatever I ask you to. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, _ smiley face angle, _ ASDF, have you packed your luggage? It's Jingyu, not salted fish, yes. ASDF, then go to bed early. Good night. It's Jingyu, not salted fish, good night. After Jingyu replied with those 2 words, he saw that ASDF was still online. He exited the game first. Then, his gaze landed on the phone screen. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When Qin Fei asked him to take a selfie, he actually started taking one on the spot. If Qin Fei hadn't added the word, completely naked, at the end, he really would have sent his selfie. Just thinking about it made him feel a little scared. He was completely led by the nose by Qin Fei. After Jingyu turned off his computer, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. After drying his hair, he returned to the bed and crawled under the covers with his phone. Only then did he realize that he had received a text message. It was from an unknown number. The content was, I'm Qin Fei. This is my phone number. Save it. Jingyu obediently saved the number into his phone. Then, the corners of his lips curled up subconsciously. I'll do my best. He said to the air what he couldn't send just now. I definitely won't drag you down. I promise. Chapter 19. The alarm clock rang at 7:30. Jingyu groaned and reached his hand out of the blanket. He fumbled around the bedside table for a long time before he finally found his phone and turned off the alarm. Getting out of bed was probably the most painful thing in a day. At least, that was the case for Jingyu. He rubbed his eyes and turned on the light. He wrapped himself in the blanket and sat on the bed for a while before slowly putting on his clothes. When he was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, he couldn't help but smile. He could sign the contract with PG today. From now on, He would be a member of PG and Chin Fei's comrade. Just thinking about it made him happy. He had the illusion that he had already won the championship trophy before the competition. It really was an illusion. Jingyu quickly remembered yesterday's training match and sighed. After a good night's sleep, the frustration of losing the match lessened a lot, as if it was just a nightmare. But Jingyu clearly knew that it wasn't a dream. They really lost. But Chin Fei was right. It was just a training match. If they lost, then they lost. They just had to win in the official competition. Jingyu washed his face and clenched his fist in front of the mirror. He would do his best. The next time he fought with Ain, he definitely wouldn't lose. When Jingyu dragged his suitcase to PG Club, it was 8:45. He was early again. But this time, someone quickly noticed him. Little Jingyu. Yi Hong sat on the sofa in the hall and waved at him. Come in. Good morning, Brother Yi. Jingyu dragged his suitcase into the hall. He looked around and found that Yi Hong was alone. He was sitting on the sofa eating cake. Good morning, Jingyu. Come, sit down and eat with me. Yi Hong patted the seat next to him. Jingyu was a bit embarrassed. My suitcase, oh, right. Let me show you your room first. As Yi Hong spoke, he immediately put down the cake in his hand. After wiping his hands with a napkin, he walked over to Jingyu, grabbed the suitcase from his hand, and walked towards the stairs. Gee. I can do it myself. Jingyu wanted to take the box back, but he didn't know where to start. Yi Hong had already gone upstairs. Keep your voice down. Brother Fei is still sleeping. He won't get up until noon, Yi Hong explained in a low voice. We have a rule here that we have to wake up at 8:00 and go to bed before midnight. Brother Fei had never done it before. A few months ago, the coach tried to drag him out of bed and was almost crippled by him. Since then, no one has dared to wake him up. Jingyu, on the second floor, Yi Hong did not put down the suitcase. Instead, he continued to carry it. On the second floor, there was a narrow corridor with rooms on both sides. There were various styles of art paper pasted on the doors. Yi Hong walked straight to a door with the words, "Death to those who disturb my sleep." He stopped and pointed to the opposite side of the door. Here. As he spoke, he opened the door. Jingyu followed Yi Hong into the room. His eyes lit up when he saw the wooden furniture. After Yi Hong closed the door, he finally put down the suitcase. From now on, this will be your room. You can decorate it however you want. Just don't tear down the room. Okay. Jingyu responded. He looked curiously at the door. Opposite me is, Brother Fei. Jingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Death to those who disturb my sleep. As expected of Chin Fei. Where are Brother Han and Luo Yiming? Jingyu asked again. Oh, them. Yiming doesn't like sweets, so old Han went out with him to buy steamed buns and soy milk. After a pause, he asked, by the way, have you eaten breakfast? Yes, I ate on the way here. Oh, then you can unpack your suitcase first. I'll go down for breakfast. Okay. Jingyu responded. He watched as Yi Hong left the room. Only then did he open his suitcase. It was his first time here, so he didn't feel very safe. Therefore, he only took out some snacks and tissues and placed them on the table. Then, he closed the suitcase and locked it. He sat on the edge of the bed in a daze for a while. He didn't know what to do, so he left the room and went downstairs. When he went out, he deliberately studied his door and found that it didn't have a keyhole. It could only be locked from the inside. It doesn't feel safe. So, after he went downstairs, he asked Yi Hong tentatively, "Brother Yi, is the door here not locked?" "Do you mean inside or outside?" Yi Hong had just finished breakfast and was cleaning the coffee table. When he heard the question, he answered without turning his head, "The rooms on the second floor are not locked. The door on the first floor is locked before going to bed at night. There are always people in the club. Nothing will happen." "Okay." Jingyu reluctantly accepted this answer. After a while, Luo Yiming and Han Lang came back with a mess of breakfast. "Yo, Jingyu." Luo Yiming was always so enthusiastic. "Have you eaten breakfast?" "Yes, I have." "Good morning." Jingyu sat next to Yi Hong and responded obediently. "Are you full?" Luo Yiming asked again. I'm full." "If you're not full, then keep eating." Luo Yiming sat down across from him. "Eat whatever you want. We're family. Don't be shy." Jingyu. "Okay. I say, did you get rich overnight?" Yi Hong looked at the breakfast on the table and felt a little helpless. "Yesterday you couldn't even take out 5 packets of spicy strips. Today you're willing to buy breakfast for everyone." One had to know that before Jingyu came, they had been eating their own breakfast. Luo Yiming coughed. "Don't worry about these details." Han Lang sat next to Luo Yiming and gave Yi Hong a look that said, "You understand." Yi Hong immediately returned a look that said, "Yes, I understand." After yesterday's review, Luo Yiming deeply regretted his behavior of pushing the blame to Jingyu. He couldn't bring himself to apologize, so he could only buy a table of breakfast for Jingyu as compensation. Seeing that Jingyu was at a loss and couldn't understand Luo Yiming's point, Yi Hong had to help. "Jingyu, since Yiming said so, you should eat more. Otherwise, it will be cold by noon." Yes. "Jingyu, hurry up and eat," Luo Yiming said, but his hands didn't stay idle. He picked up a cup of soy milk, poked the straw in it, and handed it to Jingyu. He almost pressed his head against Jingyu's head and forced him to drink. Jingyu took the soy milk. He was still a little confused, but he still said, "Thank you." He obediently drank a mouthful. He had only eaten a bun on the way here, so he wasn't full. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from the stairs, followed by a sleepy voice. "So noisy." With these 2 words, the hall instantly returned to silence. Jingyu doubtfully blinked his eyes. He looked at Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, and Han Lang. If he didn't recognize Qin Fei's voice, he would have thought that the person who spoke just now was the creditor of these 3 people. "Yo, Jingyu, you came." Qin Fei yawned and walked to the sofa. Yi Hong suddenly got up and walked to the bathroom. Qin Fei glanced at him and didn't say anything. He walked to Yi Hong's seat and sat down. Jingyu only felt the sofa sink, and then Qin Fei's breath hit his face, making his mind blank for a moment. Fortunately, he quickly recovered. "Good morning, Brother Fei." He had tried to suppress it, but there was still a trace of excitement in his voice. "Eating breakfast with Qin Fei, oh my. This is too happy." Qin Fei didn't care. He picked out what he wanted to eat from the breakfast on the table and ate without hesitation. Soon, Yi Hong came out of the bathroom and sat down next to Qin Fei. He strangely asked, "Why are you up so early today?" Qin Fei lazily replied, "You guys are too noisy." He glanced at Luo Yiming. "It's all Yiming's voice." Luo Yiming coughed. "Brother Fei, I was wrong." Han Lang gnawed on a steamed bun and asked vaguely, "Where's the coach?" Yi Hong replied, "He went out early in the morning. He said he went to see the manager." "To get the contract?" Qin Fei asked casually. "I guess so." Maybe there are other things to say face to face. Yi Hong had already eaten breakfast, so he relaxed and lay on the sofa. He crossed his arms and leisurely watched them eat. The manager has been very busy recently. She can't come. If there's anything, the coach will pass it on for her. Alas. Han Lang sighed. The manager hasn't been here for the nth day. I miss her. Why? You've taken a fancy to her. Yi Hong said in amusement. I don't have a girlfriend yet. Han Lang expressed his grievance. Every day, I see you guys so often that I'm about to get depression. Only the manager can heal my fragile heart. Oh, so disgusting. Luo Yiming couldn't listen anymore. Hearing this, Jingyu finally realized something. The manager is a woman. Yes. Han Lang answered him. Why? Are you interested? No. Jingyu's face was cold. Jingyu also doesn't have a girlfriend, right? It's normal to be interested in women. Luo Yiming laughed. Well, I'm not very. Jingyu suddenly stopped and broke out in cold sweat. He almost spilled the beans. Fortunately, no one paid attention to his words. Han Lang continued to list the manager's good points. Luo Yiming expressed his agreement, and then expressed that he still preferred girls younger than him. Yi Hong laughed and said that maybe the coach was also thinking about the manager. Jingyu breathed a sigh of relief and continued to drink his soy milk. He didn't notice that Qin Fei, who was beside him, suddenly turned his head and looked at him with a thoughtful face. Chapter 20. After breakfast, Qin Fei lazily said, before the coach comes back, Yiming and Old Han will play duo. Yezi will play solo. Jingyu will follow me. Luo Yiming, okay, Yi Hong, okay. Jingyu subconsciously stood up. Seeing that Qin Fei didn't get up, he hesitated for a moment before sitting back down. Qin Fei looked at him in amusement. After waiting for the others to go to the practice room, he slowly stood up and walked towards the conference room. Jingyu hurriedly stood up and followed him. After Qin Fei entered the conference room, he walked along the long table and sat down at the end of the table with a laptop. He skillfully turned on the computer and entered the password. Then, without looking up, he said, "Come here." "Okay," Jingyu replied. He pulled a chair and sat down beside Qin Fei. "Can you see the screen if I get closer?" "I can see it," Jingyu said, but he still moved closer to Qin Fei. Qin Fei didn't mind. He opened a folder on the table. "Let's take a look at yesterday's match." Qin Fei's voice was calm and emotionless. "Although it seemed like we almost won, to be honest, I think that we would definitely lose if we played against Annie. It would be a miracle if we were able to gain an advantage in the early game." Jingyu listened carefully. He didn't dare to express his opinion. 3 problems. First, I'm the top laner and you're the jungler. Everyone isn't used to it. Not to mention, the devil you used is so unpopular. It's very difficult to coordinate with. It needs practice. Jingyu's eyes darkened. He didn't say anything. Second, everyone is used to listening to my commands. They're not used to suddenly listening to you. Also, this is the first time you're commanding a team with a fixed style, right? Yes. That needs practice too. Third, I think you can see that PGs aren't good at the late game. The later the game, the more mistakes they make. It's very rare for them to make a comeback. You also need to practice. After saying these 3 points, Qin Fei let the video of the match play on the screen as he turned to look at Jingyu. "That's about it." "Jingyu." He thought that Qin Fei was making a summary before the official review, but in the end, it ended just like that. Jingyu turned to look at Qin Fei in confusion. After a moment of hesitation, he mustered up the courage to ask, "Did I do anything wrong? Didn't I already tell you?" Qin Fei gave him a look that said, "What are you listening to? Anyway, the next step is to practice cooperation, command, and drag on." After a pause, he continued, "As for directing, Coach wants me to rotate with you. I'll do one round and you'll do the other. Listen carefully to how I command and adjust your tactics when you command." "All right." Jingyu agreed obediently. Although he felt that what Qin Fei said was very reasonable, he always had the illusion that he was being perfunctory, so he couldn't get rid of the uneasiness in his heart. In the end, he couldn't help but say what he wanted to say. "If I didn't use Heart of Ice, then it would be another way to die." Qin Fei interrupted him without hesitation and said calmly, "No matter what the result of the match is, don't doubt your own ability. Learn from Yiming in this regard. This kid was pressed to the ground yesterday and his record is at the bottom. He still thinks that he can get a pentacle next time he plays against Ain." Jingyu was speechless. Should he say that it was no wonder he was PG's center position? "Your performance is much more stable than his, so you'll be fine," Qin Fei said with certainty as he patted Jingyu's shoulder. "Let's go solo." "Okay. What about you?" Jingyu almost subconsciously got up. Then he remembered this question and asked Qin Fei. Unexpectedly, Qin Fei directly laid in front of the computer. "Sleepy. I'll sleep a little longer." Jingyu helplessly looked at Qin Fei for a while. After hesitating for a moment, he turned and walked out of the door. However, after a few steps, he went back the way he came and said tentatively, "Well, it's easy to catch a cold if you sleep on the table. Why don't you go up and sleep?" Qin Fei didn't respond. His body rose and fell with his calm breathing. He fell asleep so quickly. It can't be, right? Jingyu wanted to shake Qin Fei's shoulder. His hand had already reached out, but it froze in midair. This was because he suddenly remembered Yi Hong's words. A few months ago, the coach wanted to drag Qin Fei out of bed and was almost beaten to a pulp by him. Since then, no one dared to wake him up. Jingyu wasn't afraid of Qin Fei hitting him. He was just worried that he would be hated if he woke him up. While he was still hesitating, his hand that was frozen in midair was suddenly grabbed by someone. Jingyu's pupils shrank and the muscles in his hand suddenly tightened. He realized that the person who grabbed him was Qin Fei, so he relaxed a little. Qin Fei was still lying on the table, but his raised hand accurately grabbed Jingyu's wrist. After a while, he sat up and looked up at him. "Why aren't you going?" Jingyu completely relaxed and let Qin Fei grab him. He said awkwardly, "I'm worried that you'll catch a cold, TSK. You're too nosy." Although he said this, Qin Fei actually turned off the computer and got up after letting go of Jingyu's hand. Jingyu thought that he listened to him and was ready to go to sleep. He didn't expect Qin Haodong to hook his neck. "I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to train with you." "Gee." Jingyu blinked. He was flattered. "By the way, you." Qin Fei hooked his arm around Jingyu and walked a few steps towards the door. He suddenly said without looking back. Jingyu said, "Nothing." Qin Fei swallowed the words he almost blurted out. Just now, when he grabbed Jingyu's wrist, he felt a strong force. This kid doesn't seem to be as weak as he looks. At the same time, the three people in the training room were discussing something in low voices. "Luo Yiming, I don't think I heard Brother Fei's roar." "Han Lang, that's strange. Brother Fei didn't get angry this time." "Yi Hong, Tisk, what do you guys think Brother Fei is? It's not like he gets angry all the time." Luo Yiming, you're talking as if he hasn't yelled at you before. Yi Hong, whoa, shut up. Don't remind me of those terrible memories. I'll have nightmares at night. Hanlang, who in PG hasn't been yelled at by Brother Fei before? After yesterday's mock competition, I think Jingyu's probably done for. Yi Hong, maybe it's because the soundproofing is too good. Yiming, do you want to go and listen? Luo Yiming, no. No one can stop me from killing 5 people. Since he said he would accompany Jingyu to the training room, Qin Fei really did lead Jingyu into the training room. The 3 people in the training room were originally talking about something, but when they heard Qin Fei's footsteps, they instantly fell silent. For the nth time, Jingyu felt their reactions were strange. After sitting down in his seat, he hesitated for a long time before he couldn't help but ask the question in his heart, every time Brother Fei appears, you guys become so quiet. Yi Hong coughed violently, Luo Yiming also coughed a few times, and Han Lang's coughing was exaggerated. Qin Fei squinted his eyes, if you're sick, take medicine. Eat until you die. No, I just choked on my saliva. I'm fine now. Yi Hong quickly said, then carefully looked at Qin Fei. Seeing that he wasn't looking at him, he looked past him and met the curious Jingyu's eyes. Jingyu, Brother Fei didn't yell at you just now, right? Jingyu's curiosity instantly turned into confusion, no. I only yell at noobs. Qin Fei glared at Yi Hong, then ignored the 3 people on his left and turned to Jingyu. Enter the game. Okay. Jingyu quickly double-clicked on the icon and opened the login screen. Just as he was about to enter the password, Qin Fei grabbed the keyboard and entered a new account. The password is 123456789, change it yourself. Jingyu blinked, unable to react. Qin Fei had to add, your professional account. Jingyu let out an aw and finally remembered that Qin Fei had asked him to create an English ID last night. Thank you. After thanking him, he immediately entered the password to log into the account. Looking at the top left corner, it was indeed PGGF. At this moment, the sense of belonging to the team became very strong. Jingyu stared at his own ID for a long time. He wasn't dreaming. He really had become a member of PG. Qin Fei took in his reaction and gave him enough time to sigh. Then he said, I'll buy all the demons that can be used for hunting, as well as their skins, for you. There are still a few thousand magic coins left in the account, you can do whatever you want with it. Okay. Jingyu couldn't wait to admire the monsters and skins that the account had. Don't forget to change the password. Qin Fei couldn't help but remind him. Yes, I'll change it now. Jingyu smiled and went to change the password. He looked as excited as a child who had a new toy. Pfft, Qin Fei sneered and looked away. Just as he was about to log into his account, he suddenly noticed. He tilted his head and looked to his left. His team's mid laner, archer, and support were all looking at him as if they had seen a ghost. Qin Fei. What? Yi Hong, Brother Fei, you. Jingyu is still a child, let him go. Qin Fei, fuck off. Jingyu, ? It wasn't for no reason that the entire PG team would keep quiet when they saw Qin Fei. There were 3 reasons. First, Qin Fei would yell at people whenever he didn't like them. Almost everyone in PG had been yelled at by him before. When he was angry, it didn't matter if you were the coach or the boss, he would still yell at you. Second, as PG's captain and one of its founders, Qin Fei had a relationship with the boss and manager of PG. Although he had never admitted it himself, everyone in the club had a tacit understanding. In their minds, offending Qin Fei was equivalent to offending the boss. Third, Qin Fei liked men. Whether it was Yi Hong, Luo Yiming, or Han Lang, none of them had any intention of discriminating against homosexuals. However, before Qin Fei, they had never come into contact with such people, so it was inevitable that they would overthink it. However, after a few months of getting along, they had already accepted Qin Fei's sexual orientation and sincerely recognized him as their captain. Speaking of which, on the first day they lived together, he openly admitted that he was gay. Should they say that he was PG's captain? Luo Yiming also found out that Qin Fei was gay on the day he moved into PG's club. At that time, he was petrified for a long time. In the end, for the sake of the championship, he signed his name on the contract without hesitation. This time, when Jingyu moved in, Qin Fei would admit it again, right? Everyone thought so, except for Qin Fei. He didn't know why, but this time, he didn't want to say it. Chapter 21. Qin Fei didn't want Jingyu to know that he was gay, but he wouldn't stop others from telling him. Anyway, let nature take its course. In the afternoon, Fang Luofan finally came back. He brought the 2 contracts to Jingyu. Look through them carefully. If there are no problems, sign them. Give me your ID. Okay. Jingyu obediently replied. He flipped to the last page of the 2 contracts and signed his name. The delicate handwriting looked like it was written by a girl. Then he handed the contract and his ID to Fang Luofan. Fang Luofan hesitantly took it. Don't you want to take a look? No need. Jingyu smiled. As long as he could play with Qin Fei, he would sign the contract even if it was an overlord. Okay. Yezi, help Jingyu make 2 copies of his ID. Fang Luofan handed Jingyu's ID to Yihong. Yihong helplessly took it. Why do you all like to order me around? Even so, he still took Jingyu's ID and walked to the printer. Qin Fei turned to look at Fang Luofan. Noticing his serious expression, he raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Who owes you money? Fang Luofan glared at him and said coldly, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The good news. Qin Fei made his choice without thinking. You don't have to tell me the bad news. Fang Luofan obviously couldn't do it. I'll tell you the bad news first. We are not one of the 8 teams invited to the 4th Pro League Invitational Tournament. There was a moment of silence. Qin Fei frowned. He wanted to say something but didn't. In the end, Luo Yiming couldn't help but ask, aren't we in the top 8? Which goddamn battle team took our spot? SOS. Fang Luofan replied, 8th place in the 2nd season of the Pro League. SOS. Aren't they the team that we trampled under our feet last season? Luo Yiming expressed his dissatisfaction. Why did they receive an invitation but we didn't? At this time, Qin Fei was calmer. At least SOS has never scored such an embarrassing score as -14. In the 3rd season of the Pro League, after PG had advanced to the top 8, they were crushed by the other 7 teams in the points competition, which made people question PG's true strength. In addition, PG was constantly changing members. It was no wonder that the organizers would give up on the unstable PG and invite SOS, a veteran team that had been eliminated in the 3rd season of the Pro League. So what's the good news? Han Leng asked. Fang Luofan looked at him calmly. We have an extra week of training time, and we have an appointment with SOS for a mock competition. There was another period of silence. At this time, Yihong had already photocopied Jingyu's ID. He gave the 2 photocopies to Fang Luofan, handed the ID back to Jingyu, and returned to his seat with a dignified expression. Jingyu silently put away the ID, not daring to breathe too loudly. Until, Qin Fei suddenly laughed. His laughter was incomparably frivolous. What are you all doing? You look like you lost the match. Why do I remember that the match hasn't started yet? In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on him, but he acted as if he didn't feel anything. He casually continued, isn't it just the qualifiers? It's not like we haven't played before. We were able to get into the top 8 once, so we can do it again. And this time, our goal isn't just to get into the top 8. Yeah, we're going to win the championship. Luo Yiming seemed to have woken up from a dream. Isn't it just the invitational tournament? It's fine if we don't go. The last 2 in the invitational tournament still have to participate in the qualifiers, right? Han Lang also came to a realization. So what if we win the championship? We'll start from the bottom and go through all the difficulties. We'll win the championship under the circumstances where no one is optimistic about us. That's awesome. You've read too many leveling novels, haven't you? Yi Hong couldn't help but ridicule. However, he had to admit that Han Lang's words made his blood boil. That's right. We're just starting from the beginning. The dignified atmosphere suddenly eased a lot. Fong Luofan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He patted Qin Fei's shoulder. The training match with SOS is set for tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Before that, train well. Jingyu, your new account hasn't been ranked yet. I'll give you a deadline of today to get to the diamond level. Can you do it? Jingyu nodded firmly. Yes. Good. When you get to the diamond level, you'll form a team with everyone. Did Qin Fei tell you the training direction? Yes, he told me. That's good. After Fong Luofan finished speaking, he looked at the others. Before Jingyu gets to the diamond level, Yiming and Han Lang will form a duo. Qin Fei and Yi Hong will form a solo. Every game must be dragged on for more than half an hour. Especially Yi Hong. You're too weak in the late game. Train well. Do you understand? Understood. Let's begin. Fong Luofan stamped Jingyu's 2 contracts and handed one to him. He then called the manager and asked her to use the PG Club's official Weibo to post Club V. In order to improve the overall strength of the team, the PG Club has decided to make the following adjustments to the team after a heated discussion. Although the original top laner was excellent, he was not suitable for PG and has left. In the new season, the original jungler, Sleep, will be the top laner. The jungler will be the new member, PG, Jingyu, not Salted Fish V. The other members will remain unchanged. Not long after the Weibo post was posted, there were comments. Most people were already used to PG's member changes, but this time was different. This time, the new member was not the top laner, but the jungler. Brother Fei is the top laner. Is the new jungler very good? He actually squeezed out the core. What are you talking about? Even if Brother Fei is the top laner, he is still the core of PG. Agreed. Even if the sleeping god falls asleep during the game, he can still carry 4. Gee. This new jungler seems to be a streamer. Ah. I know this streamer. Jingyu is my husband. Then, a bunch of strange comments suddenly flooded the comments section. Frowny face. Heart of Ice is invincible. Can we finally see Heart of Ice in the professional league? Jingyu, you are the hope of Heart of Ice. You must not give in to the team. What's the situation? Why are they all farming Heart of Ice? Where did this group of people come from? Are they all poisonous? Fong Luofan took the time to look at the comments and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Jingyu's Heart of Ice was very famous. Driven by curiosity, he opened Jingyu's Weibo and clicked on some of his previous videos. The more he watched, the more surprised he became. the national server's #1 Heart of Ice. Although it was just wishful thinking on the netizens' part, perhaps, after the 4th season of the professional league, this title would truly belong to Jingyu. Fong Luofan couldn't help but laugh. He was suddenly looking forward to the 4th season of the professional league. It would be very interesting. Jingyu didn't let everyone down. Within a day, he really promoted a brand new account to the diamond rank. After dinner, he logged onto his Weibo and wanted to announce that he had joined PG. He also wanted to ask for a 2-day leave from his viewers, but he received a bunch of private messages and comments. Then he realized that the news of him joining PG had already been officially announced. So efficient. Jingyu sighed helplessly. He directly reposted the official Weibo and asked for a leave of absence. After a short break, the 5 of them began to practice until 11:30 at night. That's all for today. Go take a shower and rest early. Fong Luofan said, Qin Fei, don't cancel your account. I'll review the videos of your practice today and see if there's anything to summarize. Okay. Qin Fei yawned and stood up from the chair. You guys hurry up. I'll go back to my room first. PG's bathrooms were single rooms, one on the first floor and one on the second floor. Before Jingyu came, Luo Yiming and Han Lang would shower first, then Yi Hong and Qin Fei. After Jingyu came, Jingyu, you go first. Luo Yiming said generously. Yes, Jingyu, you go first. Han Lang didn't want to be outdone. Yiming, you go too. I'll go second. Facing Han Lang, Luo Yiming didn't hold back. Okay, Jingyu, you go second. I'll go first. Jingyu couldn't refuse such kindness, so he could only obediently say, okay, thank you. The first group was confirmed, and the second group. Yi Hong and Han Lang looked at Qin Fei at the same time. Qin Fei's lips twitched. What are you looking at? Call me when you're done. Okay, Yi Hong happily made a gesture. This was what he wanted. Qin Fei rolled his eyes and went upstairs. As soon as he stepped into his room, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It's so late, who is it? Qin Fei frowned. He closed the door and took the phone out of his pocket. The caller ID showed Xiao Yun. Tisk, Qin Fei reluctantly answered. Why aren't you sleeping yet, Manager Xiao? Call me sister. A capable female voice came from the phone. Her emotions couldn't be heard. Why aren't you sleeping yet, sister? Qin Fei casually repeated. He walked to the desk and sat down. He tidied up the desk with one hand. After taking away a few game guides, a piece of draft paper with his name written all over it was revealed. There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? This familiar question made Qin Fei seriously suspect the relationship between this woman and Fong Luofan. Have you been infected by Luofan? Xiao Yun on the other end of the phone ignored him and coldly continued, I've talked to your parents. The good news is that from now on, they won't force you to marry a wife. They won't even care about you anymore. Oh. The bad news is that all the assets under your father's name will be inherited by your brother. You won't get a single cent. What else? That's all. Ha. Qin Fei laughed. He picked up the pen and signed his name on the draft paper again. He even added PG sleep at the end. This news isn't too bad. I didn't want his money in the first place. Let's not talk about this anymore. I've encountered a very serious problem, much more serious than what you said. What problem? My signature is so ugly. Can you design one for me? Go to hell. Chapter 22. Xiao Yun was about to die from anger at Qin Fei. Why was this person always so calm when it came to things outside of the game? She was too lazy to talk to him and directly hung up the phone. Qin Fei helplessly put down his phone. Really? I'm serious, okay? After that, he signed a few more drafts, but he wasn't satisfied with them. He crumpled the papers into a ball and threw them into the waste paper basket at his feet. While he was bored, his phone suddenly vibrated a few times. Qin Fei subconsciously picked it up and unlocked it. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the 5 drafts that someone sent him. Qin Fei, your mouth says no, but your body says yes. Xiao Yun, don't act like you're a good boy. You'll lose me like this. Qin Fei, no matter what, thank you. You're the best to me. Xiao Yun, fuck off. Qin Fei shrugged and opened the 5 signatures one by one. He carefully selected them and finally chose one that was domineering and easy to learn. He took a piece of draft paper and began to copy it. He had to say, it was great to have a cousin who was straight with her mouth and body as the team manager. The issue of the signatures was solved, but there was a new problem. When and how would he naturally and casually give the signatures to Jingyu? The next day, when Qin Fei woke up, Fang Luofan told him about the problems that the 5 of them faced during training last night. Then, he told them to continue training after breakfast. The opponents that the 5 black players were matched with were usually 5 black players. However, perhaps because Jingyu was still in the Diamond Division, the opponents that he was matched with weren't very strong. Naturally, PGs were easy to win, but because of the coach's rule that every game must be dragged out for more than 30 minutes, everyone could only rack their brains to drag out the game. Even Qin Fei began to openly throw the game. Yiming, come back. Don't kill people. Yezi, you've killed them so many times. Let them kill you once. Jingyu, don't play so well. I'm under a lot of pressure. Jingyu. Hey, you can't drag it out like this, right? In the next round, it was Jingyu's turn to command. Mages, don't just stand there. Help me kill Heijiao. Archers, push the tower. Support, keep up and don't fall behind. Not good, they want to steal the dragon. Let them steal it. Thus, all PG players retreated from the magic dragon's aggro range. The other side trembled in fear as they received the magic dragon. What was going on? Are they waiting for us to take down the magic dragon and wipe us out? It didn't catch up. Just like that, PG, led by Jingyu, managed to drag the match to more than 30 minutes by clearing out the magic dragon army. Once the time limit was over, even without Jingyu's reminder, all the PG players were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They began to slaughter their opponents and beat them until they could not even take care of themselves. Qin Fei felt that this method was not bad and began to copy it. Let them fight the dragon. PG, I say, you guys, if you want to watch, just watch. Don't stand so close and scare them. Jingyu continued to do the same. Okay, they're starting to fight the dragon. Everyone, go back and defend. Mages, what are you doing? Don't disturb them. Later, Qin Fei even directly said in the public channel Frowny Face Ally, PG sleep, Quangu the dragon is out. Players, hurry up and fight. Players. Just like that, after an afternoon of training, it was unknown if the PG team improved in the later stages, but they became more and more proficient at clearing out the magic dragon army. Apart from that, Jingyu also discovered a pattern in Qin Fei's more serious commands. He almost never ordered his teammates to retreat. More often than not, he would only remind them when they needed to go forward. For example, I'm coming. Yezi, go. Old Han, open the team. Everyone, go. I'm going to open the team now. Go. Jingyu followed suit. I'm coming. Mages, go. Support, open the team. Let's go. I've got the crowd control. Wipe them out in one wave. That afternoon, Jingyu had been using Heart of Ice the whole time. By 5:00 in the evening, his teammates had more or less gotten used to the rhythm of Heart of Ice. Jingyu and Yihong cooperated well to begin with. Later on, they took advantage of their advantage of being good at calculation to the extreme. Several times, they took the initiative to create a disadvantageous situation and then achieved an advantageous result. Qin Fei's top laner also became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Luo Yiming couldn't help but tease him. Brother Fei, you're so fierce. You can totally fight 1 against 5. Why do you still need us? The only one who hadn't improved much was probably Luo Yiming's awareness. As an archer who had the advantage of long-range attacks, he liked to engage in close-range combat and always had the advantage in close-range combat. It had to be said that his positioning was excellent and his reaction was fast. The opposing mage's big moves almost couldn't hit him. However, because he focused all his attention on the enemy in front of him, it was difficult for him to notice the enemy lurking nearby. Even if Jingyu reminded him, he rarely escaped the clutches of the opposing jungler. Over time, Jingyu gave up on reminding him and changed to another tactic, bait. Thinking about it carefully, there was no better bait than Luo Yiming because he didn't even realize that he was bait. Thus, the following scene came to be: 2 archers were fighting with each other. Suddenly, a jungler rushed over. In the end, this jungler didn't have time to do anything before Heart of Ice came out of nowhere and closed in on him with a series of big moves. Jingyu didn't focus on the opposing archer. He only focused on the opposing jungler. As long as he was there, no one could touch a hair on Luo Yiming's head. Suddenly, he felt that he was more aggressive. In short, after a day of training, he still gained a lot. After the 5 of them had dinner, they quietly waited in front of the computer, ready to welcome the arrival of SOS. What they didn't know was that at the same time, in the game forum of Devil Lord, a topic titled "The PG Can't Win If the Dragon Isn't Stolen" suddenly became popular. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As the title, the OP and his roommate, 5 Black, were matched to PG twice. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that as the OP fought, he discovered a very strange thing. Before we stole the dragon, we could barely tie with PG, really. If you don't believe me, look at the picture. However, when we stole the dragon while PG wasn't paying attention, the whole PG style changed. This is our attached picture after stealing the dragon. So strange, isn't it? PG before and after stealing the dragon were 2 completely different teams. 1L, damn, the last picture is so tragic. I feel sorry for the OP, and then I want to say, the hatred of stealing the dragon is irreconcilable. The OP deserves it. Escaping with the pot lid. 2L, hahaha, Big Brother is so bad. Touch the OP. It should be that PG wanted to go easy on them, but it went too far. After losing the dragon, they started to fight seriously. 3L, did the OP also meet PG? Me too. Our team also stole the PG's dragon, but we were beaten by the PG on the ground. Damn, it's so scary. 4L, no way. Us too. We were fighting well and took the dragon, but suddenly we were beaten by the PG on the ground and taught a lesson. 5L, shake hands with the OP, 3rd brother and 4th brother. We also encountered the same situation. We thought we could win, but after stealing the dragon, we suddenly found that the PG was like a seal that was lifted. It was as if they were possessed by the god of war. They were fighting like crazy. 6L, ha 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 ha. The seal is lifted. I'm dying of laughter. 7L, damn, is this real? PG has to lose the dragon to win. What kind of strange ritual is this? 8L, wow, I suddenly saw this post and thought it was me who posted it. Upstairs, are you the ones who stole the dragon? We are not. Our dragon was given to us by the PG, ha ha ha. Brother Faye directly sent a public message, here's the dragon. I screenshot it. Attached picture, 9L, damn, it's really like a mysterious ritual. In the future, who would dare to fight the dragon when they are matched with the PG? In less than 20 minutes, this topic was covered by hundreds of comments. The 5 PG players were unaware of this and were carefully listening to Fong Luofan's analysis of SOS. Fong Luofan, SOS is the same as NE. They also have a support commander. The difference is that SOS likes to use healing-type devils as support. They usually follow the archer and protect the archer very well. This training match is the same as the previous one. I won't give you too much advice. You guys can do as you see fit. No matter which team we fight, it's always right to kill the archer. Luo Yiming rubbed his fists, eager to give it a try. Leave this difficult task to me. Go. After all, you're the man who wants to pentakill. Han Lang patted Luo Yiming's shoulder. Will I still be the commander this time? Jing Yu looked at Qin Fei beside him, seeking his opinion. Qin Fei didn't even turn his head as he threw out 2 words, of course. Then this time, you'll listen to me when you ban any devils. Jing Yu definitely wouldn't let something as ridiculous as banning support steal support happen again. Qin Fei smiled, up to you. Qin Fei was handsome to begin with. When he smiled, it was as if he was glowing. Even if it was just the side of his face, Jing Yu was dazed for a moment. After coming back to his senses, he turned his gaze back to his screen and took a deep breath. Soon, it was 6:00. Fong Luofan told the 5 of them the room number and password he had just received. The 5 of them entered the room one after another. After both sides finished their preparations, they entered ban and pick mode. This time, PG took the initiative. Jing Yu hurriedly said, ban Kamal. Han Lang obediently banned Kamal. Luo Yiming couldn't use this powerful archer in this patch, so he couldn't use it either. Then, it was the SOS turn to ban the devil. After some hesitation, they finally banned Nine-Tailed Fox, Yi Hong's original life. Yi Hong smiled slightly. He wasn't angry, not at all. He wanted to live with a smile. Ban Heijiao. Jing Yu spoke again. Yi Hong didn't hesitate to ban Heijiao. If they didn't let him use his original life, he wouldn't let them use the powerful mage in this patch. After some hesitation, the SOS banned Satan. Seeing this choice, Luo Yiming's eyes lit up. I have a premonition that my original life will be released this time. Jing Yu hesitated for a moment, then replied, then ban everyone and steal Cupid. Roger, Luo Yiming excitedly banned everyone. So far, PG had banned 2 powerful archers in this patch. Only Dark Cupid was left. It was the only existence that could compete with Kamal and the Centaurs. If they could steal Dark Cupid, they would have a huge advantage in this mock competition. It would be unreasonable if they didn't win. However, dreams were always beautiful. This time, the SOS didn't hesitate and decisively banned Dark Cupid. Luo Yiming, Jing Yu. My condolences. Chapter 23. In the end, Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid was not released, but Jing Yu had expected it, so he said calmly, pick the demon. Yiming, what do you want? Luo Yiming puffed up his face and said impatiently, Maha. Other than Maha, I can only pick Wind of Condensation. I can't use it. Okay. Jingyu locked Maha. Seeing that the archer had been snatched, they could only choose something else. After a while, they locked Peacock Plume and top laner Azrael. Both of them were powerful demons. I really don't understand why pro teams like to use powerful demons. How can such powerful demons reflect the strength of the players? Yi Hong said disdainfully and locked Scarlet Fury. Qin Fei, who was beside him, also locked Lilith without hesitation. The reason was only one word, natal. The players of Devil Lord basically had one or two natal demons. Just like Jing Yu's Heart of Ice, Yi Hong's Nine-Tailed Fox, and Luo Yiming's Dark Cupid. Qin Fei also had his own natal demon, which was Lilith. Unfortunately, this demon was not suitable for jungling, so last season, he did not have the chance to use it in a match against a pro team. The recent 2 practice matches were very satisfying. Jing Yu was suddenly very curious. Brother Han, who is your natal demon? Wind of Condensation. Han Lang answered without hesitation. Gee. That's the archer. Oh, didn't anyone tell you? Before Yiming came, I was the PG in the C position. Hearing this, Yi Hong suddenly wanted to cause trouble. Should we try dual archers? No support. Stop. Jingyu interrupted him in time, strangling a terrible idea in the cradle. Our PGs are so strong. Without support and protection, do you want to see who can kill more people? Yi Hong, Yiming will definitely kill the most people. Luo Yiming, hey. While they were talking, the other team had already chosen Sword Burial and Nali. Jingyu looked at the current lineups of both teams and suggested, support or Sarier. Okay. Han Lang locked Sarier. Luo Yiming helped Jingyu choose the Heart of Ice. You're still using this? Of course. Okay, Luo Yiming chose Heart of Ice. Then, he locked Wind of Condensation. At this point, the lineups of both teams were decided. PG, Lilith, Scarlet Fury, Maha, Heart of Ice, Sarier SOS, Azrael, Peacock Plume, Wind of Condensation, Sword Burial, Ali. Wow, our lineups are exactly the same as in the previous mock match. Luo Yiming exclaimed as he swapped demons with Jingyu. The demons that were banned are exactly the same as in the previous match. Yi Hong added coldly. Then, he complained, if you have the guts, release my Nine-Tailed Fox and let me get a pentacle. Qin Fei sneered. I don't know how long my Lilith can last. Lilith can only last until the group stage. Han Lang shrugged. Only Jing Yu's Heart of Ice is relatively safe. Ha ha ha, who would ban Heart of Ice? Luo Yiming slapped the table and laughed. Jingyu glared at him. Don't raise flags. Both sides adjusted their demon skills and equipment as quickly as possible. After a while, the countdown ended and they entered the battlefield. Looking at the loading screen, Jingyu took a deep breath. This time, they must win. After the system announcement announcing the start of the battle, both sides immediately rushed to their respective jungles. But this time, on the PG side, the Red Devil's first attack was triggered by the support. After pulling the aggro, the archer and jungler started attacking again. The jungler didn't use retribution. Han Lang's Sarier took most of the damage. In the end, Luo Yiming's Maha finished off the last attack and got the Red Devil. He rushed to the bottom lane. Jing Yu's Heart of Ice started attacking the nearby monsters. After killing one, it rose to level 2 and moved, but it only had 1/3 of its HP left. He calmly floated to another monster and used retribution. It instantly recovered its HP. Although Heart of Ice was fragile, its lifesteal ability was very strong. Keeping retribution was equivalent to keeping a second life. So this time, Jinyu didn't return to the city. He smoothly cleared the monsters in the bottom lane and then floated to the top lane to continue fighting. After clearing all his own jungles, Heart of Ice rose to level 6 and had an ultimate skill. Jinyu opened the economy of both sides. He guessed that Sword Burial was coming to catch him. He immediately floated to the middle lane and paid attention to the movement on the minimap. They're playing very conservatively. Yi Hong had been waiting for someone to catch him. He even risked his life a few times. However, the opposing jungler didn't appear. Jinyu didn't reply. He looked at the situation on the minimap. The top, middle, and bottom lanes didn't have much pressure. In fact, Qin Fei was almost pushing the top laner into the tower. Yes. It was the top lane. Jinyu didn't hesitate. He immediately floated Heart of Ice to the top lane. Almost at the same time, the opposing top laner jumped up. Azrael hooked Lilith with his scythe and tried to drag her into the tower. Sword Burial, who hadn't shown himself, also jumped out from the bushes and directly used his ultimate on Lilith. The moment Sword Burial used his ultimate, a cold light connected with him. Then, Heart of Ice's snow-white figure suddenly approached. A crazy blizzard engulfed Sword Burial and Azrael, mercilessly freezing the two monsters under the tower. Don't worry about Azrael. Cooperate with me to kill Sword Burial, Jinyu suddenly said. Qin Fei responded with a He let his Lilith run over Sword Burial and instantly absorbed almost half of Sword Burial's health. With Lilith tanking the damage, Heart of Ice fearlessly attacked from under the tower and easily took down Sword Burial. First blood was born. Out of the tower. Following Jingyu's command, Heart of Ice was the first to leave the tower. Lilith followed closely behind. Then, Azrael used his ultimate and the enemy's health bar rose. Azrael's health instantly recovered to more than 80%. He wanted to chase after Lilith, who had low health. However, Lilith retreated 2 steps and suddenly turned around to use her ultimate. Then, a cold light connected with Azrael. Heart of Ice didn't leave. Thus, after Sword Burial heroically sacrificed himself, Azrael was also sent back to the respawn point by Lilith and Heart of Ice. Fuck. The top laner of SOS couldn't remain calm. Lilith has ultimate. Why didn't she use it just now? She was saving it to deal with you. The jungler who had also died sighed. As expected of Qin Fei. His acting is really good. On PG's side, Jinyu was also surprised. You know how to act. Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. What gave you the wrong impression that I don't know how to act? Jinyu didn't hesitate to answer, Luo Yiming. Luo Yiming. Qin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Don't be fooled by my fierce play. Tactics. I know a little. He paused. After all, I've fought junglers before. Jinyu couldn't help but laugh. However, he didn't have time to laugh. After rushing to the bottom lane, he immediately called out to Luo Yiming. Archer, help me kill the magic board. Coming, Luo Yiming happily controlled his Maha to run to the magic board. Obviously, he didn't take the conversation between the two to heart. Fong Luofan stood behind the 5 players and watched the battle. His eyes were full of surprise. Even though he knew that Jinyu had good awareness, he was still amazed by his performance. When he saw that the enemy's top laner was being suppressed, he immediately guessed that his opponent was trying to bait him. He could obviously kill Sword Burial and Azrael with Lilith, but he gave the order to focus fire on Sword Burial. Did he already know that the enemy's support would go all out at that time? After killing Sword Burial, he pretended to run away. In fact, he was hiding in the bushes waiting for an opportunity to kill Azrael. His cooperation with Qin Fei was superb. This jungler. Qin Fei really didn't misjudge him. Of course, how could someone who could use Heart of Ice to go from the lowest tier to the diamond tier in one day not have some skill? However, why wasn't such a talent discovered by the esports club? Was it because his usual demon was Heart of Ice? When Fong Luofan came back to his senses, PG had already taken down the magic wheel. With the help of the magic wheel, he killed the enemy's support and archer. After taking down the first tower, he continued to advance towards the second tower with irresistible force. The enemy's mid laner wanted to support the bottom lane, but Yi Hong, who had already anticipated this, took care of him in close combat and killed him with a series of combos. At this point, the score was pulled to 5 o'clock, and PG had the absolute advantage. After gaining the upper hand in the early game, PG steamrolled all the way. Before the magic dragon spawned, SOS towers had already been destroyed. With such an advantageous situation, Jingyu felt that it was unreal. He knew that after 2 days of training, PG would definitely improve, but he didn't expect them to suppress SOS, a team that was once in the top 8, to this extent. However, this was the truth. After 28 minutes, PG defeated SOS with a strong score of 18-7. Luo Yiming's Maha won the MVP award with an excellent record of 11 kills, 2 deaths, and 3 assists. Looking at this terrifying record, Yi Hong couldn't help but sigh. As expected, as long as he has the advantage, Yiming is like a cheat. However, Luo Yiming was very unhappy. Yezi, why did you steal my kill? I could have gotten a pentakill. Qin Fei was still looking at the post-match data, and Jingyu was still in shock from winning the game. Han Lang stretched and was about to get up to go to the bathroom when Fong Luofan suddenly said, I just received news that SOS wants to play 2 more rounds, a best of 3. Rest for 5 minutes, we'll start the second round in 5 minutes. Gee! PG's entire team exclaimed. Then, some went to the bathroom, while others chatted. Luo Yiming, in the last round, I already got 4 kills, I almost got a pentakill. Yezi, did you do it on purpose? Yi Hong, no, I didn't do it on purpose, I did it on purpose. Luo Yiming, then you're not even close. What? Say that again. Yi Hong, oh, it's just 1 kill, I'll return it to you in the next round. Or are you not confident that you can get another pentakill? Luo Yiming, what a joke. Pentakill, there's only 0 and countless times. Han Ling came back from the bathroom and asked in confusion, aren't you guys going to the bathroom? 5 minutes is. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Yi Hong and Luo Yiming scramble to get up from their chairs and rush towards the bathroom. Jingyu stared blankly at their backs. Before he could react, he heard Qin Fei ask, you're not going? Yeah, I'm not going. Jingyu turned his gaze back to the screen and pursed his lips. It's fine even if it's a best 3, we'll win. 5 minutes later, the second round began. The loser made the first move. SOS started to ban monsters. They thought that they would hesitate for a while, but to their surprise, they immediately banned the monster Qin Fei used in the last round, Lilith. Qin Fei, Tisk, Hanlang, TSK, Brother Fei, your original monster didn't even make it through the mock competition, let alone the group stage. In the end, SOS banned 3 monsters, Lilith, Nine-Tailed Fox, and Satan. PG banned Kamal, Hejiao, and Azrael. Luo Yiming widened his eyes in excitement. His Dark Cupid was released. Ha 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 ha. It's finally my turn to use my original monster. Luo Yiming laughed wildly. Then, SOS instantly eliminated Dark Cupid in front of his excited eyes. Luo Yiming, Jingyu. My condolences. Chapter 24. Luo Yiming's smiling expression stiffened for a few seconds, then he collapsed on the table and gritted his teeth. I bought a watch last year. Calm down. Yi Hong patted Luo Yiming's shoulder very calmly. Isn't it just a life item being stolen? It's not the first time, there will be a next time, trust me. Get lost. But next time, it's more likely that you'll be banned. Yezi, you bastard, shut up. While the two were arguing, Han Lang had already helped Luo Yiming lock his troops. Grab another mage, Jing Yu suggested. Brother Yi, what do you want? Yi Hong smiled. Let's stick with Scarlet Fury. I'm used to using this demon. It can barely be my second life. Jing Yu nodded. Just as he selected Scarlet Fury and was about to lock it, Qin Fei suddenly said, Lock Sword Burial. Jing Yu's hand trembled. Almost instinctively, he changed to Sword Burial and locked it directly. Then he reacted. Gee. Qin Fei glanced at him in amusement. I'll use it. As everyone knew, Sword Burial was basically used for jungling now. As a warrior-type demon, he had moderate HP, fast movement speed, fast jungling, and had displacement skills. All of these gave him the title of Demon Lord's #1 jungler. However, as a top laner, his HP and defense weren't enough for him to bear the heavy responsibility of damage resistance. Therefore, this Demon Lord's #1 jungler could only retreat to the second or even third line in the top laner position. And now, Qin Fei wanted to use Sword Burial. As if he knew what Jing Yu was thinking, Qin Fei looked at his computer screen and said without looking back, the warrior-type demons that can be used as junglers have been banned. I want to see what junglers the other party will use after we steal Sword Burial. After listening to Qin Fei's words, Jing Yu then realized, wasn't that right? Sword Burial was snatched by Qin Fei. Satan and Azrael were both in the ban position, and Quangu would definitely be picked by SOS. The remaining players who could be used as junglers were all weak assassins. How would SOS choose? The more Jing Yu thought about it, the more curious he became. He stared at the SOS selection without blinking. SOS was obviously very conflicted and could not make a decision. After a while, SOS chose Peacock Plume and chose Quangu just as the countdown was about to end. It was expected, but Jing Yu was still disappointed. It seemed that SOS junglers would be revealed in the end. Scarlet Fury and Mermaid, Qin Fei suddenly said, decisively choosing demons for Yi Hong and Han Lang. Yi Hong and Han Lang did not say anything. They chose Scarlet Fury and Mermaid respectively. At this point, PG was left with one jungler, and SOS was left with a support and a jungler. SOS was once again conflicted. They chose Ariel first. This healer-type support was the core of their team and would not be changed. With only one jungler left, which one would SOS choose? PG's 5 players held their breaths as they stared at SOS selection. Halfway through the countdown, SOS finally chose a demon, Heart of Ice. Ha! Ha! Jing Yu held his breath. Even Yi Hong and Luo Yiming next to him became nervous. Luo Yiming, no way. Yi Hong, I don't think so. If the other party really dares to choose Heart of Ice, I think we'll win this game very easily. Yi Hong's words indirectly affirmed Jing Yu's skills while belittling Heart of Ice. Jing Yu did not know whether to beat him up or beat him up. However, Yi Hong's judgment was not wrong. Just as the countdown was about to end, SOS suddenly switched Heart of Ice to Flower Petal of Datura and locked on. Oh, Jing Yu, whose curiosity was finally satisfied, responded with a meaningful, oh. Then, he smiled and locked onto Heart of Snow. I'm familiar with the Devil's Snare petals, I'll carry you guys this round. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 pairs of eyes fell on Jing Yu's face. Some were surprised, some were playful. Luo Yiming looked at him in surprise. Jingyu, you, Yi Hong completed his sentence for him. Your voice suddenly became, not complete yet. Han Lang interrupted. So flirtatious. Jingyu. Qin Fei sneered and withdrew his playful gaze. Okay, we'll leave it to you. Carry us. Jingyu, who finally realized how flirtatious his tone was, blushed and coughed awkwardly. It was a bad habit developed during live streaming. Once he felt that victory was within his grasp, his tone would become flirtatious to highlight his skills. It was fine if he flirted with it on normal days, but he didn't expect it to happen in PG. What was worse was that Qin Fei was sitting beside him. At that moment, Jingyu wanted to slap himself to death. However, before he could slap himself to death, the game screen finished loading, the two sides entered the battlefield, and the battle began. Jingyu immediately turned his embarrassment into motivation and controlled Heart of Ice to float towards the bottom of the jungle. Then he let PG's team know that he was not to be trifled with when he was angry and embarrassed. He also said that he was serious about carrying them. After 26 minutes, the game ended. PG crushed SOS with a score of 38-11. Heart of Ice's record was 18 kills, 0 deaths, and 6 assists. The enemy Flower Petal of Datura's record was 2 kills, 13 deaths, and 3 assists. Jingyu turned the 5v5 game into a contest between junglers. His Heart of Ice was paying attention to the Flower Petal of Datura's movements almost the whole time. No matter where the Flower Petal of Datura was hiding, he could accurately find it and take it away. Flower Petal of Datura accounted for half of the 18 kills he took. After the game, Jingyu let out a long sigh of relief. He only wanted to say one word, awesome. And his PG teammates, looking at the terrible record of Flower Petal of Datura, only wanted to say one word, miserable. Fong Luo Fan, who was behind the 5 players, couldn't help but laugh a few times. That's right, as someone who could play Heart of Ice in a professional match, he was very clear about the weaknesses of assassin-type demons. Coupled with his outstanding jungler awareness, the opposing jungler was completely suppressed by him. Ha 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 ha. I really want to see their expressions now. Luo Yiming slapped the table and laughed. This game was so awesome. Although I didn't get 5 kills, it was so awesome. Yi Hong looked at him with a smile and understood. Yes, it was really awesome. This was no longer an advantageous game, but a crushing game. Jingyu, you're really good. If it weren't for the fact that he was too far away from Jingyu, Han Lang really wanted to give him a big bear hug. You really carried us. Jingyu smiled slightly and didn't respond. He looked at Qin Fei next to him tentatively. He saw that Qin Fei was focused on looking at the post-game data. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Unlike the relaxed and happy atmosphere on PG's side, at this moment, every member of SOS, including the coach, had a gloomy expression. As a veteran team that was qualified to participate in the invitational tournament, they were actually crushed by a new team that didn't receive an invitation. Moreover, they were crushed by the unpopular Heart of Ice. Who would believe this? PG's new jungler is very strong. Thousands of words could only be summed up in this one sentence. I'm going to sleep. I feel like I can sleep well tonight. Han Lang stood up from his chair and stretched. Sleep my ass. Not training anymore. Yi Hong looked at the time on the bottom right corner of his screen. It was still early before his usual bedtime. Luo Yiming yawned. I want to sleep. I'm still growing. However, at this moment, Fong Luo Fan looked at his phone and calmly said, Wait, they said another game. PG's players. Fuck. Luo Yiming couldn't help but curse. What happened to the best 3? We've already won 2 games. They've already lost. Why are they still not giving up? You can't say that. Yi Hong rubbed his sore wrist. It's a mock competition. Training is the most important thing. Playing a mock competition with SOS is also helpful for us. Yi Hong is right. Fong Luofan glanced at everyone. This is a rare opportunity to train. Take advantage of it. Rest for 5 minutes. If you need to go to the bathroom, hurry up. We'll start the next game in 5 minutes. Okay. Let's play another game. Luo Yiming helplessly laid on the table and rested. Jingyu got up and went to the bathroom. His footsteps were light as if he was about to fly. He did it. Not only did he use Heart of Ice to defeat a professional team, but he also crushed them. Would he be able to do the same in the official matches? What would the audience's reaction be then? How would the commentators commentate on his matches? Just thinking about it made him so excited. His blood was boiling. Qin Fei came out of the bathroom after Jingyu. He raised his eyebrows as he watched him bouncing back to the training room. He only won 2 mock competitions. Why was he so happy? And he didn't even try to hide it. He couldn't help but laugh. He felt that Jingyu was a little cute. 5 minutes later, the 3rd mock competition with SOS began. SOS was still the first one. PG's 5 players were talking and laughing. Obviously, they hadn't entered the competition state yet. Luo Yiming, this time, we might as well ban all junglers. Just leave Heart of Ice and... Fuck. Before he finished speaking, SOS had already decisively banned the first devil. This unexpected choice made Luo Yiming swear on the spot. The first devil to be banned was Heart of Ice. Chapter 25. Heart of Ice was banned by SOS. Luo Yiming's fuck was what everyone in PG was thinking. Jingyu was stunned for a long time before he reacted. He was surprised and felt a subtle sense of accomplishment. Heart of Ice was banned, not because it was the Heart of Ice, but because he was the one who controlled it. Was SOS indirectly acknowledging his skills? Heart of Ice was not weak, but there were too few people who knew how to play it. Jingyu could not help but sneer. They wasted a ban on me. Brother Fei will get Lilith this round. Or Satan, Qin Fei added, the corners of his lips curling up. Or Kamal, Heijiao, or Azrael. Okay, Yi Hong obediently banned Kamal, then asked Jingyu curiously, Heart of Ice is banned. Jingyu, what are you going to use to fight later? Flower Petal of Datura. Jingyu responded without hesitation. I'll make them regret banning Heart of Ice. Luo Yiming, wow, Jingyu, I didn't expect you to be so two-faced. SOS lost so badly with Flower Petal of Datura. If you use Flower Petal of Datura to defeat them, they will be traumatized. That's exactly what I want, Jingyu said without any pressure. His tone was even more frivolous. We'll definitely fight SOS again in the official competition. When that time comes, I hope they'll see us running away. TSK, what a ruthless person. Hanling gave Jingyu a thumbs up, then saw that SOS banned Lilith. His eyes lit up. Oh, I think Brother Fei's Satan will make a comeback. After PG banned Heijiao, SOS gave the last ban slot to Nine-Tailed Fox. Then, after PG confirmed the last ban slot, SOS instantly banned Dark Cupid. I've already given up. Luo Yiming looked at his life item in the hands of his opponent with a calm expression, as if he had seen through the world of mortals. It seems that I won't be able to get Dark Cupid in the official tournament. I've already given up. Yi Hong shrugged nonchalantly. My nine-tailed fox only exists in the normal match. While the two of them were talking, Qin Fei had already selected Satan, and Jing Yu helped Luo Yiming lock his opponent. SOS then locked onto Sword Burial and Scarlet Fury. Scarlet Fury. Yi Hong raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? My second life item is also being coveted. Don't tell me SOS mentality has been broken by us. Han Lang asked in surprise. Peacock Plume and Scarlet Fury were two mages. No matter how one looked at it, Peacock Plume was stronger, her skills were more flexible and her damage was higher. However, in the first two matches, SOS Peacock Plume did not have any advantage against Yi Hong's Scarlet Fury. Yi Hong completely suppressed Peacock Plume. Could it be because of this that SOS had the misconception that Scarlet Fury was stronger? SOS, you're playing with fire, Yi Hong said cheerfully as he locked onto Peacock Plume. Almost at the same time, Han Lang locked onto Mermaid. The combination of Centaur and Mermaid in the bottom lane was the most suitable for tanking towers. Finally, SOS locked onto Quangu and Ariel, and PG locked onto Flower Petal of Datura. When they saw Flower Petal of Datura, SOS fell silent. PG. How annoying. At this point, the lineups of the two teams were determined: PG, Satan, Peacock Plume, Centaur, Flower Petal of Datura, Mermaid SOS, Quangu, Scarlet Fury, Dark Cupid, Sword Burial, Ariel. Our lineups are so strong this time. Luo Yiming could not help but exclaim. He really did not know what SOS was thinking. They wasted a ban on Heart of Ice, released Qin Fei, and even took away Scarlet Fury. They gave the obviously stronger Peacock Plume to Yi Hong. This time, I'll carry you guys. Qin Fei laughed. His words reminded Jing Yu of the words he said before the start of the last match. He coughed awkwardly. However, his teammates did not notice his awkwardness. Instead, they looked expectantly at Qin Fei's Satan. Luo Yiming, Brother Fei. I'll leave the mission of Pentacle to you. Yi Hong, congratulations, SOS, you're about to remember the fear of being ruled by Satan. Han Lang, Brother Fei's Satan is going against 5 players. It looks like we're done for this match. Hearing these words, Jing Yu could not help but feel excited. Last season, Qin Fei's Satan was always in the ban position, so he did not have the chance to see it. He wondered how it would turn out. After the match, the answer would be revealed. Qin Fei's Satan could only be described in one word: fierce. No matter what kind of monster you were facing, it would crush them like a hot knife through butter. Quangu. They were both top laners, but in front of Satan, they were like little brothers. Scarlet Fury. They would be taken away in one set. Dark Cupid. Sorry, were you there just now? Dark Cupid, who was instantly killed, floated in the air, trembling. With Satan as the front line pushing forward, Peacock Plume and the Centaurs chasing after them, they could not be happier. Trying to escape. You must have forgotten that we have a jungler. Jing Yu's Flower Petal of Datura was lying in ambush nearby. When Satan tricked the enemy mage into using his ultimate skill, she immediately threw out a flower-shaped dart, accurately hitting the mage and killing him. Then, this banshee in a long purple dress shattered into countless petals on the spot, swirling towards the enemy archer. Every petal was a sharp blade, and they were also highly toxic. After easily killing the archer, the petals reformed into a human form where the archer had fallen. Her snow-white hair draped over her shoulders, and she looked extremely coquettish and charming. It had to be said that it was a pleasure to watch the special effects of the Flower Petal of Datura. 25 minutes later, PG defeated SOS for the third time, with a score of 29-4. The time spent in each match was shorter than the previous one. This time, Qin Fei scored a quintuple kill. With a record of 13 kills, 2 deaths, and 14 assists, he was the MVP. Jing Yu's record was 5 kills, 0 deaths, and 11 assists. Although he was not the MVP, compared to the flower petal of Datura used by SOS in the previous match, this record was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was enough to make SOS doubt his life. Again. I want a quintuple kill too. Luo Yiming was completely high. He could not wait to fight SOS for another 300 rounds. He wanted to beat them until they were too embarrassed to call themselves a professional team. However, this time, SOS was not willing to fight. They said they're not fighting anymore. Fong Luofan said with a smile. He was obviously in a good mood. You guys are free to train. I'll go organize the data and review tomorrow. Even if they won 3 matches in a row, PG would still have a problem. However, after all, they won in the end, so the review would not take up too much time. We still have to train. Luo Yiming looked at the time in the lower right corner of the computer screen. He was very reluctant. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have played so fast. Wouldn't it have been better if I dragged every match to 40 minutes? Then we might not win. Yi Hong was well aware of his performance in the later stages. We still have to train in the later stages. Qin Fei said, but when it comes to an official match, of course, the sooner the better. He paused. Let's rest for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we'll go solo. PG's players agreed. They did not dare to have any objections. As long as the coach did not say anything, Captain Qin Fei's words were an imperial edict. Jing Yu was in a daze when someone patted him on the shoulder. He came back to his senses and turned his head to meet Qin Fei's interested gaze. Are you in a daze? Qin Fei raised his eyebrows. Jing Yu was in a daze as he replied, yeah. Qin Fei could not help but laugh. Come with me. I have something for you. He stood up. Jing Yu almost instinctively followed him. Then he realized what he had just said. What do you want to give me? You'll know in a bit. Qin Fei left the training room and walked towards the stairs. Luo Yiming watched their backs as they left. He patiently waited until they were far away before he asked tentatively, do you guys think, Yi Hong, yes? Luo Yiming, I haven't said anything yet. Yi Hong ignored him and said to himself, is Brother Fei too gentle with Jing Yu? Han Lang nodded. He had clearly noticed this as well. I've never seen Brother Fei yell at Jing Yu. He paused for a moment and recalled. In the match with Ain the day before yesterday, Jing Yu didn't perform much better than us. In the later stages, he died mysteriously a few times. But when Brother Fei reviewed the match for him, he was strangely quiet. Wow, don't tell me Brother Fei and Jing Yu. Luo Yiming quickly covered his mouth and lowered his voice mysteriously. Jing Yu still doesn't know Brother Fei's sexual orientation, right? Should we tell him? Yi Hong looked at him. Go ahead. Han Lang also looked at him. Go ahead. Luo Yiming was instantly terrified. Forget it. Brother Fei can tell him himself. Qin Fei brought Jing Yu directly into his room. Jing Yu hesitated at the door. Seeing that Qin Fei didn't want him to wait at the door, he finally gathered his courage and followed in. He then secretly looked around the room. Qin Fei's room wasn't very messy, but it definitely couldn't be called clean and tidy. His blanket wasn't folded. It was just casually spread out on the bed. The books on the desk were also a bit messy, but at least they were folded properly. Qin Fei walked straight to the desk and picked up the hardcover book at the top. He turned around and handed it to Jing Yu. Jingyu reached out with both hands and hesitantly took it. It was a doujinshi comic for Devil Lord. You played well today. This is for you. Take it as a reward. Qin Fei said. His tone was indifferent. It was as if he was saying, you did well today. A candy as a reward. I'm already a member of PG. It's natural for me to work hard and win with the team. Jingyu felt that something was wrong. Even if he played well, it wasn't the captain's turn to reward him, right? However, even though he thought this, his hands were tightly holding onto the comic, as if he was afraid that it would suddenly grow wings and fly away. Qin Fei looked at his fingers that had turned white from holding onto the comic. He raised his eyebrows with interest. So, you don't want it? I want it. Sure enough, Jingyu spoke without hesitation. He raised his voice and said, thank you, Brother Fei. I'll continue to work hard. Qin Fei wanted to say that the comic wasn't the main point. The main point was that he had signed his name on the cover page of the comic. However, seeing how Jingyu couldn't wait to embrace the comic and become one with him, Qin Fei wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he let out a chuckle with a hint of helplessness. Jingyu, ? Qin Fei, put away the comic and keep working hard. Jingyu, okay. Looking at Jingyu's excited face, Qin Fei had no doubt that if this guy had a tail, it would be wagging crazily right now. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.